I've been running this world without you, with no help at all, one way to fall, living this nightmare all through. Watch now, I'll make it without you, with no help at all, one way to fall, living this nightmare all through. Watch now, I'll make it without you. claustrophobic mind, and I am not the vagrant kind. Baby, I just wanna take you home, so lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you've got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. Not that vagrant kind. Yeah. White snow, red sky, reach out for a soul so high. Blue eyes, fake cry, beware of the fox tonight. Cold feet, a dark rain, my blood in your frozen veins. Dream high, no pain, run fast in broken chains.
now. They absolutely have to.
Victus and Zenoxa once again has to come up huge. He's going to get the kill. Oh, what a swing the whole way.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for him, and a double from Jags with a DMR.
Try and find a second on the spray, but they won't be.
But Oscar will get a second one. He's going to look for a third and finds it.
Onto U4, who is, yes, manages to get the pick onto Kilius, but the plant is already down, but there we go.
Long have we waited, but now we're activated. The best of three between Victus and Tenstar, the lower finals. Hello, it's me, it's Snurleaf, of course, joined by the everlasting grace of Grace.
Hello. The everlasting grace of Grace. I like that.
Yeah, there we go. I need to find a synonym for Grace so that we can play on that
It's
one.
also that song Amazing Grace. You could sing that at me later.
No, I'm not going to go there. So,
Tenstar versus Victus. Romulus and Remus, or Vegeta versus Goku. I don't know which one to go for, but it is. You've got these two sibling-style teams going head-to-head. Both of these rosters have made CL now, so it's basically all to play for now for that chance to get in that grand final versus Heroic, and that chance to get some lovely, lovely prize money.
Lovely, lovely prize money, and a lovely, lovely trophy. And Kieran's looking very lovely, lovely over there as well. He's talking to his 10-star players, and you can see not all the players are back to their seats yet. We have had network issues here on location, so that is why we were cut short from the desk and all of a sudden being thrown over to us. Ooh, overwhelming community prediction heading the way of 10-star here. You know what? I'm not. Can I be as honest and to say I'm not really that surprised about that community prediction, because 10-star really has that star in this community and at this level, and they have played really, really well lately.
I think especially this weekend, remember, it's been a bit of a gappy gap before this weekend. There's been a lot of downtime. There's been some roster changes. However, going into this weekend, 10-star did look like the stronger team. They did have that really, really good matchup to begin with. And again, with the Victus one, it was a little bit scuffy around the edges. Ultimately, they managed to secure it on that third and final map. And yeah, Snowball is pointing out to me the little happenings on the 10-star camera there.
Sorry, I was just happy to see Jegs dropping by there and gracing us with his presence there for a little bit. Nick has also joined back in the Victus desk here. And it's funny, talking about Nick and Jegs, these two might be seen duking it out on the server here. And of course, this is also a game that's going to be a little bit special for YZN, because why is that, Grace?
Well, YZN was once in Victus.
There we go.
He was part of that little trio within the Victus roster, and he did move across to 10-star. And what I was dubbing almost the crossover episode of Dreams. But of course, Nick coming to fill those shoes was a really, really nice one. And again, I think he's fit really, really well into that roster, to be honest, Snarl, as well. And I think, oh my God, YZN yesterday. I mean, again, there were some amazing moments within that 10-star roster. I mean, you get a new player into a roster, and it's always kind of hit and miss how that's going to go. He fits in perfectly. Perfectly. It was so good. There are moments where he was the one taking that initiative, having that confidence to take that aggression for those early encounters, and it was really keeping the other teams kind of on their toes a little bit, and he was getting those. It wasn't just one kill again, it was a few kills under his belt before he'd either get killed himself, eventually traded out, or he'd many times clutch out those rounds. I mean, we saw a gorgeous clutch on Theme Park from YZN, and again, some really good use of the utility, especially when it comes to the SMG-11 and those smoke canisters. It's the things you like to see.
There's no better thing than to get the cast a clutch.
With an SMG-11.
It's the best feeling in the world, because if you've ever clutched, even if it's a 1v1 or a 1v2, if you've ever clutched with an SMG-11, you just feel, you're just flying it. Jags and Nick will be a little bit of a Finnish duo duking it out against one another here on the server. Nick on your left-hand side there, and Jags closest to the right-hand side, so conveniently placed as well. Nick a little bit more vocal, I feel like, than Jags. Jags is kind of more of the calm guy who's like just performing it on the server, whereas Nick is not afraid to be vocal. I was hovering around a little bit in the black box yesterday before the interviews, and Nick was definitely one of the most vocal players on the side of it. Yeah, let's just say loud. He is in it. His animated. He wanted that CL spot, and he got it, so congratulations to Nick. But, of course, as we just mentioned, YZN has swapped sides. He's on the right side, not the left side anymore. And Nick, the replacements, that's also going to be yet another kind of interesting duel to, if you want to create a narrative here while Nick is falling asleep while waiting for this game. Nick versus YZN. The replacement against the one who left the team is also going to be a little bit of an interesting thing, I guess. But you have pretty similar roles, I would argue.
And this is the thing too. I don't feel like the roster changes have impacted either of these rosters too much. I feel like
Victus is playing with the subs. So that's kind of
what I was going to touch on now.
No, sorry.
So
sorry.
yeah, SkyT can't actually play at the moment. He couldn't get here. There were a few visa issues.
Yeah.
So they've had to get Eco in. Eco, in his own right, a very good player. So it's not like you're losing the quality. It's just that time together as a team.
Yeah.
You know, you're not scrimming with this player constantly.
No.
You're not constantly spending time with them every evening in team speak and kind of, working out the ins and outs of what you're going to do. So, and I also just want to say hats off, to be honest. Hats off to Eco for actually stepping in.
I mean, and that's kind of what it's kind of conflicted for me as a bystander, because it's like when Eco is in a team, you know what? We can talk about it while we're gliding in towards Villa. Ladies and gentlemen, the first map in the best of 3, the lower bracket finals between Victus and Tenstar, 2 CL teams, and it sounds lovely for Victus to hear that ring out of the speak.
Nice thing to hear?
It's just a nice thing. Oh, the CL team, the Challenger League team.
2 CL teams.
Yes, in the
I
NPL.
love that.
Oh,
I
we
literally,
love that.
I just feel like a proud mother chicken right now.
We're very proud mother chickens right here.
We are.
I'm a mother chicken as well, by
All
the
of
way.
us are chickens in the NPL studio right now. Bans coming through, starting with a Nook. Nookie Nook. Again, an unsurprising one of the only operators with frag grenades left in pocket, but we've also got a pretty spicy pick rate for her, especially this weekend. And again, on Villa, to sneak around the vet utility, you've got such a playing field to work with, so much space to work with, so many flank opportunities. The floor is banned from Victus makes sense too. Very, very speedy utility clear.
Very speedy and efficient utility clear as well. If the defender's not paying attention and able to shoot out the drone and have, it also means, like, if Flores is open, it kind of sometimes forces you into running either Muzzy and Mute, or perhaps both of them, just to deny those drones, because otherwise you're going to have to be paying attention to that drone, and if you don't get to shoot it immediately, Tenstar banning Azami? No, never heard that before.
Who would have thought?
Who'd have thunk? It's either Tenstar or the other team banning it. But anyway, my point was, some of these bans kind of frees up a little bit in terms of the operators here for the opposing sides, because it means you don't really have to worry too much about the drones, because they do become bulletproof. Flores drones, that is, the Rotero drones, the RC drones, whatever you want to call them. Once they are placed, they're bulletproof, and you just have to yeet out of there if they're trying to force you out of position. So, and if you're playing behind a shield, do you really want to swing out sometimes to shoot at an RC drone when you know that someone might be holding an angle or swing at you? Because no, you might just want to rotate away and get safe. So with Flores away, you kind of eliminate that entire issue. You can still run Mute, because Mute is obviously still an incredibly strong operator, because what was the key word yesterday, Grace? Information?
Information. I nearly said SMG11 again. I think I've just got SMG11s on the brain today, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen. No, yeah, 100%. Keyword was indeed information yesterday.
I set her up for that. I'm sorry, guys.
Intel really was the name of the game, especially for Tenstar, as I said, especially on this map.
Especially on
How
this map.
quickly they were reacting to every single piece of information being thrown their way. It was glorious. And again, them sighing on that defense again. We're expecting these same setups. And speaking of setups, a little bit of a duo hold on this little window here. I mean, there we go. Youpo getting stuck immediately, but Jegs with a team kill onto Eco. Skeptic falling too. Already getting stuck in with a little bit of a slugfest here, Jegs.
Jags with a stare og, a powerful gun on the defense, and not just a first blood, a double first blood, you can almost call that one. And Jags, like I said, he has had a hell of a weekend. He's going to get a challenge here now in the red stairs. He's going to try and hold it down as long as he can. Already gotten 2 kills for his team, also doing quite well already. But if he can get even more kills with the back, there you go. Upor goes down as well. Jags opening up this entire thing with a triple kill. I called him the finish, 18-year-old finish wonder boy yesterday, and he's certainly living up to that. He is taken out now, but he's taken down 3 members on the side of Victus. Nades coming through. That's Oscar's own being picked up on the 1-eye disc. So a great start for the round for Tenstar, and all down to one player just pulling an incredible effort on the defense here.
100%. Nick and Oscar being left. 1 nade in pocket on Nick. And again, the Gemini replica can give them a little bit of information if Oscar can push up a little bit just to help to cover the back of Nick a little bit more. But Zanoxo ready and waiting at the end of 90 hallway. And here we go. The last nade really needs to be impactful. Doesn't land on anyone, but But now maybe this is a case of baiting out some of these players to come and take this engagement, but they're not falling for it, Snarl. They're not falling for it. Oscar picking up Diffuse and is going to make his way up the main stairs, I assume. And actually, no, it looks like he might go for a little bit of a wander. Probably trying to approach maybe from the office way to give a little bit of a pinch. Only time will tell. First Toxic Babe going out, but again, what can you do when you're in 2 versus 4, Snarl?
It's going to be difficult, and you're going to see the rotation going on to study here from Oscar. And you want to try and not have to run in through the same doorway, but at the same time it leaves you incredibly vulnerable. And we see there's someone playing inside of study as well, so Oscar's going to have a little bit of a surprise there for himself once he's going to try and enter it, because look on the left side there, it's going to be Junka, and there you go with the SMG-11. Nick's going to try to enter the premises on his own, but Tenstar, after that great opener by Jags, it kind of looked like it would go only one way, and it's this way. And Kangaroo Cranny is shouting over, "This is our way." 1 up for Tenstar.
So a cheeky little smile on Jegs' face.
Did he smile?
So he smiled.
He's
he
capable
did.
of smiling.
Finnish people can smile.
Wow. Well, I know Finnish people can smile. I was just surprised that Jegs could smile. He was like super serious. Like yesterday when Kangaroo Kenny got all up in his face, it's like you could see like he was trying to be very serious, Jegs that is, and just like, no, go away. And then he leaned his face away and it was this tiny little smirk.
Yeah, tiny
bit
smirky
like,
smirk.
"Oh, Daddy's proud of me."
No, it's good stuff. And again, a free K to really set the momentum for the side of Tenstar. I wanted to say, you know, it's similar to what we saw yesterday. That early engagement, it's not just 1 kill on the board. It's at least 2+. And that's something that Tenstar do really well. Those entry frags really going in their favor. But it's not, again, it's multiple kills at the same time. So you're really whittling down not only the player count, but the utility that they have in pocket to compete and execute that approach that they want to take, and where we're seeing the Finker being brought out, and that could be a little bit of an interesting one. I'm going to assume that's mostly down to the utility at the moment.
Have Thatcher and Kaid in play as well. You often see those two being banned away at the same time, but with all these new secondary utilities being swapped around a little bit in the introduction of EMP nades, you rarely see Thatcher banned anymore, and he's still an incredibly strong operator. And look at this, a conga line from Victus towards Aviator. EMP going out to try and deny a little bit of air. Why is it putting up close to the shiny? There are several people going, and the second kill has to be there, and luckily it is. But Skeptic is the one with the kit going down to Astro Stairs. He realizes he has it, going to try and hold his flank, but Eco's taking a lot of chip damage as well. They still do not have side control though, and Tenstar will be able to try and collapse back up here. They don't have control of Astro Stairs. Zenoxo has control of the hatch. Skeptic will finally try and plant this, but Zenoxo can try and do a little pre-fire. Nick is going to get that 1 kill. Another P coming out. That's a kill that you have to win, Nick. I do apologize for calling out like that, but you have to win those. And Zenoxo wins yet another one. Oscar in a post-ban situation will have to jump in, gets the first kill, but no. Tenstar will clean this one up. Unfortunate by Victus. They did identify a weakness. They tried to go for it, but the crucial gunfights were not won. You could say, oh, that's an individual flaw or fault, but it's unfortunate. It's a 50-50. You have to take those chances, because if you win those gunfights, we'd be sitting here praising Victus for how efficient they were. A nice, valiant attempt, but Tenstar shut him down.
Efficiency.
Yes.
Is the key word there, because again, look, the EMP going out, it wasn't just like, oh, we're just doing a rush for the sake of it. It was a calculated rush with the utility in pocket too. I just don't think they expected the shotgun to be ready and waiting.
Hello?
And at that point, it becomes a slogfest. Zenoxo, the Wonder Boy of Germany with that 2K, and yeah, Kenny giving it the big one there is what you like to see.
Oh man, that's why I love to have these cameras up and you get to see, like, Kenny is such a calm and calculated guy when you talk to him about Siege and stats, but when he's behind his players, he's backing them up, he's living it, and you'll love to see it. You'll love to see the passion in esports. Ladies and gentlemen, passion is half the game. We're going down to Kitchen for the tertiary site here, and Grace, the Pulse, you talked tremendous amounts about Pulse yesterday. Not too much, but just the right amount, because again, what is our keyword?
Information.
Information. There we go.
This is it too. And speaking of information, we've got the Mozzie and Mute to play for too. So again, we could argue that's to shut down all kinds of drones, Twitch drones, Flores drones, normal kind of house drones, all the drones. It's going to really take that information away from Victus now. Whilst Azir will be there, feeding that constant stream of intel to the rest of Tenstar. And we've seen them react quickly to it before. So let's see what happens here. Zenoxo holding this main stairs area just in case they do get a little bit of a push from that library side. And we're actually seeing Nick on Vidokaby with the EMPs in pocket as well, which we really love to see. Seeing it a lot in T1 at the moment, and for rightly so. Global utility to help hunt out those pesky roamers, and you've got the EMPs to get rid of your utility.
Mute could counter a little bit of the Dokkaebi calls, of course, but now that you have 5 EMPs on the side of Victus with Thatcher's 3 and Nick's 2, gonna do a little EMP trick in there because I want to make sure that get this opening open. I was gonna say, sorry, the wall opened. Just so they can have a line of fire here and apply some pressure. As they're going to try and get some information, as we said, the key word of the day, so they can relay that information to the rest of his team. And we saw some great collapses here on Villa yesterday on the specific side, thanks to the Pulse plays. And Xenoxa playing above just like it did yesterday, trying to utilize those hatches against the attackers with the information provided by Azur, or whoever was playing Pulse yesterday. I do believe it was Azur. Usually you would have the same operators for the same roles on a site, unless something else has been decided. And there we go, C4 being used again by Xenoxa. So, not really counting into much, as Eco is trying to come up the pantry stairs here, hold an angle again, opening up that wall so that you can try and cut off into China.
And I'm not sure they know that Eco is lurking there just yet. Might be a little bit of a... Actually, no, they do know now, so I think the little pre-fire there really does speak volume. So Eco's just going to hold on to this tight little angle for now and make sure nobody tries to push it. Few of his team behind him as well. Potentially another conga line incoming, but again, it's going to be a calculator conga line. They're going to have the utility behind them to deal with it. Jonka taking a little bit of damage there, though. But no kill just yet. No opening frag. About a minute to go on the board. Both teams playing this very patiently. Utility starting to get sent out. This could be the start of the collapse, but no Jonka. Opening pick onto Nick.
Opening ping onto Nick, and Oscar is in the hallway here. Can he win the gunfight against Jonka? No, not yet, but he's going to take a lot of damage here. Azur's just prepping the C4, waiting for someone to go above inside of Statuary, but no one's close enough yet. I do fear that a little bit of the tempo has gone out, or the momento's gone out from Victus here, and it seems like they're still trying to find where they can get an opening. Oscar's going out and chasing. He needs to get that opening so it doesn't become one-dimensional. And as I say that, Jonka's opening holes into his body as an Oxo will follow up onto Eco. You're portraying one back with a 2v4. Make that a 1v4 as YZN is ready as ever, and Skeptic here on Pantry Stairs is just going to be greeted with C4s. That's not the food he was looking for in the kitchen and the side of Skeptic, but that's what he's being served. 1v4 potential here for Skeptic. 12 seconds left to go. Is it going to be tough? Well, he's going to get the first one. He's going to get the second one. They're all lining up for him. Pistol kills. No, they're just swinging it. They want the kills. Jake's getting another one, and Tenstar third in a row. All 3 sites in their favor.
100%. There's a lot of respect going down here on both sides. Lots of patience, lots of constant calculation. That was just an unfortunate one. Oscar looking the wrong way, but after that it just started to unravel because the rest of the team, they know that time is ticking. They just have to get in. They have to get these entries under their belt, and it's just not going well for them there. The crossfires are there every time. The refrags for Tenstar, the positioning that they're holding, they're just constantly there to get that trade-off again and again and again, and it's something they do so well.
Do it so well.
So well.
They're such a good team.
Both. This is the thing.
They put the team in Tenstar.
Team Star.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
We did talk about this yesterday.
Yeah.
We did indeed.
Well, I did, and then I just made you follow up on it because it's like, it's my thing now. Call them a Team Star. I'm so funny. ABG. Back to ABG, the most preferred site here, and they look dominant. But of course, again, let's drop back a little bit. That was a great performance by Jags, getting a 3 kill on ABG here. And think about preferable sites. Yes, it's a preferable site for a reason, but it also means that attackers get to attack those sites more often than others. So sometimes they can actually play both ways. The attackers knows exactly what they have to do, and then it's like something like Demo touched on the desk. Who does the basics the best? And what are the basics for attacking ABG?
I mean, again, it depends where you're pushing from, really, but you ideally want to be clearing as much room as possible to make sure that your rotations are covered. And then you want to start to get some of these harder walls open, either that being Vault or, again, depending on how the study setup's looking, you can usually attack study. As we see here, you do have that line of sight being held by Victus, which is something we see quite frequently as well. So it can be a little bit trickier, and that's where you need that second dimension of pressure. It looks like Victus are going for that below approach. It's something we saw Tenstar defend really well yesterday, actually. So this could be a little bit trickier for Victus unless they put that prep work in, which I'm assuming they've had. And again, we really want to be mindful as to where these vertical holes may be for players about to approach that main lobby area as well. And so far, I think that's where the call is going to start coming through. So we're seeing Jonka start to make his way towards where this approach below from Victus is going to come from, and they can start to go for a little bit of a gunfight around this lobby area. Oscar yeeting himself into Art, trying to hunt down Jonka before he can put a little bit of a spanner into the works.
Spanner into a works or a massive sledgehammer on the side of Oscar, but it's going to be Jonko who counts him out. Is like, no, I'm just going to drive through. This is my hallway. And Jonko with his second first blood of the game, really picking up the pace here. German just saying, nope, this might be Italy, but this villa is mine. As Nick is still trying to hold above Azure here, but Azure can just sit here quietly in the main stairs, reading a book if he wants to. As long as the gun is pointed, he just wants to make sure that no one can come up these stairs. Now being, of course, backed up by YZN's smoke canisters as well. We'll be able to delay even more. Skeptic is still on a rappel outside of Study here, hoping he can get a pick, because this is what they need now, arguably, on the side of Victus. They need a pick so they can start opening this can that is ABG.
You know, speaking of picks, it's nice to see the alibi utility, and well, there we go. These are the pre-prepped vertical holes that I was talking about. Tenstar used them so well, so this is about to be a little bit of a bloodbath. The smoke canister's going out, but the Toxic Babe's also going out too, so that's going to give Azure a little bit of freedom. Managed to get the down and the pick onto Nix, and knocks over 2K there. Zero went onto Eco as well. Skeptic with a trade-off onto Yonka, but yet again left in a 1vx with little things to work with, to be honest, Snarl. What do you do in this situation? 20 seconds on the clock. You maybe look for a few exit frags, but this is where the team start talking and coordinating. Can they get this little cheeky exit pick? Only time will tell. A little bit of a ring around Rosie, and there we go. Zenoxo not willing to let you pad out your KD, and Tenstar once again giving it the big one. We love to see it. Again, just to reiterate, this is all friendly banter. Both
Even
these
Nick
sides
was smiling.
adore each other. They're good pals.
Was that Dai just shaking his head there? I was like,
Yeah.
oh, Kenny. I'll never change, Kenny, never change. So, tactical timeout being called here, and rightly so, I think, on the side of Vectus. Skeptic probably doesn't want to be, I mean, he does say it in his name. He's a bit of a skeptic, but having been in a 2-1 before, I don't think he sees too lightly on how Victus are going to be able to claw themselves back into this. A 4-0 thus far on Villa. And again, we did touch on it on the desk. We did touch on it here before the game that we do feel like Teamstar. See, I was going to say Teamstar now. Are currently the strongest team between the two. And Victus have arguably already gotten what they came for this weekend, the CL spot. But Victus did, of course, tweet out before the matchup, sure, we got what we came for, but now we want more. And that's what you want.
The more being that gorgeous trophy. It is so beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you've seen it.
If you haven't seen it, go to Victus. I think they added a picture of the trophy on the Victus. So go to Victus's Twitter channel and find that tweet. It's a gorgeous trophy.
I kind of want it for myself, but
I cannot guarantee that trophy will still be standing there when teams get there. And if a certain Norwegian is missing and got home early and has some extra luggage to declare, no comment.
it is really beautiful. It's a gorgeous trophy, and big ups the creators of that trophy. It is lovely to see.
You know the benefit, if Heroic wins it, they're now technically a Norwegian org, so that means the trophy might end up in Norway.
And then you'll get blamed for it.
No, well, I'm saying I can go and see it. I can go and watch it.
You could go and caress it.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm allowed to caress it. I think that would be kind of weird, but I would love to. Sweet caress of the NPL trophy.
Statue trophy. Speaking of trophies, we are indeed seeing an extended pieces of utility here from Tenstar. Lots of mute jammers around that library area, but it looks like Victus are going a little bit more direct this time. They're choosing to kind of take a little bit of that underneath again, whilst also going directly into that bedroom, get that wall open. It's a similar kind of situation from last time. Again, they're really not going to faff about with trying to gain all of that map control. They're trying to go direct. They're trying to go for the jugular a little bit, but again, we've seen how Tenstar's working this verticality. It could be a rinse repeat.
Could be a rinse repeat indeed. Drummer coming out, no Congo line this time around for Victus, because even though the plan was good, the execution was also decent, but it wasn't enough to net them around. And you usually just see one of those attempted, especially if they aren't successful. That just being a staple pick here, though, for Victus, and I like to see that because they're trying to get the most bang under the bucks, I was going to say, for the EMP nades here, to try and get these walls open, but also get rid of the ADSs, so you can potentially follow it up with a grenade or a flash to disable, of course, the ADSs. Now, a lot of this wall has been opened. a little bit almost to a detriment to the attackers, because if obviously you vault in and the defenders can see your feet first and you can't really see across, that's not a good thing. But it does seem like enough parts of the wall were open for them to have an entry point and some sight lines, at least from the window, to contest it. Now Oscar again, a little bit of a rotation for himself, trying to get himself up close to Astro or position along with the team. And we're seeing again a pretty much relatively one-dimensional attacker. We've seen Oscar sometimes going on with a little bit of his own, but he hasn't been as successful against Tenstar as we've seen him before, specifically on Cafe yesterday against Viperio, for instance.
No, it's good sometimes to have that one player go for like a solo dimension as well. When it's such a large map. It can really keep people off guard. But I mean, you know, speaking of off guard at the moment, yes, they've got those walls open, but they really need to start finding these entry points. And this is where things like the mute jammers, things like that can really, you know, put a spanner in the works, so to speak, because you need that information. Eco jumping in, taking a little bit of damage, but is now able to start to work these angles onto the side, maybe get a cheeky opening pick and allow a breathing room for Skeptic to get in. Well, there we go. Skeptic is indeed getting in. Yonka falling down, but Jakes is there to trade it back, as is Azir. Nick and Newport falling. Oscar getting Xenoxo. YZN also falling, but Azir is there to trade it back, as is Jakes with the 2K. Tenstar shutting down that execute like it was nothing. Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Blimey, jolly good stuff.
This is the thing, it's again, like, they're setting things up so well, they're having these really nice lines of sight. Even for most of that round, most of that sight hold was underneath.
The kill feed just exploded left and right, because with trades left and right, but it did seem like you could see for the Victus players, less intel on specifically where the players were at. So they're more like, you're just chasing around, you're hoping that they're in that general area, but you seem to lack that specific intel, I was going to say. So when things exploded, it exploded. But that's also something for casual players watching. Keep that in mind. What Victus did, if you commit to something, you have to commit more than just one person. You have to go in there, try and go where the gunfights are, help your teammates, or trade out your teammates. You can try and hopefully gain control of the map, because this is a object-based shooter. You want to try and get map control, you want to try to get objective control. And in order to do that, you need to kill people. You need to shoot people. It's game, by the way, so it's not as aggressive as it sounds. The Noxo prepping a window here from Study to do a little bit more shenanigans. And again, I would understand why they are so confident, because you're 5-0 up in the lower finals.
You're 5-0 up, and again, Jegs on a 1.33 KPR right now. So, I mean, he's certainly been putting in a shift. I was expecting YZN to go for more aggressive players, as we saw yesterday, but it's Jegs that has been absolutely dominating those early encounters. And, whew, God blimey, Mary Poppins, it's really good to see.
You're gonna fly in on an umbrella?
Imagine, on brand. On brand. Earpiece going through the wall, getting nice and open early in Pantry. Once again, giving Victus his long line of sight. But Tenstar, they're gonna be ready and waiting for it again.
Gonna be ready and waiting for them, but now, of course, currently just trying to get as much information as possible. The first minute of the round usually goes to just trying to find out where these players are and how to best make some holes in the defense and capture them. We're going to see Nick with the Ying. I think that's the first time we've seen Ying this far in this matchup, and those Candelas can be incredibly oppressive, and her gun is still an incredibly strong gun. Now Oscar still on a little bit one of those roams. Let's hope he's more lucky than Hungry was yesterday when he was going up here. And here we go into China. There's a player. No, he tried to knife him, and then he gets flashed. Luckily, he gets the kill through the flash. That could have turned very, very ugly. Jags are going to trade out on Eco in the meantime, and look at all the map control they have, but no one is covering Skeptic, because from Laundry they shall arrive, and there's more than one. There's a Jags, there's a YZN. Nick now in a 1v2. Can he clutch it out with the Ying? It certainly has more gun, or at least more ammunition. Gonna give away his position there, knows exactly where they are, can have the Candelas to swing it, but no, the timing is off. Xenox is ready in a 6-0, a perfect half for Tenstar.
Perfect half indeed. I will say, hats off to Victus. They've used a lot of creativity here with how they want to approach this map. They're trying things a little bit different to how they usually do it. But I mean, the strategies and the calculations are there. It's just the execution, especially when you've got Tenstar. You've basically just done their best interior design impressions. They've opened
look at
everything up. I mean, this, it's the Ying. It's the Ying. That is just unfortunate timing on the Candela. Oscar missing his knife, getting flashed. Still got the kill, though, may I add.
Yeah, he did, like I said, he did get the kill through the flash.
And they did open up space.
Yeah.
They did open up space. It's just those angles weren't being held.
The problem, just like you said, the problem there was Skeptic planting, very exposed for laundry. With laundry.
Yes.
Even if you don't know that there's someone playing inside of laundry, you should know that the hatch is open and that there are players above and that they can rotate and try and put pressure on Skeptic. Now, is that Skeptic planting in the wrong place? Is it because they're not holding the angles? Arguably both, which makes it a team mistake. It's a coordination mistake. It's perhaps they got a little bit too eager getting as much control as they did, because all of a sudden Kitchen was just all blue almost, and then it was all red, painted by blood. Bloodshed. Mayhem.
Bloodbath.
Bloodbath.
Bloodshed.
Bloodshed. Tenstar on the attack. First attacking round for them, and match. No, sorry, not match point, of course. Map point on Villa for Tenstar, and this is Victus's pick. And we did touch on it a little bit in the map bans. It's a little bit risky. It's a massive risky biscuit to take Tenstar to Villa when they were so dominant on it yesterday. And Victus, maybe it's them trying to go there and see what they can do to ruffle some feathers. But it is the lower bracket finals, and if you want that trophy, you're going to have to beat Tenstar so you can join Heroic, who has a one-map advantage, and try and get that trophy, because it's a very, very nice trophy. Did I say it's a very, very nice trophy? It's a very, very nice trophy.
It is indeed a very nice trophy. Oscar holding around.
In trophy. No, it wasn't. It was in a trophy. It was a trophy. Yes. Got him.
Jegs on the hunt for some of these pesky roamers. Speaking of pesky roamers, we do see Azir there on the Jackal as well, so that's really going to enable them to find some little footprints of the presence of Victus and hopefully get them down for the count before they can cause any kind of ruckus. Oscar, very aware of the fact that there is a Jackal slowly approaching, makes a little bit of a rotation to safety, but the angle there from the window,
Oh, no.
Jake's getting the pick there, YZN onto Oscar as well, and that's kind of crumbled that roam game a little bit, so to speak. Zenoxo having a little bit of a ring around the rosies around this pick area, trying to find the head of Nick as best he can, but Nick escaping to safety for now.
Is he really safe, Grace? Is he really safe? Tenstar's got 5 players. It's a map point. Nick is injured as heck, I was going to say. Skeptic and Eco and Nick will have to do a 3v5 here. And yes, it's... Oh, Zenoxo running off just a bit too slow. Eco, though, gets a hole in one, I was going to say, with Zenoxo dropping down a hatch. But still, 4 more players for Skeptic and Eco to kill. And it's... It just looks like 2 completely different teams are on the server here right now, Grace. The way that Tenstar has just dominated control, not just in terms of map control, but gunfight control, I would say. They're playing with such confidence. Jags 11-2, ladies and gentlemen. The 18-year-old Finnish wonder boy. Yes, the song by a certain band was, of course, made in his tribute. Ash is going to yeet out a couple of smokes. They're coming back in return here. Nade's coming out as well, trying to clear out a little bit. Might want to try and run into him. The Goyo Flames have been activated, though, I was going to say, or triggered. Eagle's going to be holding inside of games with Skeptic holding down the line inside of Aviator's going to swing, but it's going to be Azure to shut him down, and it's all up to Eco and a 1v4. Nice C4. Skeptic gets the Goyo fire, but YZN will close it out, and he looks like the Northern Angel there, Kenny, as he's posing. He is posing his way into map 2 with a 7-0 domination over Vectus.
7-0 bloodbath, 7-0 bloodshed. That was indeed Victus's map pick, so they're going to feel a little bit rustled under the old feathers. I mean, again, though, we saw how powerful Tenstar were yesterday on Villa, despite the fact of it, you know, how it was going throughout the entire series there for them. It's the fact that these angles, these setups they were constantly using, the approaches Victus were taking were kind of falling into, okay, we're going to contest them head on against this, but we're not going to bring that utility that we need. Or if we are bringing that utility, it's taken away.
Taken away. And what they were just all taken away, I was going to say. There's so many good gunfights here from Tenstar. YZN playing up closer to the shoddy, and was like, oh, that's a hell of a lot of Victus players coming in through my bathroom here. But again, there was all the trades, all the teamwork here from Tenstar. Again, we keep harping on about it. It's teamwork. Yes, there are a lot of individual efforts here, but keep in mind they are solidified by the teamwork, by the setup, by the commitment, by the team. They're always here to help each other. And if it's just to help each other to see who gets the kill first and can go home and say, I got more kills than you, that's all fine, because it contributes to the same goal, which is winning the damn game.
Winning the game indeed. I mean,
Yes.
again, it's going to be a tough one, this next map. It's going to be a tough one. We've got a map that Tenstar are very, very good at.
It still
Not
makes me
only good at in general, but good at against even teams like Heroic. They were doing a very good job of contesting that with Heroic.
Yep.
And it's going to be a dicey one for Victus. If they haven't put that prep work in behind the scenes, this could be a very, very quick series, Snarl.
I mean, we were dreading it. Let's be honest, we were dreading it. But someone else who's not dreading it, they're looking into dissecting that, and someone is going to be looking to be proved right. Ginny, Jerry, and Demo, take it away.
Someone looking to be proved right. Technically, every single one of us looking to be proven right, because we went on that Tenstar hype train, and oh my, did they deliver. They didn't drop a single round.
No, that was quite the drubbing. And I think we now officially have to retire the phrase, don't take Victus to Villa. That was really a dethroning, I think, of Victus. I was in the room when a lot of this was happening. I decided to make the call to head over there, see what the vibe was like.
Yeah.
It's a stark contrast between the gulf of those two sides right now. Tenstar, their comms, they are so rapid, they are on it, they are firing, the synapses are there. And Victus, I think the thing is, they're really trying, but they just don't have that energy, that willpower, it seems.
Look, I didn't want to bring this up on the desk, but
we will.
For me, I kind of assumed Victus would go into this. Their job's done for the weekend.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, their job is done. I think for Tenstar, it fits under the profile of, we could actually maybe go out and beat Heroic. I think they actually really do want to go and win that championship and actually go and win this. That's where I think the difference is. I don't think Victus are too bothered if they walk away with the trophy or not. Their main goal was to get Challenger League. Tenstar comes into the competition already knowing they're in Challenger League. Obviously, then they're going to try and want to win it.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
Yeah.
They're doing it the exact right way as well. You know, we talked about how they could possibly win it at the end, and it has to be done quickly. This is a marathon, and they have managed to get off that starting block very quickly now. Like Grace said, if this is a swift 2-0, then there could be hope for them at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, they did hit the ground running. Indeed, we had MVP show up for a couple of minutes, and it was Jags coming out on top, as well as Oscar for Victus. But what a game they had. We said Villa was going to be really important to set the pace for the rest of the series. You have Theme Park coming up next, very similar in terms of how they want to play that. Demo, how are you feeling about Theme Park?
I mean, that's Tenstar's map, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's right up their alleyway. Look what they've done in Villa. I will say I think Victus also fall into the curse that we usually see, where you go on to the Villa attacks and just everything is just, you're done.
Yeah.
That's what everything that we've seen Victus try and go for, jumping in the windows, just immediately killed off by Tenstar. So I think it was one of those where you can see the 6-0 go into the 7-0. But I think Theme Park, it shouldn't be as one-sided. I hope. But I'm not leaving anything to chance.
I'm hoping for a contest as well. You know the side swap's going to be in there in play. You know, this time around, Victor's like to start on the defense, right? That's a bit of an opportunity, a bit of an advantage for them to get their groove going, because they were struggling in that game. They were making the calls mid-round to try and find... They were doing a lot of probing, finding that entryway. I said earlier, their entry game was fantastic yesterday. They couldn't even get that done today. They were really struggling in the entries department. So, yeah, it's going to have to be a quick turnaround for Victus to get something out of this.
Yeah, Tenstar made it absolutely impossible for Victus to even win a single round. But thankfully for you, it's not impossible to win the giveaway, as there is an HyperX giveaway happening. Just remember that the word is sandwich. And again, it's spelled just so that we make sure that you guys don't misspell it in the chat and you actually have a chance of entering. Now, will Victus, however, be able to take at least one round off of Tenstar? Find out in the next episode of Tenstar versus Victus.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders to limited hand movement, so I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy, or something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then we got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends, or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect. And I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
Well, we know Jegs can step it up when it matters the most.
Jegs with a double kill, they drop, they collapse, and it works for them. My goodness, the role of Savage was certainly filled there, wasn't it, Ollie? But it was Jegs this time around.
As I did just deploy one previously, the Toxic Babes coming in, and the C4 there from Jegs as if on cue. Pat now drops to try and plant the diffuser and pick up where his teammate left off, but Jegs is there once again to see if he can achieve anything here. His teammate is down, so he's 1 versus 4, and he's now got to push through and find these kills in only 4 seconds. Grabs one, but Jegs is there to pick up the pieces and just to deal with one of the drones, but can choose to just move on out. Jegs gets a great kill there as he just Ferraris on Tequilius. Diffuser has been recovered there. Jegs knows that somebody's going to be pushing on through, picks up one onto Defele.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for him, and a double from Jegs with a DMR!
This is where we need a little bit of alternate pressure from Tenstar. We can see that's coming right now. We've got somebody hopping onto that big window. That somebody is going to be Savage. Jegs has dealt with Flexi. Unfortunately for Savage, the smokes have covered any potential he's got covering this plant. There's going to be a C4 below, but it's not going to be required just yet. Jegs takes down Oscar. C4 below still could be a factor here, but Rollo baits it out beautifully. Skyty, ace clutch to try and pull off this round. It's going to be a tall order. Jegs finishes things off. Fantastic round from him.
They absolutely have to.
Victus and Zenoxo once again has to come up huge. He's going to get the kill for one and swing the whole way.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for it with a double from Jags with a DMR.
Try and find a second on the spray, but Oscar, they won't be easy, but Oscar will get a second one. He's going to look for a third and finds it.
Onto U4, who is...
the shield.
Yes, manages to get the pick onto Kilius, but the plant is already down, but there we go.
Welcome back to map number 2 between Victus and Tenstar, and guess what? Map number 1 didn't really take that long. The wait took longer than that previous map, I'm afraid. Tenstar with a 7-0 shellacking of Victus on Villa. Now we're going to be heading over to Theme Park, Dream Park, and Grace. We had some pretty good games on Theme Park yesterday, but Victus, are we going to try, like, use our brains here and go, okay, Victus, what do they have to do to step up to get a single round as Upor is staring over at his adversaries?
Yes, a lot of back and forth going
staring,
on
but
there.
it's like waving, like, hello.
A little bit of a back and forth. I think this is the thing, right? We've seen a lot of Theme Park doing Tenstar on Theme Park yesterday.
Yep.
And they did a really good performance. It's a very strong map for them, so rightly so, they've picked it in this best of 3.
Right.
Victus, though.
Yeah, so to reiterate again to our viewers, 7-0 on Villa, on Victus's map pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, and this was the thing. Those early engagements on Villa were heavily towards Tenstar.
Yeah.
Not just because the opening pick was going in their favor, it was multiple opening pick. Their positioning was there every single time. Even if Victus would get a trade-off, we saw the kill feed go wild.
Yeah.
It was just constant trades. I really want to see the costs after this game, to be honest, because it's probably going to be stacked on the side of Tenstar. But if you're Victus, again, it's about these early engagements are the most important thing really going into this, especially given how important it is for a map like Theme Park, where you usually attack from those 2 balconies and make your immediate approach into the building. And you know that first room, 9 times out of 10, actually 9.99999 times out of 10, you're instantly into a gunfight. So you're either having to have that really accurate intel and really win your ones, or you're going to bring that utility in pocket to deal with the player you're coming up against, maybe a few flashes, things like that. We saw the Ying come through on that last map. Maybe we'll see more Ying. Maybe we'll even see a Ying ban, because they'll be hoping that maybe we don't want to continue. We know they're going to start throwing utility at us to deal with these opening encounters. So yeah, I think ideally, if you're Victus, that's what you want to do. You want to use the utility, get those opening engagements under your belt, into your pocket, and then the rest of the round will be a lot nicer. You can just have a bit more breathing room, so to speak, to work through your steps towards that execute. Once you're there, it's just a case of setting up, getting your lines of sight, collapsing in, hopefully plant down.
Hopefully.
But again, this is a map where, we speak of verticality on the last map.
Yep.
It's so important on this one too. We've seen a lot of beautiful
They're very similar maps in one way. It's just
they are
a lot of rooms, a lot of angles, a lot of corners that you have to cover around, and the verticality that you could use both ways, of course. An entire bomb site has almost half of its sailing is, again, verticality, just down it. But we are looking into some sound issues. That's why we're a little bit delayed. As you can see, it's not the caster sitting or holding you just because we want to get him some good talking points. It's the players and it's the computers. No, it's not the players, sorry. It's the computers, the hardware. Just give him a little bit of time. I do say, though, the black box is a good little box to be playing in. It's hot in there, and you still see players with the hand warmers. It's like a force of habit. Like, they didn't even remember, like, they didn't realize that they didn't have hand warmers almost like the first day. And then someone from UBL, I think it was Ash, who came up and just said, you know what? Hand warmers. We completely forgot about them because it's been so hot. And everyone's like, we'll probably be fine. It's hot. Now, everyone is sitting with hand warmers pretty much. Even the guy who's not playing is filling around with a hand warmer. It's crucial. So it's just nice to have like that sort of like something in your hands to just play with, I guess. There you go. Look at Nick. Going at it. Oscar, on the other hand, he's just waiting. He's just chill, calm and collected. Cucumber, I do believe Jerry called him.
He's just so stoic, isn't he?
He's incredibly stoic.
He's so stoic.
I went to the black box yesterday, and I was like, okay, I'm going to see, like, Oscar on the interviews, he's like, yes, no. Like, I think Ian got some answers out of it, but I guess that's probably because Oscar was, like, in awe of Ian Chambers, as we all are, of course. Shout out to Ian. But when he's playing, he's just calm and collected. He can be in the middle of the fire and a battle, and he's just sitting there, like just like he is now. Like I can't tell if he's playing or just waiting. That's just how Oscar is, and I have to appreciate that in someone so young to be that calm. It can backfire if your team relies on information from said player, but when it comes to nerves, it seems like Oscar doesn't really get thrown away by nerves. He didn't have the best performance on Villa though. And I'm hoping to see perhaps a little bit more of him on Theme Park, just because how crucial his opening picks have been throughout the NPL season that we're currently in.
100%, and again, it's usually Oscar that is the one taking those engagements in the get-go as well. And he's the one that's kind of helping to hunt for the heads
of
Kenny
exercising?
The enemy. And Kenny is potentially exercising, limbering up before he can start T-posing at everyone again. It is strenuous work, this T-posing.
It is.
Asserting his dominance across the black box, but no, it's I don't know. Oscar's obviously one of my favorite players in the entire tournament. I think he's just got so much raw talent and skill. The fact
Oscar
that
fan club, by the way.
He is stoic about things is just, it's a really nice kind of balance act, because I think if he was kind of being Larry and giving it the big and all the time, it'd be like very, not so much generic, but I think the fact that he is so kind of cool, calm and collected, but then you see him in the lobby and it's like a completely different person. Completely different person.
He's the most bloodthirsty person on a server, and you meet him and he's just like, hi. This is a guy slaughtering, mowing people down in the server. It's just like, hi, I'm Oscar. I don't even know what he sounds like. I haven't heard him talk enough to be able to tell what he sounds like. But anyway, all good for Oscar. So let's say Jags. I was currently talking about a little bit of duel between Jags and Nick, and YZN because of the narratives, and it's safe to say Tenstar won both of those. Just because the entire team just one of those. I thought it wasn't good individual performances there by Nick. I do believe the desk was asking for some of those because Nick has been a standout player for the teams I've been playing in. His second half for Ambush, admittedly, was not as good, but as some other people have pointed out, that was more of a team collapse as well. And obviously, if you're in a team and the team's not doing well, it can be very difficult for a player to stand out and do well because you rely so much on your team to be able to put yourself in those positions where you can excel. But I think whether like on the whole thing about Nick, is he acclimatizing to his new team? I would say it certainly seems so. It seems like he's starting to find a stride now. Of course, with the confidence boost from qualifying to CL, I think Nick, as we know him from Ambush, will return very shortly.
I think this is a thing too, like if we consider these player cams and how they were yesterday compared to today, there is a lot more smiling faces.
Very true.
On both sides. You know, Victus, they did just get a little bit steamrolled on that last map. And they're still smiling. Look, even Oscar's smiling now. Smiled. So it's you know, they're having a good time now. And again, it's the respect that both these sides have for each other. They're not kind of, I don't think Victus right now are angry or anything about the fact that Tenstar just demolished them on Villa. I think they're like fair play, to be honest. Like they played that really well. They were just the better team then. You know, and I think for both these sides, you know, they're both going to go into this hoping for another slogfest, but ultimately, however it goes, however this entire best of three goes, they're both going to be smiling at the end of it, realistically.
It sounds like a cliche, but already both of the teams are winners. In one way or another. They're both they're both the CL. Don't get me wrong. Like Victus, even though they lose, of course they would like to be in the grand finals and trying to get that trophy, but they have what they came for, and you can tell because there's just so little pressure, it seems like, on Victus now to perform, to really advance to the next stage. They felt like they got what they needed. Look, Nick cracking smiles as well. You rarely see this from a team that's just been demolished 7-0, and that's a very good point. There's no like serious faces. It's not like Viperia 86 yesterday when they lost a map and they were like all of a sudden sitting at their like computers ready to get back into map 3 because they wanted like, hey, we're not going to lose 2 games in a row, guys. Like, come on. And Victus now is just chilling and vibing, and you know, like Jags is getting ready. Pilot mode, just pulled down his microphone in front of his face. I was like, let's go. We have better things to do. We have a grand final to get to. But like I said, it's a good dynamic between the teams. Tenstar are already winners, of course, as well, because they have CL spot. And they're looking very confidently towards that grand final against Heroic, who did beat them yesterday. And Heroic will have a map advantage in a grand final against one of these two teams. And that is a massive advantage. I think rarely, if ever, that we've seen a team with a map advantage lose the grand final. But ladies and gentlemen, as we are heading over to Theme Park for map number 2 between Victus and Tenstar. I was going to say Teamstar again. It's stuck in my head now, sorry. Tenstar. And let's hope that Victus can at least get a round before we start going. But Banface, Grace, talk us through it.
I mean, again, in theory, I feel like this should be a Ying ban from Victus right now, but we will see what they will do. And if they leave that Ying on the table, I think Tenstar are going to have some pretty happy faces on them indeed. It's actually the Ash ban we're seeing, so lots of soft destructibility being taken away. As we've mentioned, you know, many times this weekend, since these changes recently, we're going to see a lot more Ash and Zofia again. So, bit of a blast from the past. But Nook as well being banned out, of course. We don't want to deal with that kind of silent utility, but also those nades in pocket too. That, however, does leave Ying on the table. Yep. And this is where I'm a bit like, ooh, Tenstar starting on that attack. We saw them not only use the Ying for the collapses yesterday when they were getting inside, but also to roam clear from the above of the map into the southern. You know, we saw it around Lab. The Ying Candelas coming through as someone would push in and chase up the player that was on that roam, the Mirror and Valkyrie. Similar bans to what we saw yesterday again. The Mirror just really enables, you know, you get these long lines of sight, but with the Mirror window there as well, it's a little bit of safety to duck and weave in. They don't know when you're about to bob out either. They can't react as quickly as if it was just like a shield. They can't really get rid of that utility as easily if it was just a shield too. So. That's a strong ban again. And yeah, the Valkyrie, of course, getting that intel off the board.
We saw a lot of good Valkyrie plays on Theme Park.
We did.
Again, what is the word of the day?
Information.
Yes. And she provided a hell of a lot of information for her teams yesterday on Theme Park, and that's why get rid of Valkyrie. Those Valkyrie camps, when they're like, even when they are in positions that are arguably well known for the players, it's easy to lose track of them because you're dealing with people shooting at you, you're dealing with tons of information from your players, you're dealing with so many things. And yes, Grace is fist bumping next to me because guess who's a Noxo's going to be rocking like he did just yesterday. What's her name?
Ying.
Ying.
Who's
winning this duel?
But this is it. It's again like they were using that Ying vertically every time, sticking it to the floor. I love to see it. A little bit of banter.
Again, what we were saying earlier about the pressure and about the good mood between his two teams.
That's it, isn't it? Like they know each other. Again, YZed, he played in Victus for so long. And it's like these two rosters, they are like brothers within the NPL family almost. And
brothers in arms.
Twin brothers. And it's just a really nice thing to see that they are having a good time and being quite fun with it all. Especially given how much bloodshed we are probably about to witness. A little bit of roaming yokai as well is what we like to see nowadays. And well, what do we also like to see is that lovely little opening pick there. Jegs taking down Oscar from the get-go.
It's just Jegs again, isn't it? Just Jegs again. 18-year-old Finnish wonder boy coming through. Joining himself into Cafeteria, Eco is going to try and rotate now. Jegs will get some information or be expecting it, and there you go. It's Junka instead because there's more than just one player with the first letter being J who can shoot. Junka getting a kill spot with the Thermite, and again already here for Skeptic is being under a lot of pressure. Jegs gets the kill, but at least Nick gets to respond towards his fellow countryman. But again, round number 1 on Villa was down to Jegs getting a triple kill and just wreaking havoc. And we're seeing that now as well. We're even seeing the Echo drones just being used by Upor to just, hey, hello, I'm just gonna leave. If I can't shoot you, at least I'm gonna stun you a little bit. I'm gonna be a little bit annoying. 2v4 already in this round, and we're barely halfway through it.
Absolutely, and here comes that verticality, the sledge really opening up these lines of sight. And again, I'm expecting to see these Ying start to get prepped as they will probably make their way down. Actually, no, Zanoxo's just going straight to split, although again this could be that they want to take a bit of barrels, but for now YZN again, but all important verticality. You get that nice long line of sight all the way into Pizza, all the way into columns. The shield's still in pocket on Upor actually, which is a little bit risky biscuits to be honest now, especially when they're in a 2 versus 4. Maybe this utility will get placed very, very soon though, as soon as they know where this push is coming from.
Let's just hope they don't rely too much on the Azami. rather than putting down the shield, but at least he still has time if he wants to pick it up. Little nade coming down towards the pizza oven, which is a well-known place for people to be sitting and running out, and Nick's going to try and swing here and contest this. It's going to win the pre-fire against an Oxo. That is crucial, a 2v3, and that is not impossible in Armory Throne Room, because again, it can be a notoriously difficult site to push into when you need to get players on the board. But Pizza Wall has been opened. Players are starting to enter the pizza area. Junk is going to try and get down a placement. Now, Uport does have an Echo Drone. Has he been able to use it, or has it been destroyed? I do not know, because the plant is going to go down. Nick's going to try and swing out behind the pizza wall. The Echo Drone has been destroyed. The chassis has been swung towards, but Junker will shut him down, and they know where Uport is. This 1v3 post plant. Uport with a good pre-fire there. That's good at least, but still 2 more people to kill. Now they're just going to run upstairs. They might have some vertical angles and everything. Tenstar's going to, or YZN will get it at least. Uport's going to try and bait out a little bit, because there's still a lot of time, but Azure back onto site, because a little bit risky here. It's going to try and duke it out once more time. And there we go. Kenny, chatting again. 1-0. Still no rounds so far this series for Victus. A troubling sign indeed.
And that's the importance of the verticality on that site specifically. You open up the floor, even when your teammates are planting, you open up a little bit more, and even if everybody downstairs dies, they can't really go for that defuse, especially if it's just Upor left by himself and you're kind of just stood there like death from above, essentially, because at some point that timer is going to tick down. They are just going to have to stick in, and then job's a good un.
Job's a good un. Good un.
Good un.
Good un job.
It's just, again, these kind of similar things that we are starting to see, really, when it comes to theme park. It's very kind of bread and butter, I'll say. Bread and butter.
You nearly went there, didn't you?
I did. I
had
to.
You had to catch yourself in it.
I was like, I'm not going to say it.
Cards and you have your stamp just hovering above
No one's getting stamps for me today. The
shield. They did get it
yesterday,
though. So anyway, but ban is going to be picked out here with bulletproof cams as well. Azami is still on the board because she wasn't banned by Tenstar this time around, and the other team didn't ban Azami. Thus, she's open. Go figure. We saw some use of it in the previous round. I mean, she was brought so. Even Upor was like, I don't need a shield. It's like, I got Azami. But again, Victus, it's and then again, the opening kills are going in the way of Tenstar, it seems like, almost all the time. Yes, okay, Tenstar had the defense on Villa. You could argue that Victus didn't get to show many of the defensive rounds, but even so, the narrative still continues that the vast majority of the First Bloods go the way of Tenstar, and they seldomly throw away an advantage, and that's something that Victus will have to work on, and again, it's about team effort and win. It's very difficult to say, hey, start winning gunfights. Okay. I didn't plan to, but now that you told me, thanks, coach.
Yeah.
Best coach ever.
I mean, again, you know, we speak of the long lines of sight that you can hold in this map as well. The alibi coming through again, and there we go. Nick getting that beautiful pick there onto Jegs, of all people, having a particularly spicy day today.
Very spicy day. See, Nick got it. He got the memo from Coach Snurleaf. That's okay. I'll send you the bill in the mail. Let's see how they can play with an advantage here now on the side of Victus. We heard the first Docker AB phone call coming out here, and not really taking down any of the Victus players, but might be enough for them to rotate and gain Tenstar some ground so they can start setting up for this execute. Pings are coming out towards Nick, who's taking a little bit of damage as well. I do believe that was on ping number 2. Regardless, Nick's the one who's taking damage. Yes, he is indeed under a lot of pressure. Thank you so much to Medic. Thrown out a lot of flashbangs here. The Wamais will try and cover him, but he will be flashed, and Azure will be finally able to clear that one up. Keep in mind the site is bunk and not office initiation, so Nick did stall some time, but this means that Tenstar will be able to crawl ever closer towards the site.
Crawling closer indeed, and I think Victus are very aware of that, battening down the hatches, so to speak, more towards that bomb site now, and looks like rightly so. Because of that, we're going to see an additional dimension being applied to this attack by Tenstar. A little bit of a cheeky rotation over the roof, and potentially some additional pressure is going to start happening from that arcade, from that cafe. the patience Victus
I was
is
going
showing
to say,
right
like,
now.
it's like silence before,
Yeah.
it's the quiet before the storm. That's kind of building into that as well. But as I say that, Junko's going to be able to get rid of Uper, and all of a sudden, the armor advantage that Victus had has now been thrown for the wind. And it will give a massive advantage to Tenstar, because when someone goes into plant, they will still have 3 guns being able to hold off the angles. Eco, though, trades one that back, and then Skeptic another one, so this goes going all back and forth. And now Skeptic with a double, that is huge, and Skeptic with a triple, stepping up individual in the first round for Victus makes die go very happy. And yeah, come on, keep talking, yeah. 1 round though out of how many? Like 9. Yeah, there we go. Ken is pointing it out. Okay, thumbs up.
I love it so much.
There we go. Even getting the sarcastic applause from Tenstar. You guys got around. Well played. I mean,
oh, that opening pick by Nick.
It's crucial. It's crucial. See, Nick got the memo. Start winning gunfights. Okay.
He didn't, and this is the thing. I think then, you know,
Great work for
Tenstar
Skeptic,
set
though.
up to try and start applying pressure. Maybe Victus weren't expecting it, but Victus just cleaned up shop, and
Yep.
Skeptic had a moment of like, yeah, I'm going to win my ones. I'm going to win my ones, collect
All
those
my
kills,
ones.
and no one was there for the refrag. At least they were attempting to go for the
Yep.
refrag, but he was just hitting the shots ultimately. That
Yeah.
came down to that nice little gunfight towards the end when they decided it was go time.
It was
and
more
Victus stayed
1v1s
back
than it
and
was
let
really
them
2v1s there against Skeptic, and that's where you kind of even the playing field here for the one who's in a tricky situation, where you just keep handing in this 1v1s, trickling in, and it's like, okay, 1, and then 2, and then 3, rather than having 2 people pressuring him at the same time, so we will have to change his direction of fire, etc., etc. All those basic stuffs that you like to see in Siege. Skeptic on a very sneaky spawn peek. They are expecting it. Azure will be tagged a little bit, but to Skeptic's credit, takes no damage whatsoever, because it can be really tricky, because players will be expecting this kind of stuff at this level, especially in round number 3.
Absolutely, this is where it's just gonna, again, we talk of slogfests.
Yeah.
Certainly the slogfests are incoming. YZN making their way into barrels nice and early, and no real contention just yet. It looks like they're going directly into sight, actually, Snowball. It's a full storm into Peter, and there we go, the Ying's coming out. Yonker and Azza taking down Nick and Upo. Oscar with the trade back onto Azza, but that diffuser is going down. Sunuxo with the pick onto Oscar as well. A 2 versus 3 post plan. Can Eco try and do something here? The ring around roads around the doorways, and Sunuxo shuts him down. It is just 1 player of Victus left. It is Skeptic, and he had a moment for last round, but can he clutch this out for his team?
30 seconds left on the defuse, and we'll need 7 seconds to defuse that one as well. And then 1v3 for Skeptic. Didn't go so well the last time. He did get those 1v3s, I was going to say. 10 seconds left, though, and he's going to have to find 3 kills. It's going to be awfully difficult here, because now the same site that is notoriously difficult to attack is now notoriously difficult to retake. All the shots coming out. Time stricken down. Now officially there. He won't have time to defuse. Can he pad his stats, though? We do not know, but we do know that Tenstar will go up to 2-1.
Really good use of utility there as well by the side of Tenstar. Yeah, we could take that gunfight to you. There's 3 of us, there's 1 of you. Actually, no, we'll just yeet a few flashes towards you. Again, it's this idea of the plant goes down. Time is then the 6th attacker. We say it all the time, but this is a thing. Skeptic in a 1 versus 2. These very tight choke points as well, especially once you get to that position where you are actually off-site.
Yep.
It's difficult, especially then they have the flashes in pocket.
Yep.
They just, you know, glide those towards you. You can't really do anything. You have to pull back in case they try and swing at you. And yeah, if that was really well played in the post-plant by Tenstar, 100%.
It was. And again, very helped there by, of course, the architecture, I was going to say, or the design of the bomb site, because you only have 2 entryways. If the walls aren't open, it is notoriously difficult when you have 3 people watching 2 doorways with their guns. Setting up here, though, for Initiation Office. The first time we're going to see that one on this in this series. Forgive me. Just still 1 more round. It's just still 1 round for Victus. It's not looking too good for them in a way that the previous round was won. But again, down to Tenstar just being completely in control of the information game and taking the openings when they see them. Skeptic is going to try yet another spawn peek. This one should be more successful. Jags does go down in an injured state, but unfortunate with those first couple of shots, they're arguably a little bit more accuracy, and Jags will be taken off the board, but at least it stops Tenstar in their tracks, and Jags has a hurt ego at least.
It does, and again, it delays that opening engagement a little bit, even if you don't get that pick. If you got the pick, it's great because you've, you know, got that first engagement under your belt, but even so, it's delayed this approach from Tenstar, and you know at that point vaguely where they're going to come from, and it kind of puts a rustling in the jimmies of Tenstar, because they're like, okay, just in case they do that again, we're going to have to be a bit more mindful, get some information here, maybe use some util, and I mean, speaking of information, Skeptic now has the information that there's people lurking around this window. Maybe he'll go for another run out. That could be very bolshy, though, if he does, but he's being a little bit cheeky this game. Azir there with the pick onto Nick as well, but Zenoxo on this glass, looking for that little outline of destiny to find some of these heads.
Outline of Destiny, which will turn into Outline of Doom. That's what your Destiny has in front of you. But Skeptic, looking inside of maintenance, can he be able to swing it? And a bit unfortunate, again, Jags a bit lucky there to escape with his life. And if he will be able to return the favor towards Skeptic, karma has turned indeed, as the Nox will pick one up. And there we go. Jags says, thank you very much. Okay, you got your 2 attempts to get me killed. I only needed 1. Sit down, as Upor's trying to push the office showers. There's still Glass being played here with the suppressive. Why is that end taking now Eco? Again, with the 1vx for Victus. It's Upor in a 1v5 and things are looking grim indeed for Victus yet again.
Grim indeed, but there is a lot of intel denial, and well, that pick's certainly going to help as well. Zenoxo falling down, so we're seeing a little good night in chat. I love the way that these players are being with each other today. It's really warming the cockles, but there we go. The plant is going down. Upor very aware that there is someone on top of Dragon's Stairs. They're going to try and take this gunfight. Unaware that that diffuser, there we go, is about to be planted. A 1 versus 4 retake that they now have to do. And again, little information, which is ironic given the amount of mute jammers that was actually hindering Tenstar a little bit.
And now they have an Auto Shield to play with as well. Look at this. YSL is just playing with a sledgehammer there as well. And as Upor's going to try and rotate, Jax is waiting. The guy who should have been dead in the opening gets the final kill and gets to kill the guy who downed him as well. It's the perfect round, I was going to say, for Jags. It's like, oh, okay, you try to shoot me, I'll shoot you back, and I'll shoot you harder. There you go. 3-1 for Tenstar. It's just not looking good. Look at the zoom here. I don't know where we're zooming. We're zooming at smiling faces? There you go. Look at the smiling faces. Look at Kenny. He's having the time of his life.
This is the thing. I think both sides are, though. Both sides are having a really good time with this. And we did say it was going to be a slogfest, and the aggression that we're seeing on both sides is certainly, you know, highlighting that, I'd say. And it's just, I love the fact that Victus are going to do yet again with the wiggly finger.
Wiggly finger.
I love that.
Is that like a player, is that like a player management kind of thing there? Because Ken is like always up in the face of Jax, and Jax is just like, oh, stop embarrassing me. It's like, you're just better than them, Jax. You're just better than them. It's like, I know, get away, get away.
I think that it's nice to see that Victus are trying to bring more aggression in that early round, that immediate engagement. Again, I think
is that in coordinated aggression?
I think it is to an extent. I mean, again, I think Skeptic was... Well, Skeptic is kind of landing his ones today, so I think he kind of feels like he can go for those engagements. And again, this is a map where the spawn peaks are aplenty. And it can be very nasty. You can get these really horrible little pixel angles as well. And again, remember, they've got the Azami utility in pocket too, so if they wanted to, they could utilize some of that as well for these little pixel angles for those early engagements too, and that's when things would certainly get spicy. But for now, most of that utility is being used more around the site.
Oscar utilizing his ability on Oryx to climb up the hatches here. Phone calls are coming out, so Tenstar's going to try and attempt to gain a little bit of ground here inside of Theme Park. Definitely asserted dominance in this series, though, as they have 10 rounds and Victus a single one over the course of these 2 maps thus far. And it does seem like we're getting that little bit of a level difference that we did talk about in the desk and before this game. Maverick is here to open up some hatches and not any hard breach. Are they expecting Oscar to be there? Hopefully there will be a drone coming out, and there you go. The drone is even in the same view, to think. Some little toggles coming through, but they're not expecting it because Az was on top of Red Stairs, or Dragon Stairs, sorry. And Oscar was just taken down and rotate around. So that was a little bit unfortunate there with the droning, because Oscar heard the drones and he knew that he was, his days were numbered in terms of sitting where he was. And the rotate was able to pick one up. Good on Oscar. And again, a good start for Victus, but we've seen before, Victus get the opening kill and then not able to utilize it.
There we go. There are those keeper barriers as well that's now delaying that entrance into Cash.
They can just punch them, though, so I don't know.
They can punch them, but it's still a little bit of a time waste. So Noxo there on the Dokey, taking on Skeptic. Nick falling too as Jax gets his one. And yeah, it's starting to go in the favor of Tenstar getting these engagements under their belt. It's clearing up this breathing room. They can start to apply pressure towards the site. They can start to gain that map control, Snurl.
Well, the map control. Numbers advantage for Tenstar again. Look at this drone. They know exactly where Oscar is. The ping's going to come in here to try and pinpoint him as much as possible so Xenox or someone else can swing and just shoot in that direction. There we go. Trying to see if they can get a little bit of flick on it. Drone calls coming out. Again, trying to advance there. 50 seconds left. Keep in mind that the site is still firmly in control of Victus, but the pressure is about to come here now. Less than 45 seconds. They're going to have to try and do something about it. As the Eco's been shut down inside the vault. Flash nades on himself. The YZN is going to stall him a little bit, but still 30 seconds to go. And a lovely little overview here by Medic to show us what's at stake here. And there you go. Eco's inside a vault. Seems like Xenox was a little bit ignorant there on that perspective, but Xenox gets straight back. Oscar going back as well. This is looking better for Victus because now it's only 1v2 for Jags, but it's Jags of all people. 17 seconds to play for, and he can get 2 kills. He will also be able to salvage this round. Kit's on the floor. The Bulletproof knows where he is. There's someone down on the left there. He hears someone shuffling. Is he expecting him to be prone with the pistol? No, he's not. And Oscar will get Victus their second round of Theme Park.
Second round indeed. I mean, that was going really in Tenstar's favor there. I didn't know if the house cams got hacked then or not, but
good point.
I'm not sure if Tenstar were utilizing that just yet. Again, I really realistically looking at the positioning that the players were in, we didn't really see how that would have benefited them really, unless there were kind of bulletproofs on the table as well. But yeah. Oscar saying any drones. We love to. I mean, to be fair, hats off to Victus, because that is one thing that they have been doing pretty well in these last few rounds is, you know, the mute jammers have really been denying all of this drone intel that Tenstar are trying to gain. So there's a lot of moments where, you know, even if these pings are coming through, even, you know, they had one drone, as we said, that was facing Oscar and it was giving that live ping, but there were no nades on the table to actually deal with that. It had to be a gunfight.
You also had the Aruni gate to cover him there, if I remember correctly, as well, and that particular doorway. So it becomes a bit difficult to contest Oscar there, and he's constantly on the move. He's shifting about like a little sneaky boy that he is. Going back down to Armory has not been successful for Victus a single time, even though it seems to be the most preferred one. So it's not looking too good for them, but they'd rather go there than elsewhere. So let's hope that Victus have something to respond to here. Like you said, the anti-intelligence game, I was going to say, from the side of Victus has improved. It's all about denying that information to Tenstar so that the team doesn't get anything to work with. But then also, you're still faced with the threat of fighting against players like Xenox and Jags and gunfights. But with the lack of intel, usually it favors the defenders, because the defenders will be expecting exactly where the attackers are coming from because of all the noises they make, where the drones are coming from, etc. So there will be holding angles, but we are playing at LAN, ladies and gentlemen, so which makes it even more even-sided, I was going to say. So can't always count on those speakers' advantages, etc. anymore. Jags starting a little bit of control for himself just outside the cafe corridor as he's waiting for a drone to join him out and see if he can gain some more vertical control here, clear it out so they can start getting this office vertical opened here, Grace.
Absolutely, and Skeptic's constantly feeding that information to the side of Victus as well, going through those house cams, looking at those bulletproofs, trying to work out where this approach is coming from. So, you know, yes, Tenstar have that Dokkaebi, so they can start to get an idea as to where Victus are lurking, but it works both ways, of course, as well. And why is they down on a little bit of a hunt here around this Dragon Stairs area? I think they're aware that you four may be there. Why is they actually taking a lot of damage there? So rightly so is going to kind of hold back just a little bit.
Wise decision there. It was able to tag YZM without taking any damage in return. But the ping here for a player in storage, do they know he's there? Do they know that he's been droned out? Or does Eco know that he's been droned out, rather? He is still rotating or shifting away, though, but knowing precise or roughly where he is enough for the attackers to know what to be careful of. And also a player inside of lockers, that would be Nick. A drone, though, will be able to spot him on the way back. And keep in mind, the angle is held there, and Jags from Yellow Stairs would rain the death. And perhaps Nick should have been expecting that, but it's difficult to say because do they have the intel that someone had come down the Yellow Stairs? Didn't seem like they had, because Nick certainly didn't seem like he was acting like it was. Now, Eco, great coordination there for Tenstar. Flashbang coming through, Acer swinging, taking them down, and again Tenstar, whenever they have the intel, whenever they're able to set up, as we get an impact trick here onto one of the Selma charges, are just oh so good at what they do. Pizza wall going to be opened with a thermite charge. That's also a way to cook a pizza, I guess, but just not hoping the best with the results. There's a smoke canisters coming out. U4 with tons of damage. Oscar on the rotate going down as well. It means it's only Skeptic alive. He's going to have to ace clutch this with 19 seconds left to go. No, U4 is actually still standing. My bad. Didn't see that properly. But still, there we go. Skeptic getting a smoke kill. Skeptic getting a second. Getting down as well, so it's only Jags alive. 8 seconds left to go. It's 2v1. It's YZN and Jags versus U4, who's very, very low. And YZN will get the swing. I was a little bit confused, but it doesn't matter because in the end, Tenstar still reigns supreme.
It's such a pants wall to have to collapse through because you've got
pants wall. That's what you said. I was like, what were you saying? Oh, pants wall.
Yeah,
okay, there you go.
It is like that. You've got
that's a negative thing, by the way, children.
A 90-degree angle that it's like left or right. Which way am I facing first?
Yeah.
Like again, if you don't have the information for that exact location, are they to my left?
Yep.
Are they to my right? It's a 50-50. They're going to be one of those sides 9 times out of 10. But yeah, ultimately, again, why is it then? Just for confidence to take these engagements. Okay, I know where you are now. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to take this gunfight.
They're going to have to because that's the difficult thing with power positions, right? Like these incredible powerful decisions. Like I said, we have those 90 degrees that the attackers will have to worry about. You have to contest it at some point. We did see, however, YZN try and swing from split there. I do believe. No, it wasn't YZN. I can't remember who it was, but someone trying to swing from split. Coordination just a little bit off, but they weren't able to trade off and went to the favor of Skeptic or Upor, where was playing by Pizza. I do believe it was Upor. I thought he was dead, but it was Oscar who was injured, and I just quickly glanced over, and he had a very, very sliver of HP. So there you go. But still, it doesn't change anything because Tenstar still won that round. We're having a small technical pause here. Some of the players are experiencing some issues. I don't know if it's one or several, but we'll look into it. Rehost was called by Victus, if I remember correctly, and we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. But Grace, 4 2.5 as Kenny is continuing his exercising regime by using Jags as a punching ball here. Karate! Karate!
Why is he just constantly terrorizing
I don't know. I mean, by the way, other martial arts forms are available, but it seems like Kenny's preference is karate. And I don't know. He's making Jags smile a little bit at least, I guess. Maybe it's because Jags is Jags Is Jags the youngest one on Tenstar? So maybe it's just a little bit like I'm looking after you. I got you.
Maybe it's a little bit of that.
Or just Jags needs to be bothered a little bit because otherwise he gets complacent.
No, I think it's just the way that they are with each other. To be honest,
yeah.
I think one thing that's going to be really interesting again, Tenstar going on this defense now. I think they're going to be a lot stronger.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm like, okay, if you're Victus, what util are you then going to bring? You know, we spoke last time of the fact that they needed to get these early engagements under their belt. Tenstar were willing to bring that aggressive initial gunfight like it was nobody's business.
Nobody's business.
Nobody's business. And again, we can even see by the cameras here, you know, yes, it's a tech pause, but Tenstar are kind of getting up. They're having a little chat with each other. They're roaming around. And
toilet breaks probably.
Yeah, Victus are kind of very much keeping their heads in the game here. Again, they know that this is potentially the last map if they don't win this. So this is where they have to have that strategy down. This is where they have to be, again, bringing that utility on their attack to deal with those initial engagements and get these opening picks under the belt. And again, even if, you know, say, for example, YZN, a wild YZN appears. You know, it's at least having someone there for that aggressive refrag.
It is. And I think another thing that really comes into play here is map control. Like, okay, some of these like opening picks can arguably it seems like Kenny's going to be playing the next round, by the way, so they're doing a little like sneaky, like he's going to put on like a fake mustache or something and be playing. It's definitely not Kenny sitting there playing. But some of these like first pickings might just be because players are aggressive and roaming around a little bit on their own. But again, about the map control, the more map of the map that you control, that is in your control, the less you have to worry about. You know, if you're pushing from the one side of the map, and you know there's no stairs clear like nearby where the defenders can come back, you can slowly push towards the defenders, and you can start sort of shutting your fist around them. Because the worst thing that you can experience as a defender, even though you're playing as an anchor, is to be completely shut down in a corner and the attackers know exactly where you are because you have utility on that side to exactly prevent those kind of things, to try and flush you out of those power positions, to try and stun you, to try and open up new areas that they can apply pressure to you from, be it vertical, be it from a soft wall close to you, and establishing like a mini base of operations for Tenstar. They're leading the push from one side of the map to the other. Yes, you have to keep that control as well. But that's why we see teams usually favor one side push from over another, because they have less areas to come back and regain that control from the defenders. Less aggression that they have to be worried about, really.
100%. And I think with Tenstar as an example, they have a really good use of utility and the timing of that utility.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes, especially with things like smoke as an example, okay?
Yeah.
You've got 3 toxic babes in pocket.
Yep.
You have to really be resourceful with them.
Yep.
If that main breach wall into site is open,
yep.
you know, okay, I can have this much time in my belt that I can really play with here.
Yep.
But we've seen that Tenstar, you know, they'll use a toxic babe, then they'll try and go for a gunfight if someone tries to go for that collapse. Then they'll use another toxic babe, then they'll use another one. At that point, they've burnt down enough time where I feel the defense feel comfortable enough to then be like, yeah, it's not going to be as aggressive from them. It's going to be a little bit more flurried. We can just hold some angles, and most likely we will win, because they don't have the information at this point. Because again, if you're delaying that push and then the drones are still coming through but they're being shot out, people move as soon as drones are shot out. So your refreshment.
You rarely get that moment where people shoot out a drone and they're like, they're expecting me to move, but I'm going to stand here and shoot at them. You rarely get that. Like you always want to be on the move, because you know that if you hesitate for even a second or like a split second at this level, once they know where you are, and that's why I was a bit harsh with Nick earlier there when I said that he probably should have expected someone was in the yellow stairs. But it's like, you know you're in lockers. You know they saw you in lockers. There's a drone there. You should always be expecting at this level that there is a player of the enemy team somewhere, and you try and get a pre-fire. If he had pre-fired left, I wouldn't have cared. At least he would be aware of, okay, I have to play as if someone is just around this corner. And we saw that so many times yesterday from players on Team Tenstar, for instance. I keep almost saying Team Star all the time now. But anyway, and because whenever they were positioning or repositioning, or if they were droned out, they were always doing pre-fires. And sometimes you can get some really good fadeaway kills and really good repositional kills there, because you are smart enough to know that the most likely angle that they will be holding is this area. And that only comes down to experience. You can't read up on every single possible opportunity in Siege about this. Yes, you can have the more likely ones, but experience as a Siege player really comes in where you're in those situations. You have to make those split decisions, because it's like muscle memory in traditional sports. You just know what to do. You don't think about what to do.
You just do it.
You just do it. Just do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. And we're finally back on the map as well. So my little hope for Victus on the attacker is, or my mantra for them is, just do it. Do it indeed.
I mean, you know, we're already seeing, I mean, that's a questionable op pick from Oscar, but again, we've talked about how clever this op can be when it comes to most maps. Fella, on the larger scale, I'll say, again, it allows you to just make that quick rotation across floors essentially as well, and you can get some really powerful positions and add multiple dimensions to the way that your approach is going. The Flores drones as well, most likely going to be used to clear just so much utility. Interesting to see on the main stairs as well. Probably we'll see a bit of that in Cafe also to clear that shield utility out on the side of Tenstar too. So
Sorry,
it's just about...
I just thought it was a little bit funny because it was just a Twitch drone, and like the friendly Big Brother Twitch drone was like, hello, Big Brother, there's utility for you to clear here. I can't clear it, so you need to clear it. And it's like, okay, even the drones have designated roles in this game. The Twitch drone is like, I can't do anything about this. We need another drone. Send in the bomber drone. And hi, Uport on the Twitch drone spots that someone is indeed playing in yellow stairs, one of those positions that we talk about that is crucial for the defenders to hold on to try and apply pressure. And then Zami, again, coming out here. But Jags, speaking of again, with an opening kill, on towards the Countryman, and Jags just keeps on doing this. He just keeps on doing this.
He does, he's hungry for it. And again, I think that his probably, you know, entry kill rate is probably sky high at this point from today, and constantly being the first one to take those engagements and win them out.
Yeah.
So it's really good going, and again, just keeping on that offensive, keeping on that aggression, building that pressure. As I say, most of this pressure comes to the balconies. You're instantly into a gunfight after that balcony. So Victus have a lot to work with. They are trying to send the util, and this is the thing. They were trying to clear all that utility first using the Flores drone and the Twitch drone, so then they knew their push would be safer, but for now, they seem to be at a little bit of a standstill. Oscar knows he can't open this door without giving a little bit of an audio cue, so... Feeling a little bit, unless he goes for the pre-fire now. If that information has been given, I mean, this could be huge.
Could be huge. He gives it away.
This could be huge. He's given it away indeed with the little melee to the wall, but he knows that player is now stuck in vault. But Yonko is not willing to let it go down without a fight. The flash coming through, but Oscar has indeed flashed himself, so it's a little bit chaotic here on both sides. And they're getting the pick.
And this is why it always sucks to be a bit slow and unfortunate, because it gives them time to rotate, but in the meantime, Victus is striking back. All of a sudden, we're back to a 2v2 with less than 20 seconds to play here. So although it didn't turn out the best way for Oscar, it gives Skeptic an advantage to try and get into the planter, but Eco's going to have to hold on to this. Yonka is awfully close. Ping's coming through, the plant's already down, and rotate for Skeptic gives him the advantage. It's a 1v2 for Azure here now in the post-plant situation. One inside of Kids, one just outside of Arcade as well. The swing coming from Azure. The sound cue would have given away. If not, the pre-fire certainly will. Suppressor coming out, rotate coming through, but a big, massive round by Skeptic to open that one up for his team, alongside with the trays coming through here. And on their first round on the attack, Victus takes a W.
I'd love to hear the stuff that they're saying to each other at the end of these rounds. It's really, really, I don't know, you just feel the energy for the camera. It'd be nice to get that audio cue
feeling it
too. But yeah, I think Victus played that really well. It's as I was saying at the start of this matchup, the way that they're going to have to try and win, especially on this attack, is by enabling the fact that they have to, you know, clear out this utility or use utility of their own to allow them to get that open engagement in their pocket, because again, Tenstar of their positioning, the refrags are there constantly. They're constantly making it go in their favor, whether that's, you know, Victus are just kind of, yeah, you're getting the intel, but then they're pushing kind of one-on-one. And then someone will get that pick. They'll then move, get that second pick, potentially get that third pick as well. I don't know, Tenstar is playing this really well, and Victus worked into that also very well on the basis that they've made these changes. They're clearing that util first before they go for these entries. And I think that's so, so important. And it's even more important, again, like a map like this. You're just straight into those gunfights from the get-go. Theme Park Dream Park, honestly, I love this map so much for a reason. It's just instant bloodshed. It's just an absolute slogfest, and I love it.
We all love it, or at least I do, and that's, well, that's two of us, and that's all the people that really matter in this context. Let's just say that, like, we're gonna put that way. Armory is gonna be the defensive hold for Tenstar this time around. Let's see if Nick, who's also had a couple of opening kills this round, if he can try and find yet another one for his team. Been playing quite well thus far in the series, despite the scoreline, of course. But now at least it looks like a contest, at least, because this is actually, well, barring the first rounds, of course, of each map, this is the closest the teams have been on the scoreline forever in this series, I was going to say. So hopefully it will get Vectus a little bit of a momentum, might give them a little bit to play on as we see some pesky angles being held up, but Upor is waiting for it. But of course, the advantage for Jags is that he has a very, very pesky one, a little bit closer. Ping's coming through with the alibi, so he's not going to be willing to step up because now he knows exactly where he is, and Jags is very patient. Might just move away a little bit there because it's taking too long, and that's also the thing. You can't be staying for too long, as now we're getting some players to try and back up inside of CCTV, but still, Upor chasing as Eco is joining in elsewhere. There's the ping on Jags. They know exactly where Miz Nate's going to be cooked, and this is from a safer position, and there you go. The depth charge still exists. Not as effective as it has been in the past, but you can still use it to apply pressure, and there you go. Just there. Jags is down, and being relatively on his lonesome, should be able to be down, and there you go. Oscar gets the kill. Not the kill credit because someone else naded him down, so he will be in a kill feed, but the stat will go to the rightful owner of that nade.
There we go, wall kind of half open for now, and it looks like they are just going to go for a straight barrel push as well. We do have a bit of pressure upstairs, but I don't think they're really going to go for a similar execute that Tenstar were using.
It's been a long time.
Gonna go. Well, this is the thing, it has been a long time, because even look at the timer right now, where it is 45 seconds to go. And again, it's not just the fact that if you down a player, you know, oh great, that's good. It's the fact that that player is going to constantly give information based on audio until you confirm that kill. EMP's going out, Selma charge is going out too, like a butterfly across the wall. And speaking of across the wall, Azir being taken down quite swiftly, and no refrag coming through just yet.
Look at the time, though. 20 seconds left, and it is Armory Throne. 3 players still alive. Xenoxo and Dragon Stairs, and if the push comes here from Victus, they could be under a lot of pressure. The aggression comes out, though. Ika gets 1 kill, but Xenoxo will be successful. Skepta will try and go for the plan, because now it is only said Xenoxo, but Nick with a double kill will shut them down. And for the first time since round number 1, where no one had a win, they're actually equalized. 4-4 here, and it seems like perhaps the attack has a little bit of an advantage on Theme Park thus far, as we've had only 2 defensive wins, if my notes serve me correctly.
And I think this is the thing there. I think, you know that they're wrestling around, but you don't quite know that they're fully committing to that side of the map. You don't quite know that they're fully committing to take. Yes, you've got that ping coming through from the alibi, and you at least know because you can hear the rustling around that window and you're holding that vertical line of sight, but you can maybe assume there's 1 or 2 there. You don't really know if it's a full team push there. You don't know where these other players are. If it hasn't been spotted out on the house cams or any other intel utility you're bringing, it's kind of anyone's guess. And I think at that point as well, if you're playing in a place like that and you are by yourself and there's no one there to pick you up and there's no one there for the refrag, ironically, because we've spoken about how Tenstar do that so well. So it was almost like a kind of sweet irony there that, one of them did get caught alone and they could be picked up for remaining on the board, and they couldn't have the refrag come through either.
No, but still it's Armory Throne room. So you can still do a lot for the defenders from the Armory Throne, but the problem is when you have a number disadvantage, the defenders usually have to try and get themselves something back. They can't just wait, like we talked before. One of the worst things for defenders be caught sitting silently, just waiting for someone. As we're going to see Lion. Is that the first Lion we've seen this series?
Yeah, I think so. It's mostly been Dokkaebi's.
Yeah, and he is quite strong in his current form because he has so much utility. He has a strong gun. He has the Gun 6 that we just heard being utilized here, so some of that extra utility is going to get rid of. So even if you don't have a nade or a drone to get rid of things, you can use the Gun 6. Twitch drone also to help provide assistance there, getting rid of all that utility. And of course, the pesky EE 1D with forcing defenders to stand still or at least give away the precision when they're moving. Again, with a push coming from the same side of the building here, but again, it makes sense because the Dragon Stairs is the closest one as Oscar on this line. It's going to get the open pick onto Jags, and Jags has now been the first victim twice in a row. And of course, it makes sense considering the role that he's playing, but you would be hoping for him to win those. But thus far on the defense, he's not been successful. And there's one of those zombie barriers we talked about earlier. We can put it to block up a doorway or a stairway, and you can see the feet of the defenders before they can be able to see you necessarily, and you can just start tipping away as Eco. Just not in time to get there in time for the Azami, who is of course being played by Azir. Finish reinforcing so he will be able to survive.
Absolutely, and once again, quiet before the storm as Victus start to set up around this site, and it's the part where Tenstar, they have been forced back a little bit when I say that, with Yonka coming through, the beautiful pick there onto Eco, but Upor still holding this really nice long line of sight all the way down into Bunk, and this is where I'm wondering why we're not seeing that rotation on the window, maybe some Selma charge. Actually, no, we can't get any Selma charges, never mind. But that's normally where you'd like to have an ace to open up that line of sight, so it's a bit of an awkward one there because, again, Upor really is the linchpin here to hold off any of these rotations. And Azir is essentially stuck there. The Global going through, and there we go. Xenoxo and Yonka just retaliating by swinging around with a ton of utility and gunfights. And before I can even get my words out, to be honest, Snarl, that was cleaned up very quickly by Tenstar, despite the fact that I think, you know, basically where Victus were, they were set up for anything that Tenstar were going to try and do. It's just that Tenstar weren't moving. They weren't going to try and take those gunfights just yet. They waited for that global utility to be used, and then they were like, here's where we push them, because they're expecting us to stay still right now. We'll catch them off guard, and that's also something Tenstar do so well.
And they had the angle advantage.
Exactly, but when you least expect them is when they'll pounce. every time that no, we're not doing this. We're not staying here. We're attacking you now. You're about to attack us. We'll bring that to you. We'll bring that thunder.
We're bringing it to you.
Bring the thunder.
The thunder. We talked about this, the thunder. You have to put the fun in thunder.
Fun and thunder.
Thunder! Initiation office. First time we're going to see that being defended by Tenstar. They were successful on the first defense, on Bunk for the first defensive win of this half for them. Round number 10, still close. You can see a little bit on the player cams now that, yeah, there's still a little bit of a good move between the teams. But as you and I discussed before this game, between the two of us, before everyone else could hear us, it's always funny, like, how everyone is like, oh, you know, we're not going to take this, like, super seriously. It's like, oh, we don't care, you know, it's just going to be playing a little bit. It's going to be fun. But once they start losing or losing a little bit of ground, all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, I don't want to lose. I don't want to be a loser. I want to win. Because they are competitive people at this level. You're tier 3. You want to win things. You're not here to lose. You don't travel to England or to York specifically to just lose a game and then go home. You want to go as far as you can. You're a competitive person. And it's funny to see a little bit on the player counts as well, that it seems to be a couple of more serious faces here now and more genuine, like, okay, we got that round. Good job. Skeptic rocking the Monty. That's the first time we've seen him. It might have been actually the first time we've seen him today, or sorry, the two of us casting as well. So curious to see what Skeptic will be able to do with this Monty in order to try and flush some of these attackers out for Upor hanging around on this glass.
We did see it teased yesterday. I believe it was Heroic, but they did eventually attacker repick back onto it. So I think this is a thing. Theme Park, again, Monty being a shield op, it's very useful for countering these early engagements as we keep talking about, because you basically just have a nice defensive push that you can make. And speaking of pushes, that Flores utility being utilized to send Zenoxo all the way back to waiting room rather.
Nick getting the opening kill, and he has had a couple of those thus far in this game as well. As I said before, that's the bathroom. Oh, is that an angle? That's a good angle, could have been, or at least. But clearing out just a couple of those areas as they could. And Eco is on a hunt as well as Junk is trying to hold down the bathroom here as much as he can. Again, with the Monty, the advantage here from Cash is that you have... It's a lot easier for them not to be pushing here, because if the team is directly behind you, and there we go, great nade from Nick from that bathroom window, I do believe it was. And just looking, no, it was indeed, never mind. Zenoxo trading a little bit back and forth, the Upor taking a little bit of chip damage there, but the Monty should be able to try pushing as that nade lands and almost gets the double there. And all of a sudden, Victus are the ones doing the vacuuming. The Monty and others getting so much intel with Eco taking down Zenoxo. Jags is going to have to do a 1v5, but now Monty knows exactly where he is. He's even going to go on aggression. Okay, a little bit of aggression. A nice flick, not flick, but a reload cancel there by Jags. He has the mechanics to pull this one off as well. That would have been great. It was a 1v5, because keep in mind the kit is on the floor, but Jags is in a very vulnerable position here in the hallway. Upor and Eco should be close as well. They're trying to get the flank, and there you go. And Grace almost standing there in excitement when Jags got that second kill, because, you know, it's a 5v1 and you got a Monty, but hey, boys, let's calm down a little bit. But luckily for Victus, they were able to close that one out. Again, it's just Jags. Like, the great plays coming through.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. The nades. This was the moment that just set my head, because the diffuser was down. They go for the reload for split second there, but a flick then onto Nick. And I was like, can he do this? Like, I probably would have, honestly, I would have fallen on the floor if he pulled that off. And yeah, ultimately though, Victor's the numbers advantage, going for those angles, going for those swings, they could easily shut it down in the end. Really strong attack thus far from Victus as well, and rightly so. They're sticking to this Monty. We just saw how powerful
I was going to say, I wanted to pick up that point, because I really do believe that the Monty made a huge difference there. Because it's not just about, you know, going up and forcing people, but you're essentially you're like a, what's it called? You know, it's like you're sheeping people, herding people to, like, the defenders into a certain area of the map, so you can line them up for a nade there and everything. Because you don't want to stay up too close to a Monty, because if you're not paying attention, you can take down a shielded puncher. Of course, you will get the zone Q, it is in land, so you should have the reaction to be able to do something back, but you don't want to put yourself in an unnecessarily difficult situation there where you know that someone else is going to be trying to back up this Monty. but you provide so much information. You're literally a massive tower looming over, giving information. And when you're pushing from cash, there are not many advantages or areas for the defenders to apply pressure to that Monty unless they have traps and C4s. And since they hadn't seen the Monty yet, they weren't prepared for a Monty. This time around, though, Skeptic is still going to be rocking it. It's actually going to bring a heart breach charge, and I think we have seen a ridiculously small amount of those, actually, this far this weekend. But important to bring them now because they don't have any other heart breach here on this team from Victus, as we've said before.
I was
Death from below. It wasn't Skeptic who was killed, but it was Oscar, and that was the Jackal. And as soon as he got the track out, he was taken down. And so no more roam clear for the Jackal. And all of a sudden, Skeptic is looking around, being a bit more lonesome there, and that makes it a hell of a lot more scary for the Montaigne.
This is it too, because I did notice that Azir didn't have a C4 at the start of that round. And I was like, is this a pre-placed? Or is this a pre-placed or is it a spawn? I don't think it was a spawn, it might be a pre-placed. There he goes, a Noxo getting the lovely little C4 kill onto Uporn. That's massive, because that's a Dokkaebi. And well, there's another one, Nick falling down, that Ayana utility taken away. And that's all that beautiful information removed from the side of Victus now too. Eco and Skeptic left alive. They do have the tin can openers in pocket, those secondary hard breach gadgets.
But
and
this
again,
is Armory.
This is Armory indeed.
And
they do have the Kaid and the Mute Jammers to contest with that. There's one nade left in Eco's pocket, so if he falls, Skeptic's in a very uncomfortable position. They need to group up now, Snarl.
But it's difficult as well because we're playing with the Monty, and the Monty can't really contest that much on his lonesome. He needs that little of extra team play. They're trying to find that Kaid claw so that he can open an advantage, and they will be able to open up this wall, but Jegs is awful close. He's actually going to shoot out that can opener, so they won't even be able to get that angle and get a little bit of that fake pressure because Skeptic is already rotated. He's going to have to try and contest this, but through the slides, they will be able to see that he is indeed pushing as Eco is still upstairs. And I was going to say, if you want to push Armory and Throne with Monty, that's all good and well when you have way more numbers on your side, but when it's only 1v5 or 2v5, good shot by Eco. Will they get a second one? No, he wants an Oxo. Puts Tenstar up to map and series point. They are looking ready and raring to go. Roaring, ready to go to the grand finals to face off Heroic. And just like I'm smiling here from that little mishap, Jax is smiling. Yeah. 2 C4 kills, the first 2 kills. And again, this is Armory Throne. And you can have the Monty to push inside of Armory Throne because it helps you when you have opened those doorways, and the Monty can at least try to get inside, trying to get a little bit more intel. You can just like shimmy across the wall, you know, just to keep yourself safe, and then get a little bit of intel and apply some pressure to those defenders. But when you have such a numbers disadvantage and you have a Monty still alive, it is not the best optimal situation.
I think also the fact that when you know that Kaid's on the table and you're trying to push that wall, if it is clawed, you can just assume that even if you did have nades to go through the top of that, you're not actually able to get the claws out. There are 2 tiny little pockets almost within the build of that room that you can stick those claws in, and it's just basically untouchable.
And they got rid of the claws. Like of course, you could argue that, okay, Eco's alive, he can just you know, punch out the wall above, find the claw, shoot out the claw, nade the claw, whatever, and we can open it. But even Jags was still hovering around in the showers area and just able to shoot it out. So they couldn't even do that. Because it might have been that the plan was for Eco to then rotate to the yellow stairs and try to apply some long-range pressure there as Skeptic was pushing in through the doorway. But because the can opener was removed, they had no such way to enter the site. So this could be potentially the last round of the series. So we will either, ladies and gentlemen, get a overtime between Victus and Tenstar here on Villa if Victus wins this round, or Tenstar will win and go to the grand finals where they will face off against Heroic, sitting and waiting with a 1-map advantage.
100%. Lots of information being gained nice and early by Victus, looking at once again like they don't want to immediately take these early engagements just yet. They're really going to focus on clearing this utility before they start to take these gunfights. Skeptic, knowing it's safely sneaking into barrels here, but the nade being prepped there by Nick doesn't quite land on anyone just yet, but this is what I mean. Intel is the name of the game. If you have that information to work with, you can go for these verticals.
Can go for this verticals as Uper's trying to apply a little pressure to Cafe here. Skeptics are trying to find an angle that he can go up through this hatch and be a little bit surprising here. The auto queue should be giving away, and YZN is ready for it. Xenox gets the opening, and Uper gets a trade, but it's still numbers advantage for Tenstar as YZN picks up yet another one and Jags as well. All of a sudden, this has turned terrible for Oscar and the rest of Victus. Will he find 1 kill? Will he find 2? We're looking for it. He has to find 3 in total, or 4 actually, because it's still 3 alive. Will down Jonka, so he's an injury here, so keep in mind this is for the overtime. Still plenty of time to go here for Oscar, so he can slow the pace down a little bit. Trying to rotate, find a little bit of information for him to try and get that assault again. A rotate would be wise. Is playing with the DMR though, which can be a little bit of a disadvantage when they're playing a 1v2 if Azur and YZN peaks at the same time. But 1 minute to go, YZN and Azur playing all the way back in break, setting up with a cross angle and waiting for the plant to go down. Means he could potentially plant inside of kids, but difficult. Has the plant here now.
I think they're just waiting patiently.
They're just waiting. Of course, they're just waiting. This is the classic. We will see. Oscar is waiting now, hoping that he can try and go and get down the planter, because again, all the way back in break, flash coming out should alert Tenstar that the plant's going to come down, but because he has that control, this is going to be a 2v1 post-plant situation for overtime or for grand final points. And the swing from Oscar, now they know exactly how far behind he is, but he does not know exactly where those 2 players are, because he might not have known that they were all the way back into break. He's going to have to swing with the timing, and it means that he won't be able to see YZN. Unfortunate timing for Oscar. A good attempt as Kenny waves goodbye to Victus and waves hello to Heroic for the rematch after yesterday's game between the two, where Heroic sent Tenstar down into the lower brackets, and now it is indeed going to be a best of 5, but Heroic will have 1 map advantage. Congratulations to Tenstar. Our grand final, ladies and gentlemen, will be between Tenstar and Heroic, and Victus, well fought. You got the Challenger League spot, but no grand finals for you.
Tenstar played that well because I think they assumed with Oscar left on the board, Oscar was going to do Oscar things, come and find them, hunt them out, and try and go for those kills. So they held that crossfire like their life depended on it. But Oscar played it smart, sneaking into sight, getting that diffuse plant behind Train, and just then trying to find these heads. And again, that really could have gone either way. We know the skill of Oscar. Can I just point out the irony of YZN being the one to get that final kill? That is something that, again, ladies and gentlemen, YZN previously on the Victus roster and very, very close with that roster, and he put that final nail in the coffin indeed.
Excellent point.
Poetic stuff, to say the least.
Wow, okay. Team might have just said, you know what, you've secured the Challenger League spot, but you're not getting the Grand Finals courtesy of your ex-teammate. This is why I left for Tenstar, by the way. A lot of good shots coming through here, and Tenstar looked, again, very good the first couple of rounds here. Victus were able to claw themselves back a little bit on the theme park. That was the map pick for Tenstar. Heroic might have been sitting here watching this VODs and now thinking, okay, which maps are we going to take them to? Maybe not to Villa, got them 7-0. But ladies and gentlemen, me and Grace have been taking you through some of these games. That will be it for us in terms of casting this weekend. It's been an absolute blast to be able to take it for you. But for now, I'm going to throw it back over to this lovely desk of Gennaro, Jerry, and Demo. Take it away.
Thank you, Snur and Grace. You guys have absolutely been killing it this weekend on the cast. It was lovely to listen to, but let's talk about this game. Victus versus Tenstar. Victus no longer with us here. They're going to have to go home. Tenstar goes to the grand finals, but Victus, they secured a Challenger League spot.
Yep. And we had that in the books yesterday, so maybe they come into today with a little less of that motivation, but you've got to give it to Tenstar. They were relatively ruthless. I did think Victus woke up towards the end of that map, though. Once they moved on to the attack, I genuinely thought, you know, Tenstar getting 3 attacks on theme, I thought it was over. But they actually pushed it all the way to 12 rounds. So good credit to them where credit is due.
Yeah, a bit better of a performance from Victus. We mentioned it before, it doesn't really matter a whole big lot to Victus. They'd done their job yesterday. This was just see what happens pretty much. But no, I think Tenstar just wanted a little bit more. They want to have that rematch against Heroic. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for them going up against Heroic, which we'll touch on that later. But yeah, no, I think Tenstar coming in, held themselves to good degree in theme park. You know, it's still their map. Then they a couple of shaky rounds here or there. You know, Monty cut them off around there too as well. So, you know, little things that they still need to clean up, but still the win's the win.
Yeah, you snooze, you lose, and that's the case for Victus here. They woke up a little too late, and unfortunately wasn't enough. We're not going to be going towards that third map, but instead, Tenstar, it seems like they were snoozing a bit as well here. Demo last game was absolutely incredibly clean. You come onto Chalet, and it's just like, what happened here?
Theme park, you mean?
Theme park.
Yep.
You come on theme park. What happened here?
I mean, theme park is generally not the most stomp-heavy maps that we see. It's certainly one that as soon as you switch over a side, we can start to see a bit of a comeback. So generally, it is a much closer map than maybe what you look at compared to, you know, if you're looking at Chalet, for example, perhaps you can easily see stomps in that. But no, I think theme park is just the way it is. I think it favors defense and attacks. There are, you know, there is some kind of stinky bomb sites that you don't really want to go to. But then, you know, obviously you look at Armory Throne, very much the kind of Fort Knox of what we're seeing at the moment in theme park.
Yeah, it was a very strange one, actually, in terms of, like, defender preferences, because Tenstar in particular, I want to focus on them because they will need to make improvements if they want to hammer it home against Heroic. And it is a bit of a pipe dream, as we know. But there were some interesting things. Yesterday, they managed to... I'm a pipe dream? Oh, thank you. Yesterday, they were struggling on a lot of their bunk... Sorry, I've got to get this right way around. I've completely flipped it in my head. Yesterday, they were doing really well on their bunk attacks. Right here against Victus, that was the one thing that they couldn't quite get over the line. It was very strange. They found themselves always meeting someone in that cache clear, and they weren't ready to trade off the entry that Victus would give them. It was often Nick or Skeptic just peeking out a window. Skeptic was really feeling it this map. And they weren't ready for that trade. It was really odd because yesterday, it was the bunk attacks that they were exceptional against Heroic on. So there's a little bit of inconsistency there, and it's going to need to be tightened up, certainly, for the next game.
I don't know. I think you're dealing with two different teams here. Heroic,
yeah, they match up differently.
Like, at the end of the day, Victus, we know, God knows what the game plan for Victus was today. God knows what they were going for.
Hey, they maybe just wanted to have some fun. Who knows? I think it was pretty fun to watch, but...
I don't think losing 7-0 on Villa is my definition of fun, to be honest.
It's an experience. Maybe they just wanted to have an experience. There you go.
Experience.
It is an experience indeed, but Tenstar, they're going to be going up against Heroic, and you said it yourself. There isn't really that much that they can do to beat Heroic. Heroic is in a completely different league, quite literally, this time around. But there are some improvements that you would want to see from Tenstar here, Jerry?
Yeah, certainly. I think they were a little bit off the boil when it came to their defenses there. They let Skeptic, they let Nick kind of get their groove on, really. They weren't expecting this sort of early aggression come out from the attacks for some reason, and they let holes emerge in their defenses, which was really strange. And really, that final defense that we saw, I think honestly, Tenstar were a bit lucky to get away with things. It was the person, the Amaru, down inside of barrels, missed the 3-2-1 go. Essentially, there was a big execute on the top floor. Amaru coming up into bunks, and they didn't have that angle right to get up into the hatch. It was a bit of a blunder, really. But had that gone on time, then you can see the trades happen. And that was what Victus were doing, was they were finding those gaps. Heroic will absolutely do that to Tenstar on their attacks.
Yeah.
So Tenstar need to make sure that they've got eyes everywhere.
Yeah, Heroic is not going to be as forgiving as Victus was in terms of those mistakes. They're going to be much better at punishing them. But do you think Tenstar would have an opportunity to punish Heroic?
I mean, like you said, Jenny, Heroic's a completely different beast, right? And I think you have to go into this matchup against Heroic, and you have to look at it and say, right, we are always going to have to be the underdogs. That's just the way it is, naturally. I don't think anyone can say, oh yeah, Tenstar, 100% they can go and beat Heroic, because I think you're living in fairyland if you're doing that.
They enjoy it. They enjoy being
You're living in fairyland, Jerry, aren't you, if you're saying that?
Look, I have made my admissions. Today I am predicting with my head. Yeah. All right? I am predicting Heroic will take it at the end. And it does pay me to say it.
Not because there was a rock, paper, scissors.
Not because there was a rock, paper, scissors that was contractually binding. We ignore that.
Okay, fine, we ignore that. But Heroic, you know, they have gone undefeated. They haven't lost a single map yet. Is there a map that you expect them to lose, if anything?
Not really.
Fair enough.
They throw me a curveball there. I don't see them. I mean, you can look back at the season and say perhaps... where was it Heroic managed to lose? Was it Bank? I think Tenstar took them to Bank and won 7-3 or something. It was a good game.
No, it was an 8-7.
Wasn't it? That was the... Yeah, so the Bank was the 8-7. I'm struggling to remember where the 7-3 was.
Would have been the second time they played.
Yeah, you give me a moment, I'll find it. But it was... Yeah, that if they manage to take them there, then it'll be good.
Okay.
It'll be closer.
Well, while
I'll get it for you for the next
we'll
game.
get it. So while we take time to figure that out, we're going to be heading over to Ollie, who's ready finally with an interview. Ollie, what's going on over there?
Ginny, thank you very much. I'm here with the one and only Kangaroo Kenny, or Ryan, as Demo likes to call him. Kenny, how is that going to feel for you? You have just absolutely demolished in the first map. Second map a little bit closer, but you've still got the win and you've still got yourself into finals.
Yeah, it seems to be a recurring theme that we're great on the other team's pick, and then our pick, it's very close, or we lose it. So it's just throwing a bit of chaos in the mix for the analysts. Like, what's happening? Why is everyone just trading maps here and now? But Theme Park's always going to be close with just the nature of the map. I mean, we went 4-2 up on attack, so we ideally should have closed it out earlier on defender side of the map, but they were prodding things and making it difficult to predict. So they had good stuff on Theme Park, even though they don't play it.
And is that something that you think you do in terms of preparation? You prepare well for the maps that you expect them to be good at? Is that one of the reasons why you think you're successful in there? Because I know you put a lot of work in, and even at this stage in the competition where you've made it into Challenger League, and you're essentially at the moment playing for bragging rights in Challenger League. You know, you have already, prize pool. Yeah. You've already made it into CL, so the pressure's off almost from from a point of view. But there's still that prize pool, and there's still that bragging right to play for.
Yeah, I hate to lose. Well, I hate losing more than I like winning. So that's probably why I like to prepare my team as much as possible, just to give them that extra 2%. And if one round you know what you can expect from an opponent, it just sets you up in much better stead. You can have the right positions for what they're going to do. But if you're in the unknown, that's when, like on Theme Park, I've never seen play Theme Park before. So the first few defenses, it was kind of hard to understand what they were going for, because they were just prodding loads of different areas. But yeah, preparation is wonderful for Siege, especially it being such an intricate game. They play Villa all the time. To be fair, in the hour before the game when we got here, I just sat down on a PC and just watched their Villa against Heroic yesterday. And I was like, they're going to do this. Sorted.
Well, it's a good job you watched that game, because you're going to be playing Heroic in the finals a little bit later on today. Any thoughts ahead of that one? Obviously, you're looking forward to go and taking the whole thing now that, this is not where Tenstar stops in this competition. What are the chances in the finals?
We're against Benja. Benja stops everyone. That man has a natural instinct of just not losing. There's a reason why they're top of EUL, and he's second best rated player, something like that. But Benja's unstoppable, so it's always a good game against Heroic. Like, we went A7 yesterday on Theme Park. We just started slow on border. The break killed us yesterday against Heroic in the upper bracket final. So I'm happy that we don't have a break between last game and against Heroic. We can keep the flow, keep the energy, and hopefully take a map off them.
Well, we will see. We're going to throw it back over to the desk. Stick around. Our final is going to be coming right up.
Thank you, Ollie. It looks like my analysts are a little sick and tired of the bullying that's happening here today. So it's just going to be me by myself. I don't really have the brain cells to cover any analytical points, but I do, however, have enough brain cells to remind you guys of the HyperX giveaway. So it's sandwich in the chat. If you write it, you could potentially win something. And also, I'm going to be heading off as well. Need to find them. So we're off to a break. And once I do find them, we'll be back with some more R6.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
another battery that keeps me awake. Reload under your control before I break. Killing frustration, have to do it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the claustrophobic mind, and I am not the vagrant kind. Baby, I just wanna take you home, so lose the grip and make it on your own. Later, she's got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. Not that vagrant kind. the battery that keeps me awake. Reload under your control before I break. Killing frustration, have to do it all to survive the nightfall. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you die. You live or you die. You're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. Can't have enough, you're killing me, you're killing me, you're killing me. When you fight against the time and you're about to lose your mind, it's easy to cross the line. There's no answer as to why when you look death in the eye. Either you live or you die. You live or you die. You live or you die. Live or you die. I got wasted on the dry land. Somebody tell me what the hell is going on. Then it hit me like an anvil. I must have known you would do this right from the start. In a treasure of displeasure, I was defined to see when it fell apart. I got wasted on the dry land, and I lost my judgment the moment I met you. I keep on falling down. I keep on running around. Please tell me, what are you looking for?
Both of these white players as the shoddy rings true. He's going to find yet another one. He's on the great escape with the shoddy.
No, nade gets tossed in. Fraro not ready for it. Benja almost takes
kills
himself out with an nade and finds another.
Far with time running out, they absolutely have to
Stick this, and Zenoxo once again has to come up huge. He's going to get the kill for one and swing the whole way.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for him, and a double from Jags with a DMR.
Hello and welcome to the NPL Grand Finals, Heroic versus Tenstar. 9 weeks in the making, but we're here. It is going to be a best of 5 with a weighted advantage in favor of Heroic as they came through that upper bracket. I'm Ginny, your host for this game, and joining me, Jerry, once again, the favorite analyst slash teacher, and we have actually another teacher on the desk. We have Snura.
Hello.
Hey there.
How you guys doing?
Good, how are you?
Been waiting all weekend to stand here.
Yeah, absolutely
I've
love
just been
having
sitting
you.
over there, and now I can stand
Does it
with you
feel
guys.
like you guys are looking in the mirror by any chance?
Yeah, it's strange to see the sun glinting off someone else's head for once.
Wow.
Wow.
I say the sun.
Okay, yeah, but I don't really know what the sun looks like. I've been here the whole weekend, but you know what? Good for you. And I don't think it's that shiny. Come on.
Oh, are you saying I need to polish my head better? I was gonna say.
First, he calls you sweet, and now you say that he's shiny.
That's fair.
I feel like you're just like throwing jabs.
At least I'm taller.
Why are you digging up that whole, we moved past this.
Yeah, you
No, we
did call
did
me
not.
sweet, didn't you?
Yeah, you see,
Yeah.
this is the thing. You treat me so mean.
Lucky for you, Fabian took your side on Twitter and said at least that's an upgrade to your people, so now I can't say anything because I don't want to fight against Fabian.
He's just dialing down on the rivalry. I don't need that.
Let's talk about the rivalry that we have on desk, the Heroic versus Tenstar. An absolute banger of a matchup coming our way. We kind of said it that we're expecting Heroic to be walking away with the win. We think maybe that this is going to be a clean 2-0 because they have that advantage. But Sarah, I heard you say something a little different back in the green room.
Did I?
Yeah, you said 3-1.
I said 3-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Why do you think that would
I
be?
think Tenstar is good enough to take one map at least. You know, they've shown a good form. I think what we saw yesterday as well. There are some murmurs perhaps in the green room that maybe Tenstar was like, you know what, we are confident in our ability to beat Victus. Maybe we can just not show too much in an upper brackets finals. That's not going to be as crucial as the grand finals itself. So maybe it was Tenstar in sort of like first gear yesterday, and now we're going to see them go all the way up to 5th gear in the grand finals. And Kirby taking a little bit by surprise.
Maybe I have to sort of play the role of demo here.
Contractually obliged.
I have to add a dose of realism to this. Honestly, I do see potentially Tenstar taking.
It wasn't it was just an idea. It wasn't my opinion. It was just an
hypothesis.
All right, you see, it's just such a more open and thoughtful and caring person. I mean, I'm used to being like harassed and hounded by Demo here.
I mean, you've been stuck between Demo and Ginny throughout the desk here. So I don't blame you.
Almost, you know. But
I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're in this together.
Brothers.
Both people, we have to stand united. We know how much shade we can get. We need to. I got your back.
I mean, technically, you guys don't get much shade because there's no.
Wow. Okay.
I need umbrella.
Okay,
All right,
let's
come closer to me. You don't need this, Jim. You don't need this.
Let's have a look at the stats so far this week and just the performance of both of these teams and all the players on it. And starting off, really, I would like to speak about Tenstar. There were certain expectations that we had for them coming into this. A couple of worries considering that they even lost one of their members, but they've absolutely smashed it.
They really have. And these are the stats from just these finals, just the weekend. So yesterday's and today's games combined. And you can see who's showing up and who's maybe a little bit quiet. Zenoxo, honestly, I looked at the stats yesterday and he had a very quiet day yesterday. Thankfully, he did start to hit some of those shots towards the end of the last series. So maybe that is promising for him. But on the left-hand side of your screen there, we want to draw attention to Jegs. Very high cost, +7 on the opening KD. He is the one leading the charge for Tenstar overall. But again, when we looked at the stats at the start of the day, it was a 63% cost almost across the board. So they are having a great tournament so far.
Having a great tournament, and again, I mean, Jags have been blessed enough to cast him a couple of times now, and he just keeps firing on all cylinders, and it's cool as ice. He's one of those archetypical Finnish players who just don't seem to lose their heads in these firefights. They're always just on point. And you know, even when Kenny's doing karate tricks on him, he's just keeping his calm composure and focusing on what's going on in the game. And I think this might be the breakout season for Jags. I think people have heard a lot of good things about Jags, but he's just been so consistent.
They're not the only team with a Finn, though, are they?
No, they're not. They're all over the place.
Heroic.
Yeah, we gotta have Heroic indeed, and that's the team we're gonna be looking at next. Absolute great performance we've seen from yesterday. I was gonna say the past 2 days, but they haven't actually played yet today. They have gone straight through these upper finals. They've through the upper bracket. They get that one map advantage. They played really well, calm, composed, as you like to say, cool as ice. Jerry likes to say cool as a cucumber. But the Heroic roster here, looking at these statistics specifically, what's really standing out to you?
Well, I think there are a couple of corrections potentially to make. I feel as though Uno's cost has to be higher than that, considering you got a KDR of 1.4 or 1.04 rather, and the fact that Heroic, they've won all 4 maps they've played this weekend. So I'm expecting to see that correct at some point soon. But either way,
it could just be that he got a lot of kills.
Okay, wait, Jerry.
It's entirely possible.
I know that you're contractually obliged to be a fan, but it doesn't mean that you actually have to, you know, be like, this has to be wrong.
Well, I've got to
manage your expectations.
Look, okay, let's look at the bright side.
Look at Benja's though. Look at Benja's KDR. Look at that. 1.63.
And
that
Grizzly as well. Grizzly has been incredible.
And I actually happy you brought that one up, because obviously, you know, Benja and Joom has been taking a lot of the attention here, like being the first and second entry. But Grizzly has been such a consistent performer. He's always like the backbone of the team. He's never, I say never, but he's not the guy who gets the highlights in the sense of like Benja getting almost like 30 kills on bank against Tenstar and stuff like that. But he's so reliable. He's so consistent. And I wouldn't be surprised if some people, like some evil tongues would be like, why is Gargona out of the team? It's like, why is Grizzly still there? But it's because Grizzly is consistent. He does his job really, really well. And he's such a, I think he's a nice, alongside Uno, he's such a nice, calm pressure. When you go out in the lobby and you see Heroic, like, yeah, they do all the shooting on the server. There's such a calm and collected gang, it seems like. And when you have someone like Mr. Officer to rile them up and Anarchic with some sharp analysis, I think it's a very good combination of players to see here. Because even though they're quiet guys in the lobby, when it comes to the server, they're some of the loudest guys in terms of communication. The communication is on point, it seems like. Because when I was listening to, like, Victus and Viperio yesterday, it was so clear which team was losing because it was just absolutely stumm, right? It's absolutely quiet. Heroic, always communicating, always talking about something, always conveying something, always fighting towards a goal, and it's clear just in base of comms as well that this is like the EUL team that's here.
Tenstar seem to have that extra level of maturity and consistency when it came to the comms as well, though. When I was watching them earlier, they were, obviously it's easy to be loud when you're winning, but they were very consistent, and even from the very get-go, they were rapid with their calls, they were rapid with their shouts back and forth, they're making sure that they're trading each other, and I think I see more of the strength that Heroic have in that team dynamic replicated in Tenstar than I do in any other team that was here this weekend.
These are the two teams that I really want to see in the grand finals, because just precisely
Guess
the
what?
reasons you're saying. Yeah, I know. Wait, spoilers! I didn't know that. We're seeing Tenstar and Heroic. Oh my god! No, but it's precisely because of those things, because I think those two teams are so similar, or Tenstar aren't the closest team, in my opinion, to that top tier tournament, precisely because of the strengths that they have. I mean, I keep calling him Team Star on stream because
or Trade Star,
or Trade Star even. Yeah, there you go. It's because of that. It's this focus on team dynamics, on communication, and being so good at what they do. And it's Tenstar, and and Kenny, if he can like punch his players in between the breaks, I mean, he can afford it. I mean, the dynamic is good. The chemistry is really good in the team right now, it feels like. Which is easy when you're winning. Keep in mind.
Fair enough. Well, we're gonna
what
have
happens
to
when you
see.
start losing?
We're gonna have to see today against Heroic. Tenstar is definitely gonna be pushed towards their maximum potential. They're gonna most likely bleed a map or two. We'll see how that's gonna play out. But speaking of maps specifically, we've seen quite a lot of repetition of Villa, Theme Park, Oregon. Those seem to be the maps that every team feels very comfortable playing. Are you expecting that to still be the case here, Snurra?
It's difficult because Heroic should be the team with the deepest map pool. So I don't really think they really care. But if there was a map that they shouldn't take Tenstar to, based on this weekend, it would probably be Villa. I think they look really good in Villa.
Villa has been strong, that's true.
Very, very strong for Tenstar. But then again, Heroic is also very strong on Villa. I mean, obviously I've seen Benja running around playing Capcom on Villa because he didn't get any kills, but like even he can have his flukes, right? But because I was talking to Grace about this yesterday, and it's like, maybe you can just try and ban away some of those like Uber Benja maps, but it's so much more complex than that. It's easy to go for low-hanging fruit. Exactly, right. It's like it's easy to go for those low-hanging fruits when you see the gunners and fraggers always doing well. So like bank, oh no, don't take him to bank because Benja's so good on bank. But it doesn't matter because it's an EUL team. Their map pool is vast, as it should be, to compete at that higher level in the best of 5. What I'm most excited about is to see Tenstar's map pool.
If I was to pick any map that I want to see come out in the best of 5, it would be Clubhouse. And the reason for that is we were actually kind of on our feet a while ago after the end of the last game. I was trying to remember what is the map that that Tenstar beat Heroic on, and it was Clubhouse. So 7-3 during the regular season. This was during the kind of post-Charlotte hangover that Heroic had. They were slumping a little bit in the UL, so maybe that has something to do with it. They'd also, basically almost solidified their top place spot and their spot at the finals by that point. So, motivation and energy levels come into it, but it does show that at least Tenstar have the ability to show up against Heroic on the day, on that map in particular. Elsewhere, we've seen a bank between the sides. It just went in favor of Heroic. We've seen Border. We've seen Theme just yesterday. Again, both Heroics maps, but I mean, Border Theme was pretty damn close, went all the way, 8-7. So we could see that again if Tenstar have their way, but I think that Heroic will probably want to play things a little bit safer. That map advantage is absolutely huge as well.
Yeah, well, whether or not your predictions or your expectations are right, we're going to have a look at the map veto just to make sure whether or not that's going to be the case. I know you guys, drum roll. Okay, we have Bank, we have Villa, and we have Skyscraper.
Oh yeah, that's the map.
They've gone with...
Yeah, okay. Now I got it.
Cafe first. So
Yeah.
because it's there's an alternate banning style because
Yep.
you know, it's specified, there's weighted one map advantage for heroic. Now I haven't heard single one of you mention cafe, so that's gonna be the first map. Jerry, thoughts, opinions, feelings, emotions, social security number.
Oh, now I get it. Okay, now I get
I'll
it.
give
Sorry.
you some
now
of
I get
those
it.
things.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So what we're seeing, of course, is a slightly alternate map banning procedure.
Right.
Yeah.
With Heroic picking Cafe first, and they get a pair of bans. We have the pick of, that's Tenstar taking Bank, of course. So going back to the place where they almost managed to best them in the regular season. It's an exciting one. I do like seeing Heroic play Bank. I think it's a strong map for them too.
Yeah.
And then later on, you've got Villa and you've got Theme Park. Again, we said that we wanted to see Villa, we wanted to see Theme Park potentially. So if
I don't know if I wanted to see Villa for Heroic, but I mean that's kind of the thing for Heroic as well. Like they shouldn't be intimidated by any team in this tournament. So of course they can go to Villa.
I feel like the further this series goes, the more Tenstar have hope. Early on, this looks...
Have hope?
It could be a 2-0.
Okay.
It could be a 2-0, quite honestly, looking at Cafe Bank.
It's the best of 5, by the way. So technically,
yeah, so it'd be a
Tenstar
3-0 plus the one.
Technically,
and of course,
Technically speaking, in Twitch chat, there is a 1 advantage for heroic.
I'm
but
here as the actually guy.
Tenstar, actually, guys, sorry, Tenstar is going to be starting on the defensive side for Cafe. Is it going to have an impact on their performance nerf?
difficult map to defend.
Difficult map to defend, but I mean, Ollie is in the same room, and he knows how much I love to see Nordic players play on Cafe Dostoevsky. Benja's been tearing people apart on Cafe for so many times. I've casted with Dez with casting Benja on Cafe, where he's been absolutely tearing it up on the defense, mind you. So I think it's difficult for me because I'm so biased because you have those memories of casting these players on these specific maps. You kind of ignore the whole context, but it's actually a team game. But Tenstar's attacks are really, really good, and on a map that is difficult to defend, and Heroic have chosen to start on the defense, it should be a slight advantage to Tenstar. But it is all about. I think Tenstar really, really needs to have a tight performance here in the first map just to go straight to the juggler. If they lose one, they're already 2 maps down, and they can't afford to lose anymore. So I think they at least need to give a very contested Cafe to even be a part of these series, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Tenstar have a lot of steam coming into this. They already won the first game 2-0. They had an opportunity to go for like a little break, lunch. I'm assuming that's what they used it for. But we heard Kenny yesterday, actually this morning in the interview, Jerry, and even yesterday on the post show was like, the fact that we actually had to go to a break, it kind of halted and like slowed us down a little because you know, you step away from your computer, you're not in the zone as much anymore.
You have to reset.
You have to reset. Do you think that's going to be an issue now, considering, yes, the break was much shorter. It wasn't a few hours. It was just an hour and a half. But is that going to have an impact?
I think it's impossible to predict, right? You don't know if they're going to come
You're
back.
an analyst. You're paid to predict these things.
I can't predict these things, right? They might come back and they may be completely mentally reset. Doesn't matter whether they lost or they won earlier. This is a new game. It's hours later.
And it's
you know?
and then best of 3 as well. Like, you have to understand that one of the first things that these teams have to practice is the mental reset. Every round that you lose, you have to go into next round think 0-0 in results. You have to play each round as if it's the most important round of the game. And the same thing goes for maps. The same thing goes for series. Like, it's all in the past now. So yes, I talk a lot about momentum when I'm casting, but that's mostly within the same map, because as we saw in the previous series, literally, we saw 7-0 on Villa by Tenstar, and then Victus game was much closer. So between maps, I don't think it really transfers as well, but the momentum within the game is going to be crucial, and that's why I want to see Tenstar get that first map so they can at least get, okay, now we're even Stevens. Now we have a series.
The thing is, I think with Cafe in particular, you look at the series yesterday, first map between Tenstar and Heroic was Border. It lends itself to aggressive plays on the defense. You basically have to fight out when you're defending it.
Of a map where no team wants to show the other one something else.
No, but also you're going to have whoever's defending, especially if it's when Heroic get on their defense, they'll just be jumping out every window. Right? You're not going to be able to let up, and Tenstar will have to be ready.
June had a great performance.
Exactly. The whole of that game on Border was just big moments, a load of big moments, like June with a 3K, Mello with a massive.
Because it's so difficult for the team to set up. It's so
around.
difficult for the team to set up because there's not really much room to work with, and you have those cross angles. And we saw that so many times that we're very hectic. It's very hectic for casters to pay attention to everything that's going on as well. And we have an overhead view. So it is exactly that. So you kind of tell as a caster, obviously you can't say that when you're casting the game, but when you see the map ban, you see starting with Border, like we've only seen once in the entire NPL, it's like, okay, they're just playing that so we can get that. Like, they don't want to show like something from another map that they really do want to play. Because Border is not now in a best of 5, which means that it wasn't because the teams were comfortable on Border. It's just because let's just throw Border in there. Let's not risk showing anything.
Well, we're not going to risk showing you the game just yet either. We do happen to have a couple of tech issues.
Isn't that your game start button over there?
That's the cough button.
That's a secret.
Oh.
You can't. You can't.
That's
tell
so that
people
you
Oh, sorry, I've never.
And they can't hear me.
You can't tell people that. We have a different setup.
Oh, so this is Jakey's button from whenever I need to shut up.
Yeah, so which is basically
All right.
now. We're gonna be heading to a break, guys. We'll be back shortly.
Oh, I know it.
We're going to have to go past both of these heroic players, and the shoddy rings true. He's going to find yet another one. He's on the great escape with the shoddy.
No, Nate gets tossed in. Fraro not ready for it. Benja almost takes himself out with an aid and finds another.
Far with time running out. They absolutely have to
stick this, and Zenoxa once again has to come up huge. He's going to get the kill. One and swing the whole way.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for it. And a double from Jags with a DMR.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are here for our grand finals of the Northern Premier League. Heroic versus Tenstar. Best of 5 stands before us and crowning a winner here in York today. Demo, how are you feeling?
Best of 5 -1.
Best of 5 -1.
Naturally.
It's still a best of 5. Just so happens that Heroic already are.
We missed the first map, actually.
Everyone missed it.
Yep.
I don't even think the teams played it.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't happen, did it? Doesn't exist.
That's a lot closer than what I think it should be.
There's a lot of Tenstar support out there, isn't there?
48% think Tenstar's being Heroic.
Is that, would you describe 48% of people there as being tired?
Could say. Could say. I'd personally use another word.
We're going to be hopping into our first map of Cafe. Map that we've seen a couple of times this weekend so far. Now, I got to interview Kenny at the end of their previous game against Victus earlier on this afternoon. And you never want to ask a coach or a player the question, you know, are you going to win the final? There's not a question you ask. But he wasn't incredibly confident. He kind of said, we'd be happy if we take a map, you know, giving Heroic the respect. Obviously, due to that community poll, there's a lot of people out there that think it's going to be a lot closer than that. I'm just wondering if he held back a little bit in that, because Tenstar have that potential.
They do. I think you can see the potential that they can be great, but at the moment they haven't hit that. And that's the reality that you're at.
Flores and Ying, first 2 to be removed, followed up by
Hungry's not on this
Valkyrie.
lobby.
I was going to say, has Hungry snuck his way back into the player area?
Valk, no surprise. Probably Azami Mira be the other ban.
Yeah, I would wager Azami over Mira, I think.
Well, hey.
Hey! I wagered correctly, Demo. GG's. GG's all around.
So yeah, Big Cafe. This is one of Heroic staples, is it not? This is like a map that they've been known for, that they're very, very good on. So I do worry for Tenstar in that regard. Obviously, Heroic, they just straight up picked this out of any map they could have chosen. This is one they went for.
Can someone please sort Benji's background out for him? He hasn't got the Heroic background and everybody else.
Oh, dear.
He did it yesterday as well.
I forgot. What weapon did Heroic get? Can you even remember?
I'm not sure.
2 seconds.
The chat's going nuts. It's this one, it's this one. Call in. Call in and let us know.
Fermite.
556?
Yeah.
Thought it was.
No, you didn't. Don't try and do that. I bet you don't even know what Eminem got, did they, in the skin?
I went and bought the Eminem one, actually.
Oh! Hear that, Cal? He's giving you money.
I had to log in and buy the Eminem one, obviously. With the ridiculously long name as well.
Yeah.
Like the Molotovs and
marshmallows,
and a load of other rubbish at the end of
People
it.
still don't know that that's what that Eminem stands for. It's mad, because we've always known it like that.
From back in the day. Well, we're going to be kicking things off on the top floor here for Cafe. Yesterday, when we saw this map played between between Victus, it was a very run-out orientated map. That's not what we've seen so far, kicking things off. Why is it then?
How does he fell for that? Because that's just somebody in that one window that you generally never get kills from. Yeah, he's fell for it there.
It looks like there could be a little bit more fall in here, as Yonka is already holding onto that main skylight. He can only be a pixel or so off the head, and he does eventually get a glimpse, but Benja manages to duck and weave and keep himself just above half HP.
Benja's very lucky, actually, not to die there. I don't really know what Yonka's hit to not headshot him, I'll be honest. But it is what it is. It's happened. Maybe a shoulder blade.
There wasn't much more available than the head, was there?
So Heroic, I think, playing fairly standard, what you expect to see in Cafe. Everything's air jabbed off for Mello below. Doesn't have to worry about getting jumped out on. Obviously, his teammates as well. And it's just about this utility burn. It's about making sure that you can toss everything in at a coordinated time and get rid of that pixel shield. Zenoxo, though, actually sniffing around at the bottom red stairs. We'll find Benja.
Manages to get one back on the trade. Jegs just needs to be cautious here inside of bathroom. He's got a player on that piano repel. upside down rappel angle is always going to be a difficult one to challenge onto. I'm surprised that Jonker's managed to stay alive for as long as he has directly underneath that skylight, to be honest, but he's keeping himself out of harm's way. Still plenty of utility for Jegs to play around here as the burn starts to come through, but Doom is taking a much more direct approach. He's going to deal with Jonker underneath of that skylight, and it's now going to force a bit of a rotation. Zenoxo has to get himself up these white stairs, and Jegs is still chewing through these Hibana pellets.
It's good work from Tenstar just to waste a bit of time, and of course that shield still being up is going to cause Heroic a lot of issues. Oh, I love this from Tenstar. Zenoxo just goes, you know what? Let's hit him with a bit of aggression, and it's worked so well for him. 3 kills in a row, and there he goes out the window, a quad ollie. What a way to kick things off for the German.
Zenoxo absolutely on fire with the DMR as well, no less. Grizzly left as the last alive on the roof. 25 seconds left to go. 1 versus 3. I think the diffuser's up on the roof as well at the moment, but
I think that's least of his worries, I'll be honest.
Not going to be something he's too concerned with at this point. Does manage to make the drop successfully, but Tenstar knowing when to put that aggression on and knowing when to take it all back. Zenoxo has secured this round for his team, and everyone else is just lying in wait. Could it be the ace that he deserves? And yes, it will be.
Wow, what a way to kick things off. An ace for Zenoxo, and a good ace, a good solid ace. I love that play, running in through Cigar Shop. Heroic just not ready for that. We're not expecting to see a bit of a retake from Cigar Shop happen. But yeah, Zenoxo's played that so well. Just that flow that he had, you know, straight out the window, immediately gets the kill straight out the window.
Straight out the window, straight back in. One of the benefits of being aggressive on Aruni is you, of course, get the punch. You know, you get the bionic fist, so you can get yourself straight back in, as every barricade is only a 1 punch. But it was the play for inside a Cigar Shop for me that was the one. He just saw the opportunity, saw the space, and took it. And it's kind of surprising because we know that Jonker was playing underneath the skylight. Jonker got taken out there by Doom, and it wasn't something that Doom then looked to further hold. He kind of got the kill onto Jonker and then retreated back into shop. All got the kill from in shop. It happened off camera, so we didn't exactly get to see how it went down. But you would expect Heroic to capitalize on that and to take that space a little bit better, but they left a gap. And they didn't leave it for long, but they didn't have to. Zenoxo saw that gap and filled it.
Next bomb site, we head to the mid floor. Typically it's basement that we see, but instead it will be in towards that reading, of course. Tenstar holding upstairs, as you would expect. And I mean, the real gist of what we see for the mid floors these days is a bit more of an extension in towards piano, I think. It used to be just you'd only defend the cocktail. What's happened there? A jump out as something happened, and then a trade immediately.
I think YZN kind of barrel stuffed Mellow there. He jumped out onto his lap.
Is this Medics? Have we got Medics? Yes, yes, yes. Let's see. What do you say? I'll know what's Medics as he does a signature spin. There it is. How are you, Medics? Are you well? What do we say? Spectate Benja if you are well.
Oh,
Good,
okay.
good,
He's well.
good.
It's good to know that Medics as well. We just entirely destroyed the 4th wall there.
Medics, are you happy that I'm nowhere near you at the moment? Spectate Doom if yes. Yeah, you're dead. You are dead.
It's not a bad time to spectate June, to be fair. He's putting a little bit of pressure there into piano. You do have Zenoxo. I love that. He's gone from a Rooney, picked up an ace, immediately onto the alibi, immediately onto the confidence
pick. That's a right
pick.
staple these days.
It really is. It's a confidence pick, though, isn't it? MX4 Storm. I remember back in the day we used to see, when Alibi was still relatively new, it was, I think Citizen probably still an M&M at the time. We used to always comment, you know, if he was having a good game, he'd end up on Alibi for a few rounds. And it really hasn't changed any in all the iterations and all the changes that have come through the game. If you're feeling yourself, still get yourself on the Alibi.
Oh, well, that hasn't lasted long. You've done a good job there, haven't you, Ollie, of cursing him, and Heroic, you're storming away, you know, 2 in the round, and now it's just Azerhol by himself upstairs. He will get tagged up, and they know exactly where he is inside the shop. It's only a matter of time, and yeah, there's Benja. Not a single bit of sight gameplay, Ollie. Everything taking place in piano.
Wasn't really required, was it?
Tenstar
got himself out there on a very aggressive and loose roam. I'll be honest, we didn't get to see all too much with you directing Medics around here, there, and everywhere.
Nothing wrong. We have to give Medics, you know, a little chat, because you need to keep them happy. Yeah, if you keep the observers happy, you will go far. And that's just the facts. Call me wrong.
Bench was using the G36 there, not the R4C. I commented yesterday that R4C is a little bit kinder these days in terms of recoil.
If Benj is running G36C,
it must be good.
I'm running the G36C.
Please.
Benj is running the R4C, I'm running the R4C. Benj is playing Ash, I'm playing Ash.
But not as well.
Benj is playing Tachanka, I'm not playing Tachanka. That's a terrible up.
That's probably what this lineup could do with that at the minute, I think.
Wake up.
Bit of Tachanka downstairs in kitchen.
Nope.
It's a staple of this.
That's you trying to sell fish to a fisherman. It's not going to happen, is it?
It's a mainstay of this site. It's a very popular site for the old Chank. Anyone unfamiliar, Demo is not the biggest fan in the world, but it doesn't matter. We do have the smokes of Jonker. I don't think we're going to see all too much early aggression. Tenstar have kind of just let a round slip quite easily there.
That's it. He's tried the hard bridge open a soft wall, even though he's back.
That's one way of doing it, isn't it?
Genius. Honestly, they'll never expect that.
I don't think it's going to matter too much in the grand scheme of the round, given how much has already been left open and the fact that we've still got Uno with a couple of X-Karos pellets knocking around. But what is the clear going to be? There doesn't seem to be much cause for a full roam clear at the moment.
VIP restaurant, I think, seems to be generally what you'll have with these kind of takes is 2 men usually pushing down through white corridor. You have to be careful of the freezer holes, but the main issue is going to be rooting out the player inside of VIP. Right now, that's going to be Zenoxo has the shield, has the ADSs, or did have the ADSs. Ollie, a Twitch drone has slipped in and eliminated his only form of protection from these grenades. And speaking of grenades, one of them has been fired, and there's the second. The shield goes down. There will be a quick trade-off. YZN will find one, but very swiftly gone. Jum is there to respond, and that's a 4v4. Azur's trying to come over to support Zenoxo, but pretty much at this stage, Ollie, Zenoxo, he just has to fight for his life. He's not getting out.
I see a Twitch drone destroyed there in Bakery as well. Jegs still able to operate from behind this Bakery counter, and he's got a bit of utility to play with. Laser gates on the windows and on that double door. Of course, the Banshee as well in order to slow any attacking push down. Heroic aren't getting much success through this backside, and Benja is instead going to go for a bit of a rotation, maybe take himself down these red stairs and see if there's any mischief he can cause inside of Bakery. Is, of course, where we have Jegs playing currently. Tenstar doing a good job of consolidating at the moment.
Yeah.
At the minute mark, just retreating themselves back ever so slightly. There are a couple of players that are out there on the roam that aren't going to get that opportunity, though. They're still going to win a couple of gunfights. Diffuser now cold at the bottom of those white stairs. Benja and Grizzly, while split up, they've still got to try and make this happen. Jegs, great swing there onto Benja. And Grizzly on this second floor. Not looking too great. 30 seconds, 3 kills to find, 10 seconds per kill here. He's going to announce himself and get his way down these brown stairs. Picks up the first onto Zenoxo, but that should be the only kill he gets in this round.
Should be. Grizzly, even go with a pistol, trying to sound a couple of lucky shots, but nothing coming off, and yeah, 15 seconds to go. He's not really going to be able to break down this crossfire that's going to be established. It's really up to Tenstar if they want to give him an opportunity. Grizzly knows exactly where one of them is, but as you can see, shows nothing. Not getting anything on the board. Grizzly fires through, but nope, there is Jag. So Tenstar, good round from them. I think Azur's rotation into Longbar really threw off Heroic there, didn't it? You know, Heroic, I think, did good in the early game. Got the Twitch thrown in it, eliminated the ADSs. Then we seen the nades also start to filter in. And Zenoxo, I think, for a good period, was probably thinking, God, I'm going to be dead here any second now, because that was just kind of the format. I think Heroic maybe needed to put a little bit more pressure moving in from front door, moving in towards Cope, perhaps. Because I don't, it seems as if they were very separate. I think if you're committing for that VIP restaurant take, everyone needs to commit to it. You just need to play the trade game, which it looks as if they were very timid in those attacks.
And I liked us in a bit of vertical as well. You know, we brought the book and it didn't really get used. I'd liked us in, you know, something going on that second floor. That's where Grizzly was operating from. Obviously, he needs a bit of safety to get the drone work done on the Twitch, but Heroic don't really look like they're up for it at the minute. You know, we've seen the player cams there. I don't think I've seen so much as a grin on any of the players.
I'll be honest, to be fair, that is very staple of Heroic.
It is, but you don't feel that energy. You know, you look, I think it's chalk and cheese at the moment though, isn't it? Because you look at Tenstar, and Kenny is shouting behind the boys every single round. And that's just the person that he is. He's just energetic, passionate, and the whole team feeds off that, and it's quite infectious. And then you look on the side of Heroic, and it's just very stoic, very straight-faced.
It's just personalities, isn't it?
It is personalities, but it feels... you always see the teams that are getting more hype tend to do a little bit better, and I guess, you know, keeping yourself nice and level throughout the game and not getting too high when it's going good and not getting too low when it's going bad's a good thing. But Heroic, at the moment, just lacking a little bit of that coordination, particularly in that last attacking round. Now going to see some success early on here, however. Doom going to be gifted 2. Can only presume that was a little bit of an attempt at a spawn peek there, as both YZN and Jegs are both going to fall. YZN has been a very costly player in the opening part of the round. He's got himself a couple of kills, but every single time he's been immediately traded.
It's all about the trades in Cafe. I mean, Strats and Cafe really don't play that big of a part. It's all about the kills. It's all about how efficiently you can get the trade games going. Because Cafe, there's a lot of crossfires in Cafe, isn't there? You think about Piano, for example. How many different angles can you get shot from? How has he won that?
Doom's finally been shut down. Zenoxo, bit of a demon on that DMR, proving himself again.
Hit or miss that DMR for some players. Some players just love it. Some players couldn't hit a barn door.
Well, Zenoxo not doing too badly at all. Could be given an opportunity at another here. There's 2 Heroic players stacked upon this window.
The window cleaner
isn't going to be much better than Benja. Zenoxo, he's only actually gotten kills with the DMR so far. He's been on both the Alibi and the Jaeger and not seen any success. With 1 minute 20 left, you've got to favour Heroic here. They've got double the man count that Tenstar currently have, 4 versus 2. More than enough time to get these drones working and figure out just where these last 2 players are hiding. Jonker, directly underneath the skylight. Azza, just playing a little bit further back in toward the freezer area. And Cocktail. Should be a fairly straightforward execute for Heroic.
You'd hope so, but never say never. Because that is a kill. It certainly does favor Tenstar now. It kind of pulls them back into it. However, there's actually a rotate from Yunka. Went downstairs, and he's going to leave Azar all by himself on long bar. He's looking to maybe fall back, but he is being pressured now from the windows. Mellows rotate himself over, trying to get into a better position for crossfires, better angle, and Mellows actually just swing in, but immediately be shut down by Azar. Oh no, Ollie, this is now doable from Tenstar. Red pings are going to come in. Yunka finds a headshot through the long bar, and Azar plays out of his skin. Wow, what a 2v4 from Tenstar. What's going on from Heroic there? That's not like them.
That is unforgivable from Heroic. 4 versus 2.
1 by 1 by 1 by 1 by 1.
1 minute 20 left on the clock. And they just give it up in 1v1s. No surprise to see that timeout called there. And Arkic's got around 45 seconds to try and drag these lads back on track, because that was devastating. Very well played from Tenstar. Yonka's rotation there, it is make or break. If there's any information that he's making that rotation, that's the time that Heroic needs to go. You need to target Azza on his own when he's solo upstairs.
Yeah, that's it.
But they didn't.
Yeah.
Kind of tried. Went in through heaven, but there was no one else there for that trade. It kind of makes me chuckle, because you mentioned at the start of that round demo how important the trade game is. And we saw just exactly how important the trade game can be.
I feel as if Uno's really sold Mellow down the river there. Because he was probably saying, oh, swing and I'll cover you. He can't get that angle. If he's swinging in, the defender can still hide himself behind the doorway. So yeah, a bit of a misplay it seems to be from Heroic. I think Uno, especially there, you could kind of see that. I mean, did Mellow need to rotate to that window? Realistically?
I think Heroic just needed to pick one thing and all commit to it, because it looked like there were a couple of different ideas there as to how they were going to approach it. We see someone attempting to rotate in through heaven. We see Benji getting, just caught out in a gunfight that he wasn't expecting in shop. And as soon as those 2 go down, it's you're shooting fish in a barrel, really. Tenstar have got that momentum. They've dragged it back to 2 versus 2. They're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Let's see if the timeout is good for a round. Typically, a team that takes a timeout will pick up a round and give them a bit of time just to recompose themselves. And for Tenstar, it at least takes a little bit of the wind out of their sails, but I don't think they're going to be feeling too concerned so far. To put this into context, it is Cafe and it is defense for Tenstar. They're doing the expected.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that, have we?
They are doing the expected at the moment. However, circumstances dictate that 4 versus 2 should be won by the team that has 4.
Cafe's the only map where you could be 6-0 up on the defense and you still wouldn't feel safe switching over. It's still not a guarantee. That's just the way Cafe is. It's so driven back and forth by momentum more than anything, Ollie. We know teams can just roll over very, very quickly. I mean, Cafe's kind of like a pit where if you have a bad game on Cafe, it's not just a bad game, it is like the worst game you've ever played. That's how unforgiving Cafe is. Gotta be good on it. And I do worry for Mello, because that's kind of happening to him at the moment.
Cheeky little C4 attempt there, but it looks like Heroic had read into it quite well. Only losing a drone in the process, and more importantly, not losing Doom on the sledge. Tenstar are happy to be meeting Heroic out in the field right now on this roam. We're going to be getting a bit of window play going now as well. Needs to be a bit more focus on dealing with that pixel shield, which it looks like we've seen in this round. It's an area that has troubled Heroic a little bit, and they've taken their time to deal with it in previous rounds, but it was a key focus there. Benja getting straight in, and once the ADSs had been burnt, able to use the Ash launcher to get rid of that and just weaken somewhat the position there for the bathroom player.
Oh, there's a man slipped in towards Pixel. Benji knows, but no! Jags completely annihilates Benja. Great talent, young Jags. Just whenever he's in the zone, God, he can hit some nasty shots.
Looks like he's not done that either. Doom now going to try and take up that engagement. Jegs, he's got loads of little angles that he can peek from here. Ducking and diving out of the way of the grenade. Still alive and kicking, just waiting for that flash to wear off. Noxo not in a bad spot either. Jegs is wasting tons of time and utility here as well, and the rest of his team can just hang back for the time being. YZM maybe going for a bit of a rotation up those white stairs, seeing if he can look to join and assist. Mute Jammer there just slowing down this drone progress somewhat. There's still 4 drones left for Heroics. They can use those to find out where these players are, but they know where Jegs is, but they need to try and do something about it. Zanoxo, he joins the party, picks himself up 2 of his own before Heroic respond. The diffuser now in Doom's hands, but he's got 20 seconds and he's 1 versus 3.
Doom, big moment for him. Big moment. Don't know if he can make this all just down to time, even 10 seconds to find 3 of them, and look at Tenstar, they're happy enough just to fall back, and YZN's there. If that final kill, I mean, Jags played out of his skin there. Look at that. Not only did he do, getting the kills, and I mean, I think he just got the 1 kill, didn't he? But look at the time waste. Look how annoying he was.
It was the way that he played it. It was the way that he played it.
Using the Oryx, if people don't know, Oryx, whenever he uses his ability, apart from Amaru, he is the fastest. If we were to get the speed gun out and we were to measure that, apart from Amaru, he actually goes the fastest, right?
You sound like a certain Canadian caster at the moment.
How so?
I think it was Charlotte, where we saw a lot of Oryx play, and all Intero kept saying was, Oryx, for those that don't know, he's the fastest operator in the game. But it is true. And
God, I sound like an old man if you're comparing me to him.
There are so many different ways of using that little burst of speed. Yeah. Getting yourself
it just runs from pixel
in and out of safety is paramount.
Yep. Unless you're spot, you're not hitting those shots.
I think it was 1 kill, fantastic, but it was also the way that he played it. It felt like he was Neo from the Matrix, just dodging here, there, and everywhere. And Heroic tying himself in a bit of a knot to try and deal with it. There's other ways of getting to deal with that. Get somebody on the white window. Get somebody, pushing on the white stairs window even.
Right, ready for a throwback?
Hit me.
So me and you, we used to cast another region. That was known for being the best sides in 2021.
Oh, okay.
Did we not?
Yeah.
What was one thing that a certain team who I think are, fraudulent and should be in Disneyland, what was one thing they always did whenever things were getting rough? And we hated it.
When the going gets tough, the Monty gets going. Shield play.
Monty.
Panic Monty. We love a Panic Monty. Typically, it's Grizzly that'll play the Monty.
Yeah, he's known for the shields.
He's not only known for it, but he's very good at it as well.
So I do worry Heroic, obviously in a bit of a hole right now, and they just say, okay, let's just bring him Monty and see what happens. It is always a worry. Because I think you need to have a certain playstyle to really make the shields work. And like you said, Grizzly is typically known. I don't think Melu's known for playing the the Monty, so I really don't know how this is going to work. Slightly worried.
Well, it's a very direct approach from Heroic, but it's a direct approach that so far isn't really giving them anything. The Toxic Babe canister is being used nice and early to try and stop this push. There's no reason not to. You don't want to let that Monty in. You can't afford to give that ground up so easily, because as soon as it's available, Heroic are going to take it. And already they've got themselves into prep room here. Bit of a swing there. Wiserden is going to shut down Benja. Find himself a second onto Uno. Mello, it's not a position you want to be as a Monty, tucked into a corner, but he is the last man standing. Tenstar, another flawless round here.
Annihilated. I'll be honest, you look at that Monty gameplay, where was everyone?
It's pretty poor.
Where? Monty's walking in. Why is nobody following up with him? It just looks like Heroic are just trying to get this game over and done with. So it feels like. Like those past 2 rounds, deflated, I would say, is the word to use.
Doesn't bode well for what is to come. Bodes quite well for Tenstar though. 5 rounds on the defense. Little 2 rounds here, and it will see them, the victors here on Cafe.
Should we get another opinion on what do we think the game's like? Medics, give us an opinion. How do you think Heroic's playing? Give us what should we do? What should make them do to say yes or no, or to agree?
Well, I mean, Medics has probably watched Heroic more than anybody on this earth, maybe bar and Arkic.
Medics, spectate Benja if this is the Heroic that you're used to seeing.
Ooh.
Oh, he's not happy. Oh, wait, he has picked it at Benja. Wait, is it? Wait, hold on a minute, man.
Wow.
Wait, is this Heroic that you're expecting to see? Wow.
I think Medic's just autopiloted there.
Yeah.
Full autopilot mode.
But no, I think we all know Heroic can play much better than this.
Yes.
Like 100%. And I'm sure Heroic are probably sitting there thinking, it's not good enough, guys. You know, 5-1 splits. You know, yes, obviously it's doable, but there's plenty of opportunities there for them to give it a really good go. There's quite a lot of rounds where they just gave it to Tenstar, didn't they?
Yeah. It's all well and good knowing that you can pick up rounds on the defense, but it didn't seem like they weren't trying, but they were just doing very unusual things on some of those attacking rounds. Let's see if it translates for Tenstar. They've had the easy side of things now. Now they've got to go and attack onto Cafe, which isn't the easiest thing in the world, as demonstrated by Heroic there. Especially when you're going to be looking at dealing with a couple of mirror windows now thrown into the mix as well. Castle barricades from Doom, so Heroic really setting themselves up, laying out their stall. Not looking interested in any early run-outs or any sort of aggression. All the Tenstar players have made it up onto the roof successfully, so I'm not going to be playing silly beggars with people flying out of windows left and right.
Tenstar actually going to take the plunge. One dropping new hatch, one dropping in towards red, but as you've seen, I think Jags was maybe looking just to try and burst onto the bomb site, but that mirror window looking dead center is going to cause some issues. Oh, the ADS and the Urinicates is going to stop that castle barricade being opened up, and Jim from below will find an easy kill onto Jags, and I think that's going to slow down Tenstar quite a lot, because they were actually relying there on that Sophia opening up the castle barricades at range, because right now they really don't have another way of getting rid of that.
Good trade from Wiserden. Azza, not sure if he's fully got the information here that Mello is going to be playing on Pixel, doesn't fully commit to pushing in. Instead just stalls out in the shop for a moment. The mirror window is going to cause quite a big problem here. Heroic are very concerned with what is happening over on that piano side of things, and maybe less concerned about what's going on those cocktail windows behind them, but the pressure there has been alleviated as they're getting taken out at range, and Uno still with some horrible angles to work with. Can likely keep his eye on that shop door. Benja, he's going to shut Wiserden down, and Uno finds himself one onto Zenoxo. Heroic stamping out any attempt that Tenstar were able to make there.
Yeah, just showcases how strong Mira is on Cafe. Such a deadly force to have in your arsenal, and you can see the idea from Tenstar. They know that Heroic, they played the mirror window inside of Freezer. Typically, we would see mirror windows inside a bathroom because it's a little bit more protected. Because if that castle barricade wasn't there, then you'd be subject to getting naded from the skylight, wouldn't you? You're just being straight up shot from the skylight. So then they placed the castle barricade there, and you could see that that's what Tenstar were going for, was trying to eliminate the castle barricade. They still had one guy on the skylight, remember, as well, who was ready then to play off that being opened up. But Jags just didn't have enough burn. There was the Aruni gate, you've seen the ADS was snuck in, and also just Jim just peeks him from below.
It comes down to Jim.
Heroic were ready for that. You know, Heroic, I think, used their utility very well, but Tenstar, as soon as they lose Jags, there was no plan B. Bit of a worry if you're literally relying on Jags needs to open this castle barricade. Okay, what happens if he does? Then what do you do? Oh, you just lose the round? It's really? Seriously?
It's a little bit worrying when there is one thing that you need to do in that round to break the defense, and it's to get rid of that mirror window. And to do so, you've got to burn the ADS, the Aruni gate, and the castle barricade. And as soon as the one person that has that job, you know, you've got a single point of failure there within the round.
I mean, that's equivalent of like losing the hard breach in Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult, isn't it? Because you need that utility burn. That's where Ash and Sophia are really good on Cafe.
Tenstar going to be looking to attack a different bomb site this time. We're going up to that second floor. I'm not going to see Bakery brought out as the second choice.
Oh,
YZN maybe looking to move with a little bit of speed here as we see the Gon 6 for the barbed wire. Jegs, love that little claymore.
It'll get a kill. Benji will be sniffing.
It's almost guaranteed at this point.
It's like you're playing Mousetrap with Benji, isn't it? Just how you got to funnel them into it.
It's just, you're just not going to expect it at all. Benja,
Oh,
hello?
what?
Oh dear, Benja
Never.
lets one slip. You don't get to see that too often.
Oh my goodness.
This is where the Claymore's going to be huge.
No, it's going to be a shot in the face, I'll be honest.
Nah, I think that we're going to see a little bit of a back off there. There's a bit of information as well available. Uno just able to assist from above. Drone comes out, gives the game away. Both players being very well supported by their team and both just going to back off for the time being.
You know, signature pulse, isn't it? Known for this kind of operator. Good information he can gain, of course, feed that through to Benja and co. It's going to work out very, very well. Just keep checking to see what he can find. Oh, there's one in the window, and oh, snags the kill. Uno in a good position there. Will spot another one on red stairs. Going to go for the C4, then he's going to swing the double door. Perhaps it will go for the bait, but no. Jegs just backs away at the right moment.
How is Jegs still alive? He's getting himself in so many close skirmishes here. He's going to send the lifeline out in an attempt to disorientate Uno and push him back, and it does just exactly that. But they've lost Azza, they've lost that entry they were looking to get. Benja, brilliantly timed swing, moves himself into shop there, takes Jonker out, and really keeps his teammate alive. Tenstar going to lie and scan things out here, but it isn't going to matter. You can't let that opportunity slip twice, and Benja will not. Jegs eventually falls. Znoxo is going to be there with the trade, though. Still, things aren't looking fantastic for Tenstar, given they are 2 versus 3, and there's still the opportunity for Uno to gather so much info on this heartbeat scanner.
Still doable. 2v3s. Certainly Tenstar can pull these out, but they need to make sure that they're together whenever they're going for these pushes, Ollie. The trade game is so important in cafes, and Oxo has no idea that Uno is going to be sat in the corner tucked away, and there's Jum. Also, he's playing on white stairs. Heroic. 2 in a row on the defense, Ollie. This is what we mean with Cafe. You can play atrocious on your attacks, but you can still end up with a good victory if you can play the defense. And of course, also banking that equally the people you're playing against aren't as strong on the attack. And right now, Tenstar struggling big time.
They're giving away a couple of opportunities, aren't they? There's a lot of drones
very
left.
Solo in that round specifically, which is gonna cost them.
6 drones left at the end of that round.
You need to play together in Cafe, and they're not doing that.
6 drones left at the end of the round is a lot of information that you could be gathering with those 6 drones. And they were still in a couple of the players' pockets as well. So you've really got to, you know, capitalize on that, and especially if you're going to be, you know, playing against people that are going to be hiding corners. Uno there just playing beautifully inside of reading. Didn't need to give himself away. He could just play off the information he was gaining. Seen a couple of 6 picks. An Adobe and a Glaz. Glaz for a Glaz, but the Adobe for a Sledge. Can be sneaking the Twitch in there as well to get rid of any utility. And I guess prioritize on those smoke grenades, give Znoxo a little bit more room to work with.
Yeah, I'm interested to see exactly what the kind of idea from Tenstar, because I think the glass you can utilize in more of a traditional just bakery clear, because it's great at just challenging anyone inside a bakery, but it can also be used really well for taking VIP. For example, you smoke off that white corridor and just send the glass through, push through that fog. So there is options you can have. The glass, of course, a great pushing operator. But I think even Tenstar themselves don't really know what they want to go for. You've got a bit of main door presence there, Ollie. You've got, someone in towards wedding as well. So it's just a bit, not really sure.
I mean, it looks as though Bakery's kind of there to be taken. There's a deployable shield, but nobody's on the back of it. There is a rotation into sight, so there's potential for a swing. But a well-placed smoke, providing everything's been burnt, could do that. Mello, fantastic kill onto Jegs. Don't think Jegs would have been expecting that one. Player inside of prep as the nade will be used to burn out that Goyo canister. Zenoxo, smokes are coming in, and now's probably going to be his time to hop. Is he going to get the heads up and know that there's a player on the red stairs, sorry, takes a couple of shots there and can see somebody long, but he's going to get peeked from pillar and post, picks up one before being traded. Grizzly coming in with a kill onto YZN, and again, Tenstar have just fallen. That trade game not there for them. Jonker, he is going to be in Bakery. Now he can look to try and work on this rotation into sight. Two players are going to be stacked up on the bomb chassis, but a C4 is going to see it that Jonker is sent to the cameras. Azza, however, picks himself up those two players that were stacked. Can now look to recover this diffuser and start to approach this 1 versus 2. Uno still has 3 Toxic Babe canisters left. Doom, full HP. Time to jump in the drone. There is going to be a player at the top of red stairs.
Red stairs.
He hasn't thoroughly droned it. Granted, he can't really. He's not got all the time in the world to check every single nook and cranny, but he's going to do his best. Doom has likely gone unnoticed there, and that could be a bit of a problem for him.
Yeah, I think Doom just has to sit, hold the angle. Obviously, he has those head holes open, even if you see Azur snoop in towards the kitchen. You would expect that Doom is going to have him, and I mean, even Uno, he's just sitting on the bulletproof, maybe trying to use the mechanic to try and stop the drone with that little EMP burst that you have. But then again, look at the way Azur's aiming here. He actually might have the suspicion that he's in that position. Will try and go for the plant, but instead gets off it, looking to swing. Surely the bulletproof had seen him, and it looks as if it's going to now. So exactly where he is.
Ooh,
and
canister.
Azur actually does keep Uno tucked away inside a freezer, but no, can still jump out the double window. And this should be it for Heroic. All Uno needs to do is swing, but nope, Doom will get him as expected. A little bit tense there, but Heroic still just playing with the time, playing with that information, and seeing out the round. Tenstar, desperate. It looks desperate.
It looks a little bit desperate. I'll give you that. The glass play from Zenoxo, and looking to smoke it in and play this long corridor. It kind of worked out, kind of didn't. You're always going to get somebody challenging off the back of that, and a couple lucky pot shots through the smoke. I think Azza picking up the 2 players that were stacked for Heroic was probably the worst bit of the round from a Heroic perspective. To get 2 players stacked up like that, you really want to try and avoid things like that. But from that point onward, there wasn't really much doubt that Heroic were going to come away with that. Doom and Uno had that really on lockdown. The only thing that was maybe a little bit tense, and it's probably because we didn't really see it properly, is when the Goyo kind of still got popped. I was like, I could just imagine Uno's health just going chunk, 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 and just being removed, but he'd kept himself out of the blast.
We've seen 9 rounds of Cafe, not a single bit of verticality.
Yeah, we've not seen any vertical kills.
Just nothing. I don't know.
It's these bakery pushes that just go so direct and don't try and open up inside of,
even though going above and sledging above and then going for the freezer drop has been the most successful way playing Cafe attacks on Kitchen, but hey, they're the pros. What do I know?
Nothing.
I'm but a mere loser.
You're a mere hub player.
Let's not mention the hub. Jerry plays the hub.
He does? Jerry loves the hub.
Blatant line one trick.
Yeah?
You play the hub.
I've been known.
Yep.
I'm terrible.
You are.
The pressure gets to me. I do.
What's the pressure?
Just playing any sort of 10-man custom game, I always like...
Well, you think Desertu's going to be looking at you and think, God, he's terrible.
No, I just get the pressure gets to me.
From Dez.
I feel like I just can't deal with the thought of being bad. I dread to think what these players feel.
Be better.
It's not as easy as that.
Tenstar needs to be better because this game is slowly getting away from them. It is always the fear that we had. So they have brought in the Twitch this time. Jegs was on the Sophia. They tried to open it up via Sophia angle, but this time, Twitch coming in. All he has to do is slip it in, and he will get one of them. And that was the tricky mirror window, because that stops the default plant that you can snoop in through the new balcony and try and plant behind one of the cabinets. So that is very, very big for Tenstar to get rid of immediately. But there's still a lot of work to be done, Ollie. Still need to try and take control of Piano. Piano's going to be very difficult taking control of if that other mirror window still up. So, yeah, Tenstar need to figure out how they can deal with that second one. And it should be quite easy. Go in the east window, shut it down from that angle.
There's ways and means of doing this. And the fact that they've got one is a good win so far in this round, but they do need to speed up somewhat because the mirror windows really will slow you down to a bit of a crawl. Azza knows that there's going to be someone inside of train. We'll see that very quick rotation from Doom, and probably going to get himself into some mischief in that main lobby area just by pillars. A little bit of a game of cat and mouse here while the drones have worked ahead and they found that, yes, there is somebody here on this second floor. That really is all that Azza knows right now. Both players going to be locked into holding onto the doorway. The good news is that Doom isn't going to be looking to cause any threat from below if he's wrapped up worrying about where the Nook is going to be pushing from. Bit of barbed wire could slow him down here. Nade starting to be cooked. Surely that'll have been heard. Mello is going to give himself a freebie there, but will be instantly traded as the collapse starts to come through.
Benja ready to go. Will he have the pre-fire? Yes, he will, and two of them. That's a Benja classic. Just plays of that momentum wise, and then also falls Benja. Big old free K Ollie and Heroic now. All level. 5-5. The cafe effect.
All square. This is where we maybe start to see a couple of smiles from Heroic, knowing, yep, pressure's off. We've got those 5 rounds back. We are now back to level, and if anything, they have a slight advantage given they've got another round of this defense to go. Great play from Benja. Good patience. Tenstar, it's almost a shame to see, isn't it? Because we get one round where they push in through Piano side too much, and then we get another round where they try and push in through White Stair side too much, and there needs to be a balance there.
It's a worry now for Tenstar. It just feels as if the game's got away from them. Heroic, if they have that momentum, they'll sweep you. Not even close. This team is so dangerous in that regard. You know, I think the fact that Bench has even just got a free K there, it's only going to get worse now. I really do worry.
Well, worry not, Demo.
Why would I not be worrying?
Are you if you backed Tenstar?
I don't care. I've just realised. Why am I worrying?
You've just realised.
I'm just happy we've got 4 teams in CL.
We've done well, haven't we?
That's all I'm happy about.
Very well indeed.
I mean, pretty much 4 teams. You know, hopefully M&M Academy will be there soon. You hope so. Just all they have to do is, you know, a decent finish in the next quals, and that's them in. But we got the other 3. God.
Not bad at all. Benja on the cap can for this round. It's a classic. A Benja classic.
Yeah, Benja loves that. Benja loves it.
To be fair, that's a similarity that Benja and I share. It's probably one of the few.
Well, you don't think your charming gun skill is not another one that you don't share with Benja, no?
No, we both. I love a bit of cap gun as well.
But I'm talking about your gun skill.
No.
No? Maybe it's your great communication.
Maybe.
As many rounds I've just heard 0 comms from you. 0 drone work being done by you.
No, that's not true. They do me a disservice.
All I hear is you getting spawn peeked, and then the vape starts ripping off in the background.
I do have a habit of getting spawn peeked.
You do?
Usually by you. Not quite a spawn peek, but maybe a little bit of a spawn peek on the reverse. Could be a nice C4 here from Uno, but I don't think he manages to get it through. Does just get caught on that barricade.
Hazard's looking, thinking, hold on a minute, was that for me?
Yeah, like, what's going on here?
Good info from, the polls. It's good. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? I've had a fart.
Ooh, look at that for game sense. Wiserden shutting Uno down, and with it, the heartbeat scanner.
That's the word. Usage. Good usage.
Uno's done some great work on the heartbeat scanner. Almost a shame to see him taken out there. Grizzly wasn't expecting to see the player just on the other side of the bar.
Dodgy UMP, of course, isn't it?
Yeah.
mean, Jim's still up and healthy with that DMR, and we know that certainly he has the capabilities of popping off, but you see Tenstar now, they know they have that man advantage and they just play with it. They honestly don't even need to try and challenge the 2 players upstairs because they're looking to go for the fireplace plant ollie.
As you say that, then we drop off the rappel and maybe look for a slightly alternate approach. Tenstar do need to pick something and commit to it here, though, and they do have to be cautious of this vertical that's available to Grizzly. Only got a glimpse of the shoes there on Yonka. Yonka now going to rotate himself probably into Laundry, but there is going to be a player tucked into that reading bookcase. Does manage to find the kill, and this vertical battle can start. And the skeleton key was used there in the reverse of what you would expect to deal with those players above.
Give him an angle to kill the diffuser. That's exactly what you want, but, well, Tenstar, they've finally got an attack, and it does put them on match point now, Ollie. Took them a very long time to get to this point, but hey, 1 round, and they will take the first map. Well, second map, technically.
First map play, second map of the series. The thing is, if Tenstar take this, there's a good chance we see the majority of the maps here.
As you say, with a glistening smile.
I'm here for it. Kitchen is where we are going to move down to. Now we're seeing this glass again.
Yeah, it was so... I get the idea, but the execution in terms of hard breach was not done first.
Yeah.
I think there's been a severe lack of even hard breach gameplay as well. It's just a very gun-orientated cafe.
Oh,
just
okay.
the way,
we're getting the change.
Going.
We're getting the change.
All right.
I was a little bit worried when Wisden hovered the Capital there because I was like, oh, they're tripling down on this glass.
I hope they go above. I mean, above is just going to be the best. That's going to be what you're going to go for. The fact that they have the Thatcher, I think, even lets you know that they're going to go above because they're prepping in case there is a Kide clock, because Kide is open.
Don't give Mello that same chance on that big double door as well into main. Yonka, where has he got himself taken out
Where
from?
is he?
Benja. Oh, stood on the piano maybe?
Where did he? What window? That one.
Yeah.
Where did he die? Out by Park.
Unforgivable. Well, you mentioned about the hard breach. Fortunately, Jegs has got a couple of can openers in his pocket.
I love medics trying to be the body finder.
You've got to be quick though, haven't you?
Yeah, because
they're more of a logo finder.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Good work, medics. Good work. Proud of you. Proud of you.
Good work, Benja. Benja got the kill.
Speaking of him, he's asked for more.
Primed and ready. 1.5 there.
I mean, this is just where Benja, whenever he's confident, he's just everywhere, isn't he? He does it. He's the marathon man. Just says to you, you know, if you had enough, are you thirsty for more?
He's a classic midfield player, isn't he?
Of course, he has box to box, and oh, I don't like this. What's going on, Azur? There's a blatant shield right in front of you, and he just tried to slip in. Zenoxo has been flashed by his own teammate. Drops on his belly. What's going on here? It's going to be Grizzly who gets caught out. Zenoxo should know there's still one more player. Where's he going? Where's Uno going?
Oh dear, Uno. That could be a blunder that costs the game. Leveled out at 2 apiece. Benja swoops in to save the day, or at least potentially so. Zenoxo is going to throw the EMP far and look to maybe get this plant down. Wisden can provide a bit of cover. Benja going to drop that C4 and maybe use it as a bit of a distraction, but the plant's going to go down without a hitch. Wisden can now look to hold on from Wedding. He's going to have Benja peeking in pretty close. Benja wins those. 3 kills on the round. Needs to make it 4. Zenoxo, how much info has he got? He's looking from pillar and post. He isn't looking the right direction. Sees both of them. Benja for the quad to keep Heroic in Cafe.
Just one of those rounds, isn't it? That's what I mean. He is everywhere. He was upstairs in piano, spawn peeking. He went down to white stairs. He was then pushing long. He then pushed upstairs to red. He then pushed in towards train. He then came back down the red. He then started pushing everywhere and anyone that came across him. Just, what do you say? But I mean, what a fiasco in the bakery.
Welcome to Tekkerstown. Welcome to, we got a great view of that as well. We could see, you just saw everything that was going wrong and bad.
God.
There's probably a few players on Heroic that are quite happy and glad that Benja clutched that one up, because that's one to go back and look over and you know that there was some serious blunders.
Couple of question marks, 100%. Heroic, get the defense. Is that the kicker? Do we just close up shop now?
Statistically, yes, it is the kicker.
But maybe it's that one round.
Maybe we get that the age-old siege thing where whatever the sides have favoured in regulation, it switches for overtime. It depends, honestly, it all hinges on the mirror windows.
It's the mirror, yeah, the top floor, it all revolves around that gadget. It's just so good at locking down these big, long angles. I mean, if you look at Cafe top floor, especially like Long Bar, it's a gigantic room.
Yeah.
It's very, you know, open. No, open. Like, you think about it, you look at Long Bar, you can open it up. So you just have this room of emptiness. And that's where the mirror windows are going to be great.
No twitch this time from Tenstar either. There's obviously more than one way of dealing with the mirror window. There's more than just the shock drone, but typically it's...
I mean, relying on nades is not the best whenever you know that the team are going to have ADSs, YMI charges, even Aruni's going to be open as well. Castle barricades you burn through. It's a lot.
You could always try and go below.
They might try and go east side. It looks like it, because you don't go and sludge that castle barricade unless you're looking for an east side to take.
But then again, Jegs isn't framing himself up for that east side push where he's going to assisting from below. You know, you would expect maybe the book, excuse me, to be there and to be ripping open some of that floor and to move some of those defenders around.
We'll let it run and we'll see. We'll come back to it. But for the meantime, Tenstar happy enough just to take their time and maybe use the drones as best as they can. I don't think Heroic will be too worried about giving away picks. They still have the mirror windows. Jum has been taken out. Castle gone. As long as those mirror windows are up, Ollie, it's going to be difficult. Oh, a great nade being filtered in. Grizzly, the Wamai, gets down. Irony, you can certainly say with that one. Another nade being tossed in, and that's great. How are these nades happening? Do you know why all these nades are happening? Because they triple stack the ADSs for Long Bar, and they have none defending Cocktail.
Tenstar haven't gone for a cocktail push yet, and it's just about the most perfect time to do so. Jegs is going to be below inside of reading, but so is Benja. Secures the kill onto Grizzly from earlier, but Benja is there to pick up that trade. Mello gets himself into a skirmish. One of them's going to run out of ammo, and it's not going to be Mello. Jonker picks up the pieces, and Benja left inside of the clutch. Zanoxo pushes through from Pixel. Tenstar finally crack that top floor.
We did say, is this the one? Is it that one? But yeah, just no ADSs for Cocktail. All of them being triples stacked on the Long Bar that we've seen previously whenever they had the mirror windows, and for Jegs had a right old fiasco dealing with it. And yeah, I mean, they still have the Wamai discs. Wamai is literally by those windows. What's happening?
Now it's time for Heroic. Their attacks were pretty dreary. We had some pretty questionable rounds in there, as we've had questionable rounds from Tenstar on the attack. But it's the best way possible for Tenstar to be going into this overtime match point, picking up that first round on the attacking side, where they had struggled up until then. Are they going to lock things out here on Cafe? We've seen a lot of six picks coming through there, Demo.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A lot of changes. I think maybe Heroic were expecting maybe a different bomb site, because that's generally what happens.
5 seconds to go.
But of course it will be that top floors where they have to go from. No hard breach. One thing to keep in mind, Ollie, they are going with the Lion
either.
And the Dokkaebi. Don't say rush. Surely not.
Nah, there's no Amaru.
Don't say skylight drop. Can't be. I mean, Red Wall ain't gonna get opened up. Piano ain't being opened up. Maybe they're gonna go for an east side take.
Quite possibly. It's what makes the sense given the lineup that they've currently got. Mello gonna get the drone in now and just have a look-see inside. Bit of a red ping there for Uno to work with. Can put some shots on, but can't land the finishing blow. Zanoxo is gifted a freebie, even though he's being called by Dokkaebi. Doom unawares and unprepared. Benja may be moving in now to pick up the pieces as he slowly rotates around on the nut, but Zanoxo's better. He's going to end this game the way that he started it.
Potential 20 bomb. We haven't seen a 20 bomb yet. He's on a 2 KD, only 18 and 9. Unbelievable in that defense. We've seen him ace, of course, this game. Azure, a great
Beautiful.
little pick, and Tenstar. Well, Cafe. Finally, it looks as if they've got it cracked here, Ollie. Heroic, the attack still faltering for them like they were in the first half. Unless Uno and Grizzly, the two supports, the backbone of this lineup, can clutch it out. We have a game on our hands. We have a series on our hands.
We most certainly do. You know, the remnants of one of those Dokkaebi Logic Bomb phone calls just wearing off. Heroic, there's so much time for them to play with here, but they've not really got the ops to do what they need to do. A Lion and a Dokkaebi, it's not what you want in a 2 versus 5 clutch. We're going to hear another Lion scan come out now, but the defenders, they're not being given a reason to move. They just can hold static, hold firm. Get these crossfires set up and just lie and wait. Patience really is the key now for Tenstar. Can't afford to be making any mistakes, giving themselves up one at a time, because we've all seen how quickly things can fall apart. Uno is going to be at the top of these red stairs. Grizzly has a chance to rotate round and assist, or alternatively push somewhere else. Another Lion scan comes in here from Uno, greeted by yet another laser gate. Moving now up these white stairs, and Grizzly's not got a clue at all that there's going to be Azza laid prone on those white stairs. Look at what that means for Tenstar. Look at what that means for Kangaroo Kenny. They picked up map number 1 in this best of 5.
Oh, calm down, Ryan. You haven't won the hammer. Like, calm yourself. Honestly.
He loves it. Let him have it. Let him have it.
To be fair, the fact that Heroic have dropped the map, questions has to be raised. This is the EUL side. Look at the players they have in that lineup. You've got players there who have played at Invitationals, who have played at, obviously, we've seen them at the Major in Charlotte. Needs to be better, because those attacks were not good. Heroic struggling to attack on Cafe.
Cafe, a map that really is won and lost on the back of 1 or 2 attacking rounds, and it just so happened that Tenstar were able to get 2. That was probably, for me, one of the best starts that Tenstar could have hoped for. Xenoxo's ace in the first round, didn't do anything then.
Such a good game, didn't he?
Didn't do anything until round 3, and then started back up again and picked up another kill on the DMR, and then from there we just saw him move from strength to strength. Tenstar's attacks, equally, could be considered quite shaky at times,
course, yeah.
But they got it done in the overtime. They got it done when it really mattered. They came up with something new and something fresh.
Yeah, they adapted. They seen how Heroic were setting up. Heroic didn't really change much from their defenses upstairs, and I think it was the third time, finally, something clicked with Tenstar. They realized placements of ADSs, and they exploited them. They exploited the weakness of Heroic, and I think that showcases the potential that we talk about with this side, and we talk about this team could only it's only going to get better and better and better.
It really is, and hopefully for Tenstar, they've got a bit more left in the tank here. There are still plenty of maps to play in this best of 5. We're going to throw this one back over to our wonderful desk. Ginny, Jerry, and Snurry, they're going to break this one down for us.
Thank you, Demo and Ollie. Tenstar, they have proven to us that Heroic does indeed bleed. It wasn't an easy feat. They had to go all the way to overtime, but we had quite some high expectations from Heroic getting into this, Snurra. They are the EUL team.
They're the EUL team, and it's a map that I know that several of the Heroic players are very comfortable with. So, but what were we saying before the series here, Jerry, when we saw the maps and we were saying Cafe, and we were like, if we want Tenstar to get a good start, they really need to eliminate that map advantage ASAP, and boy, oh boy, did they do just that. And I did also promise you that it was going to be a very intense Cafe, because this is not the first time that I've witnessed a Cafe go from 5-1 to 6-6.
Also, this is the Cafe that Tenstar have been hiding all season as well, which is insane when you think about it. Like, have they just made the biggest brain move of the NPL so far, holding it until this grand final to bring it out against Heroic?
Yeah, we had a couple of question marks when we saw Cafe as the first map to be played. We were like, ooh, we haven't really seen that one before, so we were a bit worried. But Tenstar was like, okay, you know what, guys, this is exactly why we haven't played it as much as maybe we would have wanted them to. They really left that until the finals. But a couple of rounds here did indeed go the way of Tenstar, and they were able to walk away with an advantage. So, Jerry, would you be so kind?
Yes, thank you very much, Ginny. I would. I have a little bit of analysis for you here, my good fellows at home. And this is something that, I mean, well, welcome to Jerry's analysis flip chart. We had his debut yesterday, and They made such a good impression that we're welcoming them back on to the broadcast again. And I just want to break down the way that game played out. Quite simply, entries equal wins, all right?
Okay.
There was only one round in the whole thing out of 14 rounds where the team that got the entry kill did not win the round.
How are you?
Very simple.
How are you taller than the flip chart?
He's just tall. Like,
You're
you
taller
know
than a
Snare
flip
at this
chart.
part.
You're taller
at this
than a
point.
flip chart.
You're
What do you
taller
mean?
than a flip chart.
We're both taller. Like, I mean, you're tiny.
Do I
like,
squeeze in?
Yeah, sorry. Like, this is...
You're tiny.
You must be this high this tall to write on the flip chart.
You might be this tall to ride on the.
I don't think you're supposed to ride the flip chart. I don't think you can take the weight of any of us, to be honest.
No, that's fair enough. Hey.
Well, it's funny you talk about roller coasters because that
wasn't
up next, right?
Yeah,
That was
we do. That was a joke.
but also, again, okay, entries equals wins, but also Germans playing DMRs is also a very good win conditions. And Noxo had an incredible game.
He's been activated.
I mean, you talked about it in the green room, like, maybe they've been telling the Noxo to play quiet for the marathon and just unleash the beast on Cafe because he was insane. No, Jerry? No,
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's what I sound like off stage. I have like a stage voice and a green room voice. And the green room voice is.
I'm a master comedian, obviously, so I can do all the voices to like.
Okay.
You don't want to hear me do like your voice.
No. I actually do. That was gonna be my next question. What do I sound like?
Moving on. But again, it's all about the 1v. Like, again, individual performances here. Joom as well from Heroic. Even though Heroic lost, we did talk about Joom before the game, and boy did it step up. So I can't wait for map number 2.
And map number 3 is going to be Theme Park. But before we go there, we have a little break also in regards to the HyperX giveaway. Just so that you guys don't forget, we've noticed that a lot of people from Finland are actually the ones securing it. So it's Winland. If you want to be the one to walk away with that win, type it in chat. We'll be back shortly.
Winland.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
go past both of these heroic players as his shoddy rings true. He's going to find yet another one. He's on the great escape with a shoddy.
No, nade gets tossed in. Fraro not ready for it. Benja almost takes himself out with a nade and finds another.
Wow, with time running out, they absolutely have to.
Stick this, and Zenoxa once again has to come up huge. He's going to get the kill for one and swing for hallway.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for him, and a double from Jags with a DMR.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Northern Premier League Grand Finals, where we have Heroic versus Tenstar, all level up at one map apiece. My name is Heroic. I'm joined here on the cast by my good friend Demo.
You say good friend.
And I mean it. We have already seen Cafe. This is a weighted best of 5. Heroic coming through as the top seed automatically get one map. So for all intents and purposes, Demo, we're in a straight shootout. This has turned into a best of 3.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Cafe was a weird one. Both teams really struggling on the attacks, but it was just Tenstar who literally played better one more attack. That was literally what it came down to. Who could win 2 attacks?
Play good, win. Play bad, lose. Tenstar adapted, though, and that was something that impressed us at the time, and I think reflecting back on it now, it's the main reason why they were able to come away with the map. They broke the mold, and they were finally able to pick up around attacking that top floor on Cafe. They brought something a little bit different, something that we hadn't seen them bring yet. See players on the screen right now. Tenstar are flicking through the strat book. I'm not sure how many times you can print out Rush B, but seems as though Kenny's given it a very good job. It's worth reinstating the stakes at this point. Tenstar have already qualified for Challenger League 2022, but they're playing for pride and they are playing for cash. There is a €2,000 difference between second and first place. First place walks away with 7,500. Second place walks away with 5,500. So both of these teams have guaranteed themselves a pretty nice payday. But there is, of course, the bragging rights that go along with that. And it's something that we've really seen happen throughout the years, Demo.
Yeah.
We have seen the tier 1 teams, and we've seen teams like M&M, Navi, Koana dominate the top of whatever the National League is, whether it is UKIN or whether it is NPL, and Heroic are yet to get one under their name.
Yeah, I mean, every team we've had come here this weekend, they've all walked away with what they wanted, and that was just to make sure they're in Challenger League. You know, Heroic, they're buzzing. They made sale. They're absolutely bouncing off the walls. You speak to Murat, he can't believe it that they're going to be in sale next month. They can't believe it.
Demo is, of course, joking. Heroic are already in EUL. But yeah, the teams have got what they wanted. Viperio securing that Challenger League spot. Victus securing that Challenger League spot.
Just the stars have aligned for Heroic, just with how things have worked out, with M&M not wanting to put in their main roster, so they sent in the academies. Then we see Navi drop halfway throughout the season. Those are the 2 teams that were beaten out whenever they were known as Koana, weren't they? That was always Navi and M&M stood in their way. Now they don't have to worry about them.
But they do have to worry about Tenstar.
Imagine if they don't win it and even those 2 teams aren't there.
They have to worry about Tenstar. The quality is high right now. And the confidence.
What a story.
Moving into bank is going to be there. Tenstar coming out at the Nook ban. I wonder, Demo, I wonder who that may be targeting. Certain player with a name beginning of B.
Little Danish boy.
Little Benja. He's a nightmare, isn't he?
Of course he is.
This is a Benja map.
He joined last year. He's been playing professionally for a year. A year. Look what he's done. Is that not mental? He broke 100 kills last split.
Very impressive indeed, and a big part of Heroic's success. Trying to limit him somewhat on what he is able to get away with here, removing that Nook. Nook is a bit of a signature operator for bank as a whole. It isn't just, you know, specifically targeting Benja. But realistically, Benja would be the one to play Nook if it was available. Removing the Oryx as well. Oryx sees a lot of value on bank.
It does.
It's a big map. There are a lot of hatches.
Yep.
You can use the burst of speed. You can hop up through the hatch. You can be a roaming nightmare.
A lot of soft walls in bank, actually, if you look at it as well.
Yep.
There is a ton of them.
Cade coming through as that last ban. Dokubi getting removed as well. We've seen quite a bit of Dokubi play this weekend.
How many soft walls are there in bank? I reckon I could count them all.
Can we do that later?
I'll do it now. We see how quick I can count.
But we don't. You keep doing this demo, and we don't have a sample, so we don't have like the control number. So you could say there's 14, and I wouldn't be able to tell you that you're wrong because I don't know how many there are.
Okay.
So you could just give me a number, and I would have to agree.
So there's 24 on the top floor. I've just counted that in my head.
Right. Call in.
Let us know.
Maybe that should be the next giveaway. How many softballs are there on bank? First to get the right number wins. People are furiously loading up loading up custom games now to get. See, there's all these ones down here as well. You've got no chance.
Maybe, maybe not.
There's literally steam coming out of Demo's ears at the moment. He's trying to figure this out.
I'm trying not to lose count.
Well, Tenstar, they're going to be starting off on the defense here. Heroic. They didn't have the best of attacks over on Cafe. Now, Cafe, albeit, is a very different map to Bank, but we do want to see a little bit of that coordination. Jonker picking up an opening kill. It's not every day you see Jonker in and amongst that opening exchange, especially on the castle. But he's going to be there to shut down Mello, and with it, IQ's scanner.
So I got 65. That's my total. Let me know. Phone us in. Ollie, whack up the phone number. Let us know.
We might be able to do a listening later as well.
Maybe. I mean, this is kind of typical of what you expect to see now on Bank. You have the teams now who want to try and defend in towards mid-floor. You have these extensions into open area. You have the hatches above open, so nobody can just walk in the server and plant. It basically forces the attackers to actually roam clear. They have to roam clear. It's very good against sides who maybe aren't the best at roam clear, or maybe a team that don't suit that playstyle where they just want to try and play as direct as they can. This just forces them into that playstyle.
It also forces them into wasting a good deal of time as well. The castle barricades are going to do something to soak up a little bit of that utility in the early part of the game, and it's going to spend a lot of time droning out these players. And when you can play as fluidly as Azra's doing here, where he's in and out of tellers, he's looking to challenge onto archives there potentially. He's got Jonker also looking to assist. Jonker is, of course, pretty safe inside of open, given the castle barricades that he's got set up for himself. Already, a good portion of the round has been burnt out. And then you look at the prospect that you face, you're still going to look toward YZN with those toxic babe canisters in on the site. Now, fortunately for Heroic, they have been able to find Jonker back. They're going to get that as a rather late trade, but a trade nonetheless. But Jegs is out there. He's made a rotation, probably up those main stairs. He's picked himself up a couple.
Grizzly's just looking maybe just to walk into sight here, but he will be caught out by the Halabai Jegs. Drops in, catches another freebie, and Uno all by himself. Does shut down Jegs, but still 3 more to find. Anything he gets here really, Ollie, is just to pad the stats, isn't it? He can't do much in this position. They know exactly where he is. And Uno just going to try his best, but realistically, nothing's really going to come off it. I mean, that opening pick helps, I think, Tenstar a lot with how they set up their defense, getting already that extra man. Just allow somebody else to maybe play a different position. Even pull back somebody to the site, just reinforce position, just gives you that extra man.
Only one Oscar kill for Uno there. The exit frags from yesterday.
God, and he was giving it so big last night. He had some nerve on him, Oscar boy, I'm telling you.
I do enjoy how much you wind him up, to be honest.
Yeah, well, he deserves it. I'm sitting there saying to him, Uno's sitting there saying, oh, you're exit fragging, and he says to me, oh, I don't exit frag, and he goes, you literally got 2 exit frags as soon as he said that. Or no, it was E6 he said that, not Heroic.
Probably would have been the same. I'm a little bit concerned at how Heroic approached that round. They had a very clear problem to deal with, and that was Jonker inside of open. And it didn't get dealt with. Again, we're seeing this sort of, Grizzly just pushing in on site. It was a last-ditch effort at that point because of how damaging the first part of the round had been. But you do start to concern yourself with, how are Heroic approaching this? Are they, are they looking to, obviously not play in, their typical format. They're not going to want to use EUL strats here, but we're not seeing that coordination that we're used to.
So, we move in. Next round, mid-floor. Open area defense, of course, is where we're headed to. So how do Heroic want to approach this? I still don't really know what their game plan is here for Bank. Generically for Heroic, the way that they usually go around their attacks for Bank is they try and play around getting Benja into a good position, letting Benja just discover something. You know like Benja can just magically appear out of nowhere. Same with Jum. You have players there where if you give them enough information and you let them know what's open to them, what avenues they can go down, they can create a lot of space for you and your team.
Zenoxo's getting quite a bit of value out of that captured drone. Uno's got a couple of the SAM cams out there to gather a little bit of information further, but Zenoxo's drone has gone unnoticed until this moment. Jegs is going to tank a little bit of nade damage there from below. Benja has hopped himself in and is looking to start to make a bit of an assault here on this spiral stair.
That's what I mean, creating space allows Benja up and through and let him do his thing.
But still, Zenoxo is there gathering that info, so it's not something that Tenstar are going to be entirely unaware of, although they are only able to pick up 1 kill out of that mess. 2 kills going in Heroic's favour there. Uno and Doom both finding success. That's just going to force Tenstar to make a little bit of a rotation here. Jonker is going to find a good bit of damage, but not the finishing blow. The SMG very unforgiving at those sort of ranges.
Look at the info from the Mozzie past on that camera. Sitting in lobby right behind all of Heroic, and they have no idea. Zenoxo slipped his way in towards Circle Desk, and oh, there's a kill from Yonka. You said about the range, Ollie, as long as he hits the head, that's all that matters. Jum now worried about downstairs, especially whenever they don't have the diffuser. It looks as if actually the camera's been spotted out. The drone that was supplying all that information to Tenstar, Heroic have finally discovered that. But at what cost? 50 seconds to go. You have to keep in mind as well, Ollie, that they still have not done any work in towards the top floor. This is still an open area defense. You can see the way that Heroic have approached this. They wanted to try and challenge from lobby, challenge up the spiral, use the window almost like a top floor, because that's the way Tenstar were defending it.
A lot of Tenstar are still unaccounted for as well. You think about YZM playing on that vigil, really out and about, just hiding out inside of the elevators. The hatch is going to likely get opened, but shouldn't cause him too much concern. Mello trying to punch his way through into Archives. Jonker has made a rotation onto blue though, and this could be huge. Mello knows that there's going to be somebody just on the other side of this soft wall, but it's not going to be enough. Jonker, what a round he's having. What a map so far. Grizzly eventually shuts Zenoxo down, finds himself one onto YZN. 2 seconds left. Underneath the desk is where he needs to look. Jonker keeps himself alive. He'd already got enough kills. He didn't need to risk another.
Time really costing Heroic. Just that Mozzie cam. Look at the value. Look at the value that Tenstar were able to get out of it. We've seen the yellow pings just constantly happening for them. Heroic today in their attacks. What's up? What is going on?
Now, you may be confused thinking that Heroic look a little bit somber there, but that's how they look all the time. On the flip side, it's all smiles for Tenstar, and so it should be. They've started off Bank very strong indeed. Upstairs we go to CEO, their third choice site, which for all accounts should mean that it's a site that Heroic have a reasonable chance at. Seeing a couple of 6 picks coming out there as well. Losing out on the 0 in favor of the IQ. Obviously with Valkyrie and Echo available and a myriad of other electronics, the IQ does become a good pickup.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And it's something that Heroic have run pretty much every round so far, although it hasn't credited them with a round. Let's see how they approach this CEO.
Benja straight in along with Jum, but both have been shut down. Tenstar are not letting the rat plays affect them whatsoever. Benja obviously will pick up that freebie, as they're not expecting, I think, 2 of them to try and go for that play in a second for Benja. Oh boy, here he goes again.
Right place, right time. Could find himself another here if this nade lands, and it will do. Benja,
as well.
He's just lining them up.
How does he do it? Honestly,
it's the timing for me as well. The timing is perfect for him. And I know we only talk and see his best bits. There are times that it doesn't go well for him, but
how do you think Pengu feels watching Benja? Do you think he's proud? It's like a son.
I think he's proud there.
Even Medics thought Yonka was going to get away with that one. Benj is on for an ace here. Jegs, you got 2 minutes to try and hold on, my friend. Information being gathered, drones at his feet, nades flying around his head. Only a matter of time until he gets peeked from someone here. Mello swoops on through. Heroic finally grab around.
I mean, Benja finally grabs around, you mean? Because for the majority of Heroic, they actually did nothing. Just Benja by himself.
I think he probably had a bit of info. He had a good call out as well.
Just, how does he do it?
June gave him the information for Azza.
Oh, I've been spawn peeked. Well, not spawn peeked.
Well, no, but he's in electric.
Yeah, that's a good nade.
That was a nade off a drone.
And this was just foolish from Yonka, pretty much.
Yeah, I think Yonka's still high on life after the previous round, to be honest.
Oh, I can challenge Benja. No, you can't.
Yeah. No, but back to support we go. Yeah. Saying that though, he's on the Jaeger this time.
Very flexible, that Tenstar team, isn't it?
Yes.
Very, very flexible. Everyone can play anything. It's always a good sign to see. So Heroic finally have something to play off, but now they have to go for this basement. And keep in mind, the last time we seen the basement, it was just a clean hole realistically from Tenstar, a very default open area strategy. Nobody from Heroic really tested it all too much. So I would like to see Heroic actually give it a bit of a go.
Well, I think they've got better chance to this time. There's no castle. The castle was a big part of the hold last time, Yonka playing inside of open area. So given that we've not seen the castle and there's a little bit of an operator change around on Tenstar, Heroic are probably going to be given a bit more space to work on this top floor. Now that could be a little bit of an error, depending on how successful Jegs is and how long he decides to stay out there. If one drone's going to be enough to push him back and he maybe looks to make a run for it at a later point in the round, then fair enough, but Heroic aren't going to waste any time. If there's space there that's free, they're going to start occupying it.
Slow and steady for Heroic. In lobby hatches. So, I think the thing about Heroic is they don't want to try and give the game away so early on to Tenstar. I think they want to try and keep that man advantage. And that's one thing that we kind of highlight about Cafe is making sure that you can, you know, one, try not give away any deaths, naturally. But if you do die, somebody's there for a trade. And
that was a Valkyrie camera as well. It's unfortunate for Heroic. The one round they don't bring the IQ, the Valkyrie the Valks come out and the cameras gift a kill across.
Where's the trade?
I mean, there's no chance of a trade. We've already seen the player duck themselves down blue. As they're going to go for a bit of a Hail Mary C4, it isn't going to land. Still a player on blue to deal with. They are getting burnt out now. Zenoxo can start to deploy the Toxic Babe canisters, but the hatch is likely going to get opened as well. It really does become a situation of how many can he get here, if any. Last Toxic Babe canisters get sent out. He's still got tons of info, though. And that shotgun at close range could be deadly. Still got the SMG out for the time being. Very conscious of a push coming in through garage as well. Zenoxo going to go for a swing. What a shot onto Benja. Mello shuts him down, but damage has been done. Uno can move through and start to open up this wall. Grizzly, he's going to be successful with a kill over onto Jegs. There's still things to burn the clock here, though, Demo.
Yep, there we go. The Sea of Flames are going to ignite. That's going to burn at least 20 seconds here now. Ollie, that Heroic just have to sit and wait. There's not much else they can do. Is there another canister perhaps by the breach that they can still utilize? I have no idea. Grizzly just finds a Valkyrie caught lacking, not expecting somebody to maybe try and hit the back catches. Remember how early they were opened up as well, Ollie? And that's maybe why it just gives Heroic another avenue, another approach that they can go for. Is there any more denial? It doesn't seem to be for Tenstar. Yonka cannot find the head onto Uno, planting that diffuser, and Heroic, well, it was looking sketchy, you know, trying to deal with that player in top blue for a majority of that round. And then you think about the Goyo cancers they have to get through. But, I mean, that little rotate from Grizzly to find the player on that back hatch was so important.
He picked up the most important player as well, because Wiserdem was the only person with a C4 left.
Did he still have the C4 in hand?
Still had the C4 left. Azza had used his earlier on in the round. Wiserdem still had the C4 in those dying few seconds. And that would have been perfect. That's all you need to deny the plant. You know, you can throw that in from corridor and you would have been fine.
Obviously, you risk it getting shot out mid-air, but it's one of your last lines of defense there, isn't it? And with the clock being run so low, it maybe could have switched things up a little bit. Heroic find a couple of rounds in succession, though, and that's really what they were looking for. That confidence from picking up the round in CEO, the third choice bomb site for Tenstar, translating that now onto the basement. And Tenstar are going to stick to their rotation and go back upstairs into open.
Yep. Last time we seen Heroic just try and hit it from lobby and try and take control of upstairs and then sweep across that direction. I wonder if they're going to try and do the same again, because it really cut the time on them, didn't it? It just kind of cut them by about 2 minutes, really, by the time they even had any sort of upstairs control. But maybe they're going to try a different approach. Ollie, as Benja is in straight away, straight in through Electrical, and now walking in through Skylight. Up the stairs he could go, maybe into Tellers if he wants to. What is he going to do?
For the meantime, he'll wait until the correct call is made.
Oh,
Uno, he's got some good info here. We feed that across, feed that over to Benja. Himself a little bit of a line of sight to work with, just cuts down YZN's line of rotation there a little bit. Don't forget, previously, a lot of the credit to this round can be given to the fact that Zenoxo was able to pick up a Mozzie Pest very early on. YZN does manage to get himself out of danger. He's taken a huge amount of damage for his efforts. Without that level of information, we might see Tenstar struggle this time, because you can basically give the round to one Mozzie Pest last time, but they don't have as much going for them. They haven't got the Valkyrie cameras to work from. But this repel from Grizzly cutting off the backside as well. Grizzly surely finds himself one. He only needed to land one bullet, but he still manages to pick out the head. Jegs coming under increasing pressure now as well, as Tenstar do start to fumble on this top floor.
Look at the difference in Heroic this time around. They're not just attacking from one way. They're attacking and trying to pinch the players now. You've got Benja putting that pressure, coming in from Skylight, going for the wall bangs, and then you still have that lobby pressure. And it, as we've seen, YZN just got trapped. He can't do anything else. Jegs upstairs. He will be spot out, will be killed. Look at the turnaround for Heroic. This is how it should have been done the first round.
Night and day difference for them, really. Benja, I think he knows that there's going to be someone at the bottom here as well. Zenoxo is going to be better in the one-on-one, though. Manages to pick the head off Benja. It's going to be the first kill in the round for Tenstar, and one that they desperately needed. Azza got himself in a bit of a strange spot. Keep a barricade on the door and a rotation back through to the double. Potential for a bit of a swing here. They're still occupying that upstairs control. Heroic have a chance to work vertically somewhat. There's still a couple of breaches knocking around. Tenstar really are just waiting and hoping that Heroic fall into their lap here in this final 30. Uno just going to gather a little bit of information on that drone before a bit of utility gets sent through. Azza will be successful picking off Mello as he was in drone. It's going to do something here for Tenstar. 15 seconds, diffuser in Uno's hands. Now he could look to try and make a move through, but Azza's got the line of sight. He's going to take him down perfectly. That's diffuser called. Azza picks himself up another. All you got to do is turn around and find the last. Look at him go. If Azza hadn't got it, Junker would. Finally. Great play there from Tenstar, holding on to the bitter end. Heroic, for as good as that round started, it ended pretty badly.
It was a 3v5. How? How?
It's the Tenstar effect.
Just like such a good take in the beginning. Being able to eliminate two of them. Well, I don't know, Azzer just, it works for him. This is, like that moment, for example, they walked in one by one. Why, if you know somebody's going to be inside a kitchen, which is always a guarantee, if you're putting somebody going in through the archives rotate, and the other guys are coming from the double door, why are they? Where's the 3-2-1 push? Azzer can literally only look one way.
Is he not an owl?
No. I think this is.
Owl operator, next one.
Mm-hmm. Do you know somebody from the talent team actually got possessed by now?
Round number 6. I am far too old for that one.
Good one, isn't it?
You were so close to getting me. Like, I can't believe how close you were.
How close?
Pretty close.
Hey, IQ. Good work. Look at that. 3-2. 3-2. Basement. Last time for Heroic it was fairly default, wasn't it? It was kind of what we're used to, the classic for basement attacks.
Doom. Nice little opener, but Yonka there ready to get that trade. Tenstar have been so good on this trade game, really good on meeting Heroic as well in this opening part of the round. It doesn't seem as though we've had a round where Heroic have successfully all been able to get in, apart from round number 5. Round number 5 was the only one where everyone made a semi-successful entry into the building, but other than that, first person through the door for Heroic usually is Fallen. I'm not sure if that's lackluster droning or if Tenstar have just got a crystal ball on the desk. Something's going well for them. Will be traded out though, Zenoxo. He's going to fall. Can scroll the Valkyrie cameras if there are any left for him. We've already seen Uno make short work of one. He's probably got another in the meantime. As are doing a good job of just holding these slight off angles at the minute and maybe looking to put a bit of pressure on. Gets a few shots in there onto Uno. It shouldn't be too concerning. Jegs has also got a clear line of sight to rotate himself back down if he wishes. But more than likely is going to take this engagement with Benja. Not like he's going to be given much choice in the matter.
Need a drone. Benja needs a drone. Well, actually, never mind. The game's going to be given away to him as Jegs will just decide to go for a couple of pot shots. But Benja finds his man, of course. Maybe just looking for a straight drop in towards open area to try and challenge onto any remaining roamers who may be down there. Instead, Uno actually opens up a really nice line of sight. Yonka, why are you peeking that?
Yonka's having such a good and bad game at the same time, isn't he? We're seeing him just over-aggress on one or two things that's costing, but on the other times he's, you know, picking up trades, getting multi-kills. But certainly finding some unfortunate timing here. With the control that the Heroic have got themselves now, this really should be fairly straightforward, but, you know, whenever Tenstar are in this 2vx situation, you can never count them out, can you?
It should just be very simple now for Heroic. Ooh, good pick, though, from YZN. Gives him something. A C4 will be tossed out, but Uno isn't even going to try and go for the plant just of yet. There we go. Finally, we'll go for it. And now this is where the C4 needs to hit. Maybe the cover needs to come in for Melo, but no.
It's perfect.
Brilliant from YZN. Literally was doing nothing for the majority of the game so far, Ollie, but a big round.
2 versus 4. Another 2 versus 4. Tenstar really clutching it out there at the bitter end. Love the play to rip the C4 as well and not throw it. The bottle to hold on to that C4 until, you know, the plant's 1 or 2 seconds away. There's 2 seconds left on the clock. Fantastic stuff from YZN. He's finally joined the scoreboard. Picks himself up 2 there in that round.
Yep.
They're the only 2 necessary to give Tenstar the edge at the half. 4-2 as we now switch sides. At what point do you get like the sort of feeling that Tenstar are going to do this whole thing? Because we don't often see weighted best of 5s lost.
Well, at what point do I think they're going to like win this whole tournament?
NPL.
Whenever they left the trophy, I'd give them it then.
Before that, discounting that.
We'll never see the winner graphic.
Right.
10 seconds remaining.
Really helpful.
What's the issue?
I'm just thinking to myself, when do the 48% of people in chat that entered the community vote start to become
not in Siege?
Quite
not in
small.
this game. Just the way this game is cursed. No. Nobody's ever safe, and that's a fact. Everyone knows that.
But I think that it plays both sides there, doesn't it? You know, just because Heroic are on paper the better team doesn't mean that they're safe.
No. Of course not. I'm gonna say it. Said it many a times.
You haven't said it yet this weekend, though.
Don't want to predict what I'm going to say. That's a great little pick. Grizzly not ready for that. In moments like this, whenever you have a big dog against a little dog, doesn't matter how they've played in the past.
What does matter?
It all depends on how they play on the day.
Fortunately, Ben's just playing pretty well in this round.
Feels there should be fireworks going off that I've said that.
Never get too smug in the man count advantage, although with Tenstar on the attack, it does make things a little bit more different. Znoxo going to get himself in upstairs. Has the option on the sledge to start opening things up somewhat. Jume's got a nice little pre-placed waiting for him. Maybe anticipating him to hop into a different window. That C4 now will be popped. Fortunately for Znoxo, it doesn't do too much damage, and he can continue to swing the hammer upstairs and rip open a lot of this floor. Heroic are very static at the minute, very tucked into that bomb site.
They have the man advantage, they don't need to. They do not need to give any picks away. You look at what, I think, a few times for Tenstar, I think Yonka especially, they were given picks back into the favor of Heroic, and Heroic are giving nothing to Tenstar.
While they are giving nothing, they are sort of leaving themselves as sitting ducks, and if Tenstar can coordinate themselves here sufficiently, let's see another C4 blown up there. Jume eventually is going to get taken down by Znoxo. Now, if we can start applying some pressure from elsewhere as well. What a great shot from Uno. Through the floorboards as well, going the wrong way, and that is going to shut down any further pressure upstairs. Tenstar now have to make a decision. Are they going to go and try and work on the holes that have been made, or are they instead just going to try and push in onto the site? Looks as though Wiseden is going to turn his attention for the time being into CEO, but with only 40 seconds, you haven't got the luxury of time.
2v3 indeed. I mean, realistically, Melo just has to stay alive, you know, on the Maestro. Whenever it gets into those 15 seconds, just the LMG can start spraying around corners, pre-firing, where you assume Tenstar is going to push in from. That quad wall is open down. The other player, YZN, will be dropping the back hatch. Yep, there's Melo with the LMG, and now YZN has to try and clutch up. Oh, misses a spray through onto the Maestro. Has an idea where he is, but cannot land the shots. Look at the information from the cameras. Constantly being fed through, and yep, that LMG, as expected. All Melo needs to do is just hold down mouse one.
How refreshing is it for that to be an unusual occurrence now? You know, we're back to seeing the Maestro on the LMG being like all we can hear is just shots firing, as opposed to a few weeks ago when it was just Finka constantly. I don't think we've seen Finka.
No. Shirix.
At all. So much better.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
As if I haven't been telling everyone that.
Everyone knew it.
Nobody was banning it.
There were a few teams that started. But only right toward the end.
Yeah, but you ban Finky, you ban your own team.
Yeah.
But she's gone now, thankfully. And do you know what I find strange?
What do you
so
find?
Everyone's saying, you know, oh, Finky LMG, oh, it's done, you know, oh, there's no point, oh, it's terrible, you know, the game's saved. Woo, come on, we've done it. And then I don't remember who it was. I heard somebody go, oh, Fuse LMG is really good. What do you mean Fuse LMG is really good? What are you on about? It's the same gun.
You're not a fan of Fuse?
No.
3 armor too slow?
Too slow. You're at 1 speed, there's no point playing you. Where's the 1 speed in these lineups?
You don't often see it. As much as we love Gridlock, you don't often see it.
Nomad exists. What's the point of Gridders?
IQ galore from both sides.
I mean, you need 2 Valks open.
Yeah. Nice little bulletproof looking into garage as well.
Even though, I mean, there's no nuke, and this is pretty much why you're always going to see a nuke ban and bank, just because garage, nuke, that BP does nothing. So that BP is pretty much like half a man, isn't it? It's like a bit of vision. He's not going to shoot back or anything, but let you know if someone's there. And if it's nuke, well, he's a bit useless, isn't he? That old camera.
The good thing about playing the camera there is it frees up your third Valkyrie camera for somewhere else. And you can place that out a little bit more aggressively. There isn't a Valkyrie currently in play here. Instead, Heroic have opted for the Pulse.
Yep.
There's going to be a Grizzly on it this time. We saw a lot of Uno Pulse previously on Cafe, and you know that Uno is usually first on the old Pulse.
I like that. The Pulse being able to check if anyone's in main stairs, and 9 times out of 10, there will not be a permanent player holding main stairs from an attacker perspective, so having that bit of information It's going to be really good because that allows these players up in open area. Hey, you can actually flank up main stairs. You can actually run away into elevators if you want to because nobody's there. It just helps out the roamers.
Finally, we're going to see some pressure into open, and it's going to be enough to force Heroic to drop off. Doom is going to lose his life there as YZN starts to occupy that space. One of the hatches already opened for him. This barricade needs to be dealt with before anyone can transition through beepers. Jeg's just a bit worried that there's going to be opportunity for somebody to push onto him. Good use of the EMP impact there to remove any of the ADSs, and a swing from Azza. We'll see Benja fall. Just waiting for that Toxic Babe gas to dissipate now. Around 45 seconds left. Uno could be about to get a bit loose on this main stair. If he gets the information, if he gets the call from Grizzly that somebody's up there, he can react to it.
Tenstar. All they have to do is sit and wait because it's Heroic who are desperate trying to claw back into the game. Tenstar 2v5. Surely there's no way they can bottle this one. They have to be able to get this round a success, and YZN will just drop in via the hatch, get that defuse down. Tenstar have flooded into the bomb site. They've hit every different angle, and yep, Heroic, no chance. Grizzly finds one exit, but in a post plant of everyone in Tenstar hunting for him right now, it's going to be a difficult challenge. Will be met against that Ace Yonka. Even Yonka has like all of his Selma charges as well available during that round as well, Ollie. You know, it just showcases that really, hard breach ain't that big of an issue at the moment in Bank.
Certainly not when the defenders are opening up the hatches for you and you're bringing a Hibana anyway. Yonka eventually going to finish off Grizzly there. An inevitable end to that round, given that we were in a post plant. Tenstar. I like the way that they dealt with the open area there. Very patient. Really weren't looking to push that too much. And, you know, you look at that round on paper, you look at the operators that were brought, and you think, that pulse, surely that's going to cause you a little bit of a problem. And it did to a degree, but Tenstar played around it quite nicely, and no one was expecting the pulse player, the IQ player, to be led prone at the top of the stairs. It was, there were just some small little nuances there that really made things a lot easier. Dealing with upstairs, getting into stock upstairs and opening up that floor and removing the players from being able to sit inside of open. Looks as though Heroic have called a timeout. Benja getting himself fueled up.
God, you'd love to hear what he's saying to him, wouldn't you?
I was actually stood behind Heroic yesterday, and they called the timeout at 7-7.
Right.
After they'd thrown the 4 versus 2 or whatever it was. And I was expecting, well, I didn't really know what I was expecting, but Anarchic just came across so calm. And you could tell the team was at risk of tilt. You know, they've just lost like a 4 versus 2 or whatever it was. And it was. I'm not going to give anything away, but Anarchic was just extremely calm in the deliverance of what he was saying. And even I felt relaxed.
Well,
I felt like I could do it.
Very much Shas-like.
To a degree.
Because that's the way Shas always conducted his...
Yeah, to a degree.
His timeouts. You know, straight in, nice and calm, told them what was going on, told them to, first of all, chill out. So one thing that Shas always did, he always told them to chill out first, and then he talked. So just don't jump in and say, okay, you need to do this, what's going on? Chill out. You know, that's mental.
I think if it was me, I'd be worried that there isn't enough time and you've got so much that you want to say. But actually, there is enough time. You've just got to deliver it in a way that's very easy to understand quite quickly. That's certainly what happened yesterday, and it looked as though it was very similar there from Heroic. Good to see Anarchic stood behind the team. Let's see if it's good for a round, because Heroic are at danger of going down in this series. They do carry on. Tenstar, as most teams, are quite momentum-based, and if they start to get a feeling that they can really go forward and start chaining these rounds together, they're only 2 away from securing Bank.
So they're going to approach this top floor using the EMP grenades. Great little trick there to remove the mute jammer on the wall, and that will open up that Kanto position, of course. So that just cuts down that long corridor, denies the rotations. Benja is in quite a tricky position because obviously with that Kanto wall being opened, he cannot go back into the corridor. He has somebody knocking at his window. He does have the hatch open, which he can drop down, which he chooses to do so. Nobody from Tenstar actually downstairs. We're maybe perhaps waiting for Benji. You can catch him as he drops down that hatch, but nope. Benja is alive, and he can try and work his way back onto the bomb site, or maybe just not, maybe try and play a little bit more sneaky.
It's almost equally as dangerous, you know, not getting the kill on Bench there and just allowing him to skulk off into the roam.
Because you don't know what he's going to do
Because you just don't know where he's gone. You know, he's gone now. Forget about that. You'll see him at the end when he's
killed you.
When he's killed you all. Really got to keep a handle on that player, and you know, this is why things like Oryx is banned, because if you give him that much space and you give him an operator that you can move quite quickly on, it's even more disastrous. So we're going to see one of the Ossa shields placed there, just in order to give a little bit of an extension to the corner and more visibility for Tenstar to work with. They're not rushing here, though. They know that they've got control of square if they want it, but they are moving rather slow. I'm wondering if the fact that Benja's just skulked off into the middle of nowhere is causing them a bit more time in the drone to be like, where are these players?
I mean, worst case scenario here is they just tried desperate swinging, and that's what I don't want to happen. Best case, actually just open up a wall and just try and plant behind an Ossa shield. That's probably their best bet right now. But I think trying to challenge kills right now at 30 seconds ain't going to happen. You need to be orientated around that plant. You need to be now, because you're not going to be able to kill five of them in 20 seconds. No way. No way are you going to be able to do that. So they really need to try and get the diffuser down. And Ollie, this is a very tense round, and it actually will be first blood over to Heroic. And there's the second one. Benja appears out of nowhere, like the Phantom of the Opera. Out of nowhere. He comes in. And well, Tenstar, the time really getting away from him. And Ollie, what did we say? What did we say about him?
Well, he isn't going to pick them all, but he's going to get a good few. You cannot let Benja slip. Entirely different round if Benja's caught there. If somebody is holding the window downstairs in open area, the round goes in such a different manner. But just giving him that space, and it's the uncertainty, and that is what Tenstar were looking for. They didn't have enough information. Took them a long time to get that wall open, and they were just worried about committing because he could be hiding in electrical. He could be hiding at the top of blue. You never know. As soon as you get yourself into the top of a square, you're very vulnerable from below. Heroic do a good job there of playing patiently. Picking up round number 9. Moving us through into open area now. I'm glad we're seeing the glass picked out of. I was getting a little bit worried there that you're looking at me like, I'm glad as well, because that just adds rush plant written all over it.
Glass is good, I think, mostly just for the basement. Other than that, I think it's going to be very difficult. Obviously, you know, you would imagine, oh, you know, he can still work on every bomb. So yes, he can. But if you look at the open area, for example, the smoke isn't going to be able to like cover an entire room.
Yeah.
Whereas you think about basement, if you fire that smoke canister into lockers, you're probably going to cover off like a decent amount. What are you going to do if you throw a smoke canister in the middle of kitchen? It's a massive room. Yeah. It's not going to work. And even for top floor as well.
You got to be really careful with the smokes, because you can't throw it into like where your enemy is playing, because then they can just peek out of the smoke at you. You can't throw it in the middle of a room because it might not do it.
Too many angles are going to be
can't
stuff like that.
Smoke yourself because you're just going to get pre-fired. It isn't the easiest thing in the world to do.
Ideally, what you do, it's about maybe a meter in front of a door frame.
Yeah.
That's kind of the soft spot you want to be.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's the first time we've seen the Flores here on Bank. Why is it then going to use that to destroy some of those Maestro cameras that caused quite a lot of problem in the previous round? I think it was a 2 versus 1 for Heroic, but Mello had so much info on the Maestro cameras and could just pre-fire with the Alder.
Exactly.
But bringing the Flores is a nice little touch to remove that element of information.
I feel as if both teams have been very slow on their attacks in Bank. Both teams have actually been, you know, under the pressure of just the time limit, haven't they? And that's one thing I want to see them kind of pick up, is just a bit of speed. So Tenstar, I think the quicker you open up that quad wall, the better you'll be in position.
Scanning for electronics. Spotted a bomb.
Well, Cam's not doing much, of course, with the IQ getting picked every single time.
Oh, there are 2 remaining.
I know, but still, you got the one that's going to stop you getting C-forward whenever you're trying to do all the verticality.
Maybe Jex isn't finished yet. He's going to go on the hunt a little bit more. To get himself right in the corner to find the one that is in the main lobby, though. There he goes. And now we are 2 out of 3.
Yep.
1 remaining.
Can he find it? Where is it?
Azza's being a little bit bold here. Uno. Spidey senses are tingling. He's not going to be able to get himself back, though.
Access denied.
A little bit of a problem. Benja picks himself up one onto Jegs, immediately traded out there. Tenstar keeping things nice and level. You look at Azza and you just get the impression that he's, you know, quite deep behind enemy lines, going to remove that final Valkyrie camera. There is going to be a player at the top of blue, but they no longer have any info as to when to peek off, and Doom is a little bit worried about his flank as well.
Look at the way Azza's playing. I don't think he has a clue. Maybe he does. But I mean, he's playing a risky game. Always the blue. Blue is always the biggest issue for these open area attacks. Tenstar looking to execute down, I think, just through the hatch. Ollie are going to try and get that diffuser down as quick as they can, and nade will be tossed in. Grizzly has to move and actually will scave away from that frag grenade. YZN though will pick up the kill, drops in, has the diffuser in hand, has to try and get it stuck. Jum trying to battle in from blue stairs, but Azza is ready for him. A much better attack from Tenstar this time around. The LMG not being able to work out for them, and Tenstar push it to match point.
Great adaptation there by Tenstar. Really holding the nerve right up until the bitter end. I think Az has played that one fantastically. The game sense on that to know something's not quite right. I've just got rid of the Valkyrie camera. We don't know where the Valkyrie is. Blue is always going to be a good bet for somebody coming in trying to play spoiler. And we got the same, almost the same sight picture for the final kill. Around this time it went the other direction though.
The issue that I think we're starting to have a little bit with Heroic, and I think we have to mention, is one-man team at the moment, it feels like.
Yeah.
It's just Benja. Where's Jim? Where's Mello?
Benja go kill.
Where are they? They're not here. Oh, wait, they are, because I can see them.
Cardboard cutouts.
For £100, can you tell me the 2 players who were the cardboard cutouts for Team 1?
I do believe we're just in a technical pause. One of the player is
who's running around?
Restarting.
Who was that?
Not sure.
I think it was definitely Jegs, wasn't it?
I think Jegs is sat closest to us, isn't he?
Yeah. I don't see anyone.
Well, I can see the back of his chair.
Yeah.
Unless he's turning around waving at the fans.
Yep, all the fans.
Oh, Tenstar, I've got a few people stood behind him.
Yeah, their management team.
Fans? You can be both.
Yep, the referee there as well.
It's like I'm your fan and I'm your friend.
Really?
Yeah.
Who told you that?
I told myself because I can decide.
Do you prefer work colleague?
Work colleague, not friend or fan.
No.
Shucks.
You haven't even met Paul yet. Can't be friends. You haven't met Paul.
It's true. Round for dinner one night?
By all means. Do you want to come over to where I live? In the middle of nowhere, by all means.
What's the third map? Is it Villa? Oh no, theme park is it?
Production. What are we saying?
Skyscraper. Oh. If we just said them all, we'd have got there eventually.
Skyscraper's a rogue perm ban as well.
Yeah.
So we're seeing them play Sky.
I mean, they can't ban everything, can they?
Maybe they were expecting just the quick 3-0, and that was it. Didn't have to show the Sky.
Potentially. Looks like we're just waiting for the lobby to get approved before we throw ourselves back in. This break could be what Heroic need, obviously. We can't have an Arctic talking to the players, just as Kenny can't talk to his, but the players can talk amongst themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't look like anyone really is saying anything.
Where is Tenstar? There's only 2 of them. I saw there's just 2 of them talking to each other.
To be fair, most of the time they only need 2. I think they've won about
a lot
2v4s,
2v3s. It's been naming the game. I mean, it is worrying from Heroic. I do worry for them. I think whenever you look at this side and what they're capable of and what they've shown us in the first 2 play days for EUL, they are a good side. But I don't know, just the attacks today, Ollie, they've really struggled with them.
I think it comes down to what you said earlier about, you know, we're getting the feeling that it's a little bit of a one-man team. A little bit of the Benja show. Now, that's not to say that Benja's the only person doing anything. Benja's getting supported in doing what he's doing. He can't play in this fanciful way without a little bit of help. But how many entries did we see Heroic lose on their attacks? Their entry was horrendous.
Yeah, I think Jerome was just in a gutter, wasn't he? Same with Mello. Both of them just could not get anything. Here we go.
Map point for Tenstar to take the lead in the series. And to confirm that we're going to need yet another map to decide.
Well, we will be
what
guaranteed
is going
another
on.
map.
I mean,
Anyway.
we're guaranteed
Yeah.
another 2, aren't we?
Well, I guaranteed another 1 after this one.
After this one, we're in one of those 2.
Yep. Indeed, we are.
No significant change for Heroic. Still going to be looking to hold upstairs. They've opened the hatches inside of open. They're likely going to play that pesky Azami barricade as well near Beepers, which we've seen do a little bit of harm to themselves so far in terms of making those rotations. I've not really got too much concern with the way that Tenstar approached this last time. I think they did a really good job of flushing the players out of that stock room, opening up the floor, and really, you know, forcing that take onto open.
I'll be honest, I like the pickup from Jegs. Jegs has had a very rough game. 4 kills for Jegs, that's it. He's probably at the stage where nothing's working for him, and it's one of those where you just can't kill anyone. What's the best way to help your team? On the Jackal. No brainer. Can't kill him, at least help your teammates kill him.
We love a bit of Jackal as well on Bank.
I don't mind Jackal. It's not as...
I used to play a lot of Jackal.
Like, here's the thing about Jackal. He's all right. I don't think he's ban-worthy. I mean, I understand why people ban him, like, because it's annoying, but I don't think it's, you know, I think there's other and more annoying operators. Are you banning Jackal or are you banning Nuke? Ooh, speaking of Jackal.
Probably the best pick that Jegs could have got on the Jackal there. Takes down Benja.
Doom again.
3 and 10. Really been struggling on that opening kill, or opening death, should I say. Grizzly is able to find one. Probably going to get himself back down to sight, potentially. He's not got a lot of health to speak of. Does still have a C4, which could be very valuable later on. But is feeling the need to hold on somewhat. Tenstar haven't been as efficient this time. This track from Jegs is likely going to be the finishing blow for Grizzly, and that final push that he needed to drop the hatch and get himself safely into B.
Tenstar. 1 round. That's all they need. Take the lead in the series. Still a minute to go. They have their open area control. Hatches, of course, are open to them, so that saves a bit of time, Ollie. And that should just be a question of getting themselves into blue and looking for that plant. Obviously, you have to try and go for the mirror windows. You have to go for the Goyo canister still. But you still have time to do so. You still have 45 seconds.
There are 3 C4s up for Heroic. If players do start to bunch up, it could be a little bit of a problem. We've seen one of the Goyo canisters blown there. That is going to start some of this tick down of time. Mello just going to place one for that back hatch and immediately blow it. And why not at that point? It's going to cut off that line of rotation and force Sunoxo into something a little bit different. A smoke drop could be on the cards here. Jegs is primed and ready. Yonka going to look to try and get that plant down, no doubt, and extend that timer and assist the team somewhat. YZN holding the long angle. 1 C4 will come through, won't be shot out, but importantly, won't take out Yonka. Yuno's going to pick up another one as he hops on over, but that plant has been confirmed. YZN, where were you, my friend? That plant has gone down, and it is immediately going to start to be disabled. YZN, you've got to move quickly here. Going to throw the flash down through, picks up one, finds this planter as well! Down Duno at the most important moment. Mello, he's gone for a full rotation, but YZN's out of there.
So smart.
Does he have more information still? Both players drop, looking for a revive. There's only 20 seconds left here. You haven't got the time, maybe, to get that revive off. Finally, the player will be picked up. YZN now has to start to work this all over again. Grizzly gives himself away. He's only got to hold on for another couple of seconds. There's not going to be enough time. Time is now on YZN's side. What a round. What a clutch from Tenstar.
Unbelievable. Wow, wow, wow. So smart. Flashbang down the hatch. Whoever the mute was didn't stand a chance. Quick reactions. Bang, bang, bang. Line him up. Knock him dead.
That's why they picked him up.
What a pickup. Honestly, like, you looked at the pickup for YZN and you're thinking, God, it's going to be really difficult to replace leader. He slotted in so well.
That's probably one of the best and smartest ways that I've seen a clutch played.
He just knew everything that he could go for.
1 versus 3.
Yep.
1 versus 3. He didn't waste any time whatsoever. As soon as his teammates had died in sight, bang, he was gone. Gone onto the rotation.
As soon as that diffuser gets planted, especially whenever the hatch, is right above it.
Yeah.
All you need to do is
Danger.
go above. That's all you need to do. And how genius was it to then realize that, hey, the other guy's going to come looking for me upstairs.
Yeah.
I'm just going to
get away.
go downstairs.
Yeah. Straight away.
And they know they have an angle opened up to themselves that he can just play from.
Another 1vx situation that goes against Heroic. That is only adding on to the pain, adding on to the tally of times that they have lost today, despite having a significant advantage. I'm going to need a little bit of a breather after that one, Demo. I think it certainly wasn't as long necessarily as Cafe, but this is the final play. Yonka never ceases to hold that F button, and you think when the triple kill comes through, you're like, oh, great, but unbelievable stuff there from YZN. I'm sure that our desk are going to have a fantastic time and a fun time at breaking that one down. Ginny, Jerry, Snurry, take it away.
Thank you, Ollie and Demo. What an absolute incredible performance. What an insane way of ending that map, specifically the clutch coming out. We were just standing here screaming. I'm Ginny, your host, joined once again by Jerry and Snurra. Jerry, what do we make of that?
I mean, first of all, that clutch by YZN was just absolutely bonkers. That's what
Yeah.
It was
It's
insane.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, it was literally like 1 second left on that defuse.
Yeah.
When we got it. And the rotations that he did, the kills that he got on the kit and everything, like the composure to take those micro decisions, absolutely insane. I mean, Snurl, you've been casting some of these hype moments before. Like, what was that like? Like, to see that and not to contain your excitement?
I mean, it was just incredible. Like, can we talk about the Nordic powerhouse that is Jegs as well? He's had a fantastic series so far. And we've now not just had that bracket reset.
Right.
Tenstar are ahead. It's 2-1 in the series.
It's absolutely incredible. There was an advantage for Heroic. It went down the drain. Now, if anything, they're on the back foot. They need to come back.
And I want to break this down, right? Because
go for it.
Technically, they have an advantage. Like, Heroic, all right, okay, the scoreline, it's 2-1.
Yeah.
Of course.
But Heroic hasn't won a map yet. Think about that one, Snurl.
True.
Yeah.
They haven't won a single game today.
It's not been a good day for my fellow countrymen in Mr. Officer.
No. Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. No. Kenny on the other hand, our best mate, it's going great. It's going great. Absolutely great.
It's going absolutely incredible for Tenstar. And we're going to be going on to the next map. That's going to be Theme Park.
You love Theme Park, don't you?
You do. You really do love Theme Park.
Oh, yeah. One of my favorite maps in the whole pool. And
why is that?
It's a 10-star map, honestly. We look at
Would you say so?
Yesterday, it was pretty close, honestly, between Heroic and 10-star on this map.
Okay.
Right? But it plays out very defensively sided.
Right.
Yeah.
And we did see some really good team effort by Teamstar, and the information game is so on point for 10-star, like so many times on Theme Park. Like the way that
the Mozzie drone?
Oh, that was good.
Get me started. I love a good Mozzie drone, I do.
Yeah, but we're going to be going on to Theme Park, and so far, Heroic, they just looked incredibly shaky. Yes. They haven't had that opportunity to get a couple of rounds from 10-star, but they have bled 2 maps already, yet to actually win one. They come in with the advantage instead. So if 10-star keeps going on this hot streak, they haven't lost a single map today.
No, imagine we can actually have 3-0. Like, practically speaking, it's a 3-0.
Yeah.
I mean, did you expect that, Snurl, when we were going into this final? Like, I know that you were talking about a 3-1 for 10-star for 1 map. They got 2 maps. You're dumb, Snurl, if you didn't get it right.
I know. I have to concede that. I am an idiotic Norwegian man.
This is why you're doing play-by-play caster.
For educating me.
Yeah, this is why you're a play-by-play caster and I'm a paid analyst.
Yeah, because, you know,
Help me out,
you're so much better as an analyst, Jerry. Jerry, analyst, best analyst, honestly. It's been lovely working with you. Now, we're going to have to head over to a break. Jerry, looking incredible. I really like the name tag. I think it's very, it speaks volumes, you know, to your person. Why do you have
I'm getting it. Well, I mean,
why do you have
I'm trying to make a...
Sometimes you forget your name, don't you?
Yeah. I forget my name sometimes. I thought, you know what? I'm doing such a cracking job that I thought I'd have, I have to get a little bit of influencing. Like, I didn't get a couple of lessons from you.
I think
You're
it
sitting there
helps
with the
as well.
TikTok and the B-reels and all that stuff. All the social medias are available.
Okay.
Remember this name. That's all I'm
it's
saying.
Jerry, by the way. I think also, like, it helps me. It helps me to, like, throw it to the right person. just to make sure that, you know, I'm actually speaking to Jerry and not to Snura.
Yeah, because
no
we had
offense,
Ginny, because you need to practice this, Ginny. I feel like there's a little bit of like discrimination on bold people. You can't differentiate the two bold people. I find that.
We spent the whole weekend together. How do you not know us?
I even said it earlier. I like what you did to your hair, Snura. I
have done quite. I put a lot of effort in.
Yeah, see?
Thank
So
you for
you guys look great.
you have to make it clear so he understands that it's not an offensive thing.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, he has a very
I
fragile
know because
ego.
you're not from, you know, like English isn't your native language.
Yeah.
No, get it. Like,
You can tell sometimes. You've got to be honest. Yeah.
we're going to be heading to a break, but before we do so, remember that there's a HyperX giveaway. It's Winland if you want to walk away with a potential win. We're going to be coming back shortly with the third map, and that's going to be Theme Park.
My name's Nikki, I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before, didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, I mean, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? That's pretty fixable.
Smoke down here will sting and burn. claustrophobic mind, and I am not the vagrant kind. Baby, I just wanna take you home, so lose the grip and make it on your own. Lady, you've got a claustrophobic mind, and I am not that vagrant kind. Not that vagrant kind. Yeah.
Both of these heroic players as the Shoddy rings true. Is going to find yet another one. Here's on the great escape with the Shoddy.
No, nade gets tossed in. Fraro not ready for it. Benja almost takes himself out with a nade and finds another.
Well, with time running out, they absolutely have to stick this, and Zenoxa once again has to come up huge. He's going to get the kill for one and swing for the hallway.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for him, and a double from Jags with a DMR.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Northern Premier League Grand Finals. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday wherever you are watching this at home. We're certainly having a good Sunday, aren't we, Demo? We have got to see Tenstar versus Heroic. 2 maps so far. Currently, Tenstar lead 2 maps to 1 in this weighted best of 5. We are here to bring our 3rd map to you all now, and a chance for Tenstar to actually take the series here.
Never would I have expected this. Never. I mean, we wouldn't have expected Heroic to lose a map. Never mind 2 maps. And technically, they really haven't even won one of them.
Well, it wasn't played, was it? It was an advantage through coming through the upper bracket. The next map is going to be Villa. I think we said it was Skyscraper earlier
I got
on,
told
but
it was
we got told it was Sky.
I got trolled by production.
But
Even that hit me by surprise, because that's Heroic's permaban.
It is actually Villa. So we've seen Tenstar play Villa a couple of times so far this weekend. Obviously, we've seen Tenstar play more games than Heroic, just due to the nature of the way that things have gone. We're getting all the teams, or all the players, should I say, readied up now to get themselves in. The coaches just imparting those final encouraging words and words of wisdom to the players. But Heroic are going to need more than a few words of wisdom to come away with this one, based off what we have seen up until this point. There has been quite a few problems from the Heroic camp, mainly Demo, losing those advantage situations, losing the times when they have 3-4 men alive and they are versing 2-1 player from Tenstar.
I mean, there's a few issues with Heroic, not just that, Ollie.
I'd say that's the biggest one and maybe the easiest one to fix so far.
Opening kills have been lackluster.
Terrible.
Kills across the board has been lackluster, apart from Benja, really.
Yeah.
Need Jim and Mello stepping up, you know? We need them stepping up, because they were brought in. Remember who they replaced? Who did they replace? Sloth and Gorg. What roles does Sloth and Gorg play? The fragger roles.
Yeah.
So you need to be fragging. You can't be sitting there relying on Grizz and Uno. That's not their job.
Gorg was a bit of an NPL player as well.
So was Sloth.
No, as in like he had great stats in NPL.
Anna had great stats. Get Anna subbed in.
Get Anna back.
Honestly.
Nook and Dokubi both removed, sticking to our previous bans. Nizami going to be taken out here by Heroic as well. What's it going to end in, Harry?
Don't do it. Don't say it.
Mirror, Valk.
You just called me Harry. That was it. I'm not ready for that. I was waiting for the demo dumpster.
I nearly hit you with the full thing, but I thought
Everyone hits me with a full thing.
Go-yo. I like that.
How come?
Especially on Villa.
Why do you like it?
Time is of the essence.
Time is, and also that's another thing. Both teams have been actually hindrance with timing.
Those Go-yo canisters can chew through the round at a rapid rate of knots.
Valk open again, so another game where we're going to see a lot of IQ.
Maybe a little bit Mirror as well.
Mirror is okay.
I love Mirror on Villa. Mirror will always be good on Villa in my book.
Just the only issue with the Mirror windows is if one guy goes below, you're done.
Well, that's something that neither of these two teams have done particularly well so far.
Been an interest. I mean,
it hasn't been on the radar.
Yeah.
I understand that there are fewer grenades now knocking around. I understand that there are fewer operators that bring grenades, and the operators that do bring grenades have sometimes got other things on their mind now. However, how powerful are up nades? We see them so often. Benji hit a nice one on Bank. Give him his credit. That's one of the only ones that I can remember so far in the series.
On the weekend.
And maybe on the weekend as a whole, but Villa is certainly a map where that is on the table.
Yeah. It's just because we went from 6 grenade operators to only 4 in the last patch. Because Finka lost them and so did Maverick. And also one of them is a Glaz, who very rare you'd see the nades Glaz whenever you want the smokes. And whenever Nook is always getting banned, that's another set less. So you're hindered to your Sledge and your Yanis.
Yeah. And even last game, we saw Sledge with the impact EMP.
EMP grenades. And even Iana isn't as strong now as well because you don't have the Gon 6 no more. A lot of changes.
Let's see which side Heroic choose to approach. We've got Uno out on that Study Repel. Doom in below. Has managed to keep himself alive for 50 seconds this time.
Yeah, that
which
was an
is
issue, wasn't it?
A little bit of a record, given the way that Bank went for him. And it's going to be Uno to pick up that first kill from said Repel onto Zenoxo.
How has Zenoxo died to that?
Bit of a freebie given away there. Uno certainly has a lot of sight lines available to him.
Yep.
Heroic can now start to focus this pressure a little bit. Jonker.
Seen an air drop pop there.
Maybe going to go for a little bit of a run out there, but Benja is too quick on it. All he needed was that audio cue, and he's swinging the corner and picking up the kill. Heroic looking a lot better already on Villa. It's only round 1. It's, you know, round 1, map number 3. It's about time that they started to pick things up.
But this is still where it's dangerous, because there's been a couple of times where Heroic have started off very well, but still end up losing the round. Mostly down to time. I will say that still a minute 20, that's enough time you would expect to get themselves into position, but they still really haven't got a foothold yet towards any of the staircases. I would say main stairs is probably where they're going whenever you have the Flores available. It very, very swift work clearing out anyone on the staircase if there's a shield, but that's a great swing from Azar, and Ollie, not again.
Surely
not again.
Azar in the right place at the right time. If he gets out of there, which he does, it's going to cause a huge problem. Leveled things up at 3 versus 3 now, and with him being able to rotate back to site, Tenstar can start to consolidate a little bit. 45 seconds left. Uno is going to be pushing just to get that air jab out and restrict some of the motion inside of sight. Grizzly maybe looking to get up onto that elbow repel.
No hard breach, so they have to walk through doorways, and that is not favorable if you're Heroic right now. Whenever you still have, you know, shotguns on the board, you could be walking in the YZN ready to go with a pump. Oh, this is going to be difficult.
Grizzly searching out for that defender. Does get a bit of a chance and puts a few points of damage in. Stuns come out. Mello is successful finishing off Jegs, but look at Azar go. He picks himself yet another before being sent to the cameras. YZN, he's got a lot of work to do now. Going up against the pistol, but Heroic come through with it in the end. Uno hits the swing. The pinch was perfectly timed. Managed to get away with that one.
Worrying again for
Tense
Heroic,
stuff.
you know what I mean? They done well with that opening, and then it quickly gets taken away from them. But finally, they will be able to close that out. So good on them. First round going to Heroic. A good start in the attacks. We've mentioned that both sides have been a little bit hit or miss in terms of the attacking prowess that they can provide. But I think the difference is, you know, you see in Mello starts off a double kill. We didn't really see that from him last map.
2 kills for Mello, a couple of kills for Uno. He got a really important opener onto Zenoxo.
Yeah.
you'd hope that Heroic win those rounds. And, you know, if you've only just joined us for map number 3, you might be sat there thinking, well, you know, that's what we expect Heroic to do, right? Well, it isn't what they have been doing all evening long. Good to see them convert that advantage, not let it slip. Let's see if they have found that extra gear in the little break we had between maps 2 and 3, and if they can continue in that vein. It's one thing to always know, despite it being weighted, best of 5s are always a lengthy affair. And it really is a bit more of a marathon than a sprint, so you've got to set yourself up for the long haul.
So last time for Heroic, you could see that they were more focused around giving space to Jum and Benja. Let them kind of go around, let them do what they want, and just try and find a couple of picks. I mean, Benja did that, didn't he? He managed to find a... What was it?
Yonka.
Was it Yonka Bolo?
In art.
So you can kind of see where the game plan from Heroic. And this is pretty much the exact same way that they were playing against G2, Ollie, in the first playday on Villa, where they would just have Benja and Jum look for these openings, look for these weaknesses in the defenses, and then just expose them. That was the game plan against G2.
Jags has found himself a nice little spawn peek. Well, not spawn peek, but outside to in-kill there onto Uno. It's given an advantage over to Heroic. Benja, despite finding that opener, was immediately traded. Azza has already started off Villa at lightning pace, 4-1. Do have a bit of control over Master now, though. Doom can start to work this concrete door a little bit, restrict any movement into Trophy. Wait for the Flores drone to come on through and remove any utility that may be in his way. Grizzly's going to get himself into another now and see if he can maybe do something about gathering a little bit of info here. Zenoxo is able to actually take that one out. Still got a Cade Claw on the wall as well. Doom going to resort to a frag grenade to get rid of that one. Do you get the feeling that Zenoxo's feeling a little bit loose here, though? He might actually go for a swing on that concrete door if he gets the opportunity.
Nade being caught there by the ADS, and that would have been straight on the beeline, but Zenoxo, a quick flank will find 2 of them. Grizzly on the window, doesn't even finish off. Zenoxo, he's jumped out the window as well. A 1v3, the damage has been done though, Ollie. How has that been allowed to happen?
I told you, I said.
Remember he did that in Cafe in the cigar shop?
I said, Zenoxo, he looks like he's going to go for a swing if he's given the opportunity here, and he does exactly that. Diffuser called on the ground, Grizzly. 1 versus 3, 30 seconds left to go. Gonna try and pop flash his way in, gets caught out on the bulletproof. That's the information now that Tenstar needed. More stuns getting thrown out, but if it doesn't detonate, it doesn't matter. Wiserden hits him with the swing, had the info from the bulletproof. Tenstar pick themselves up around.
So, we have a nice game in our hands, 1-1 as it stands. But again, just you can see them trying to rely on Benja. Obviously, we've seen that technical pause coming in. Benja's called for it. There seems to be a problem with his HUD. So I suppose what we take this time to rehost Ollie, what I was thinking is, instead of doing the call-in, I thought an easier way to do it is, any Tenstar fans, give us a blast on the old Twitter, Rainbow6_UK, isn't it? Give us an old blast on the Twitter. Let us know what you think about Tenstar at the moment.
What would we like them to say?
Just anything. Have your say.
No, but we need to give them a keyword.
What's the keyword? Hashtag next up. That's your hashtag. Get in touch. Let us know. What do you think about Tenstar?
I'm not sure. Can we show tweets on the stream?
Yeah, done it plenty of times.
We've done it loads of times, haven't we? Yeah. I just don't want to give too much work to production. They've had a hard weekend.
Jake don't mind. Jake don't mind. Jake do anything.
If we could get tweets on the stream, if we get any hashtag next ups, maybe you get your tweet featured on the broadcast. So instead of phoning, we've resorted to tweeting.
I think it's easier.
I think it'll work. Surely someone will do it. A little bit of a pause here, just getting all the players back into the lobby.
It'll just be the Tenstar account.
Yeah.
Just starts.
But I mean, if the Tenstar account's listening, get yourself involved. As if it's just like an AI account that just listens to...
Could be.
Maybe.
Hopefully the management hears this and then they can get on it. Again, Heroic just... Again, I mean, Heroic are just riding that high of qualifying for CL, aren't they? Just riding that high.
It means a lot for him.
Everything else, yeah. Honestly, championship's nice, but all they wanted was get that CL spot. That's all they wanted.
Hopefully they won't have to use it.
Kangaroo Kenny's missing. It's never a good sign. Where's he up to?
I'm not sure. He was giving it the big and behind the players a little bit earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I always think that he looks like a he looks like a bit of a hooligan when he stood behind the players. You know, he has his arms out like that.
Yeah.
He goes for like the T-pose. I always feel like he looks like a bit of a hooligan.
He loves his football.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. God, he loves the Middlesbrough away days. God, he loves that derby.
Is it a famous away day?
I have no idea. I don't even know who Middlesbrough's rivals are. Don't even know.
I wouldn't dare to guess for fear of.
You're a
getting it
Preston
wrong.
fan, aren't you?
No.
Blackburn?
No.
We can keep it up all day.
Wait, it's a good place. You know, Beckham used to play for Preston.
Did he?
Yeah.
I think he's more famous for my team, but all right.
He used to play for Preston.
Mm-hmm.
Went on free transfer to there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good lord, what is wrong with us?
Aviator and Games Room. Another bite at the cherry for Tenstar. It's not quite off-brand for them, but it's not something we've seen them do too many times, is repeat a site that they've lost at. Usually they'll stick to a rotation.
Yeah, they'll go to the kitchen next, wouldn't they?
But they're obviously feeling like maybe that opening pick that Uno got onto Zanoxo was avoidable.
Yeah, and even they now know that it's just going to be Benja Crouch walking around downstairs.
Jonka's probably not going to play downstairs again this time for as long, or maybe play in a bit of a different manner. So feeling that there's things that they can do to change the outcome somewhat.
And they've proven to us that they can adapt.
Yes. With no Flores this time, it's going to be a lot easier as well. Heroic likely expecting that kitchen site. Obviously, they could have used the 6 pick.
I mean, obviously, you're bringing in the mute as well, aren't you, to try and stop those Flores drones as best as you can. I mean, yeah, it's a fairly standard lineup. From both sides, realistically. Not much that you would see differently in Villa. I think for Villa, you need to play very fluid, and I think you just need to bring like the same 5 operators everywhere. Just that can do the job no matter where it is.
Heroic looking to work just behind these drones. Zanoxo. Could himself caught out here, and he will do. Benja going to be able to pick up that opener off the back of some good drone work there. Able to remove the Valkyrie camera as well. Zanoxo still has one to keep an eye on. That is a good result for the opening kill there for Heroic, something that they are looking to really focus in on. You can see there's that extra level of attention being paid. Great C4 attempt and finished off with the SMG there from Yonka, but immediately traded out yet again. Heroic, they're not letting things slip like we've seen them do previously.
Jags having to rotate all the way down to the basement. Looking to come up maybe via the back stairs there. And is Jim ready for him though? YZN will find a kill back. Mello goes down, but this Jags versus Jim interaction will be very interesting. I mean, you would imagine if Jags gets this kill, that's going to really hinder Heroic, isn't it? But I don't think either one know where they are. Separated by a soft wall, but Uno's actually going to open up above, and that's the dead Jags if I've ever seen it. Oh dear, oh, almost away from Uno. But still, gets the kill in the end. It's a good pick there for Heroic. Jags was really the only threat that could do anything for Tenstar. The other two are on the bomb site. 40 seconds to go. Can YZN and Azur hold on to it?
Would it be the first time that we've seen Tenstar win, despite having less players alive? YZN going to be tucked up inside the vault. Gets rid of the Iana clone. That information now can be passed back between Heroic as they're going to look to push in through Games Room. Azur holding the long angle though, almost had a buffet available to him. Couple of nades and a flash all fly down. Doom gets the important kill onto YZN. And Azur 2 will be taken out by Grizzly. Line of sight there can be gained all the way through. You can see that study is available. Heroic, slow and steady once again. Really working out for them, buddying up toward the end. Where's the shot from YZN that was being credited so much? Not sure that we got to actually see it. certainly wasn't that one. Heroic take the lead again and prove successful in a different approach onto AVG. Not just the fortunate opening pick that Uno was able to get in round number 1, but instead being able to take their time, clear out that roam game, cut off Jegs, and collapse themselves onto the site. And now we see that third choice site coming out for Tenstar.
Yeah, no surprise to see the Kitchen come out now. Generally, Kitchen is... It can be played in a couple of different ways. We can see the classic turtle on site where you try and play around using information, such as Pulse, for example, is a great pickup for this bomb site. You can see realistically where the attacker is going to be coming from, and you shouldn't really be surprised by anything. But you can then also go for those top floor extensions upstairs, try and defend Trophy Statuary. Or what we're actually seeing a lot more of is these extensions towards the west part of the map. Moving in towards living room, moving in towards library, and trying to play horizontally across rather than vertically.
And the horizontal approach is one that we see becoming increasingly more common now. Gonna open up the wall and have a nice angle from the window right into B. Mute Jammer just getting temporarily disabled there. Now time to get into that master bedroom and start ripping open that floor. There's still going to be a Tenstar player just on the other side of concrete. Jegs is looking to make a rotate up Astro as well. Zanoxo, cautious that there could be a drone headed his way. C4 ripped and ready. Lizaden, fortunately for him, isn't going to land. Nades now start to come down and apply even more pressure onto these defenders. They need something to relieve this pressure now. Nade just hitting, unfortunately, off the joists in the floor a little bit. Heroic really are throwing everything they've got at this. Still with a player inside of Trophy, though. That yellow ping coming out now as a quick hop over from Zanoxo gets himself out of trouble. Maybe going for a full rotate up those main stairs, though. Wiserden will eventually land that C4 he's been threatening for some time now, removing Benja, and with it, the hammer.
Benja gone. It's going to be an issue, of course, like you said, Ollie, with the hammer off the table now. Verticality isn't going to be as easy to gain now for Heroic. I mean, Breach and Chargers are still here. Still got a few of them that they can utilize. But as you know, that Sledgehammer just a little more efficient, isn't it? Quicker to do so also. As long as they can make a couple of sight lines here or there to help them. There's June picks up Jonka now, and I think for Jonka, like you mentioned before, Ollie, he's been a bit hit or miss this weekend, hasn't he?
I think it's been good to see the confidence, but he's just getting himself into harm's way a little bit more often than not. It was something that happened on Bank quite a few times, and it's obviously...
It just seems to be positioned more than anything for him, isn't it? It's just a couple of times he gets caught out.
You can't really do anything when all of the floor's getting ripped up above you. You're always going to be somewhat limited. And maybe it is just a timing thing at the moment, but Grizzly, maybe going to make an approach into Laundry. Azza, right there inside of that laundry room. Grizzly stalling out for the time being. He knows that something's up. So he's going to try and peek through. He knows that there's going to be a player prone behind the couch. That is going to be Zanoxo. Azza just makes that rotation, gets himself into a slightly better spot to take the engagement, but it's going to be Uno credited with the kill and the second onto Jegs before finally being shut down. The diffuser cold on the ground. It's pretty tricky to see what's going on, but it's going to be Grizzly coming through with that final kill. Time getting pretty close there as well. Tense stuff there from Heroic, leaving things down to the wire.
Certainly are, but Heroic still just grinding out the attacks, looking much more confident, aren't they? I think Villa just suits them down to a T even more so than what Bank was. I think Villa just, you have that, I think you have the chance just to explode at any given notice, don't you? You're just in. And whenever you have players like Jum, you have players like Benja, that's going to happen. I mean, Uno's having a really good game at the moment, isn't he? Keep in mind what role he plays.
He's stuck on that hard breacher and he's still picking up 5 kills. I think it's moments like that for Uno where he can burst through the breach in the final 15 seconds and pick himself up too. There we go. We got the Tenstar tweet.
Hashtag next up.
Can confirm we are an AI account that tweets.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do feel a little bit weird now that we're talking to AI and they understand us.
You talk to me.
Yeah, you're a bit different though. You're more of a robot. There's no intelligence there. What? Just artificial.
What? That's the meanest thing you ever said. Can't believe it.
Tenstar are going to have to find somewhere else that they can pick up rounds here because one on the defensive Villa isn't going to cut it. It's by no means the defender-sided map that it once was, but you would expect that they're going to be able to pick up a couple of rounds here and there. So far, Aviator and Games Room has proved very difficult for them. Downstairs in Kitchen, unsuccessful as well. It really has been all about this trophy and statuary, and even then it came down to Zenoxo getting a really nice rotate off and picking himself up a couple of kills and getting into some trouble.
It's good to see the Lion come in for Villa. I think a very strong operator whenever we talk about that burst potential. Who's going to be the best one to help you with that? It's going to be the Lion. Obviously, Dokkaebi would have been an option, but it's been banned out in this game. But obviously, Lion can still do the job if needed. Benja looking for some nades, but it's actually going to be the other form of explosion, the C4 that will land, and Grizzly is gone. That Lion's out. And speaking of Benja, also out.
Whatever Heroic have tried, it hasn't been successful. Doom going to go for another Hail Mary nade. Takes off more health from himself than he does from anybody else. You can gather all the information you want on the scanner, Mello, but we need to find a couple of kills here in this one because Heroic are down by 2. They're not going to be able to remove the Electroclaw off the wall. Still got Ace's Selmas to try and breach that open. I think he just tossed the last one out there. June from below has found himself a bit of an angle to work with, but no nades is going to mean he's not too much of a threat from below. Mello still very cautious of that study window as well. It was somewhere that I think it was Azza that peeked from, or maybe Jegs that peeked from in a previous round and picked himself up the kill. It's always going to be in the back of Heroic's mind now, so much so that Mello's going to make a full rotation over there to ensure that that's cleared and provide his team with another line of inquiry here.
Just seems to have stalled out for Heroic since really those early deaths came in, and we finally do see a kill for them. Uno still continuing on that great trend that he's on at the moment, but Jum immediately walks up Astro and gets his head clean taken off. Mello playing that lurking role over the other side of the map. His presence will be known. Swings come in. A great swing, has to be said there from Jags and Azra alike. Uno will just walk in, find one, but then there's Jags again. Being that ever-present threat, and, well, Tenstar, much better hold from them, but Heroic, has to be said, they lose those 2 opening picks and they didn't really know where to go.
We see what happens when these opening picks go the way of Tenstar. It just so happens that in Villa as a whole, we've not seen as many picks for the opening kills for Tenstar as we have for Heroic.
To see what Heroic goes for, won't we? And at least see if they can get the 4-2 split, which is kind of what they're after. So, Tenstar. Keep in mind, it's a series point. Win this map to win the whole thing.
You feel that that's bearing down on them a little bit as well. Heroic have found another gear in Villa. They've obviously shifted things up a little bit. They know that this is now, right, we haven't got much more room to be making mistakes.
At the end of the day, they are the tier 1 side. They are in a different level to everyone else in this competition. And we're not taking a slide to any of our other teams, because we know how good they are. But this is Heroic, a team which has been fighting in the top 4 for EUL for the past 2 stages. That speaks volume to how good they are, that they can do that against some of the best in the world. Tenstar chose violence today. Tenstar supremacy.
You're not going to read the at. I think it's important that we read the apps demo.
I reckon you do. You're more of a gamer than me.
I read the first one.
You have the Razer headset, don't you, with the little cat ears?
All the headsets are available.
Kitty gamer. I'm not reading the middle bit.
Why not?
I'm not reading the middle bit. Yeah, you're asking too much production.
The middle bit's the important bit.
I don't get paid enough to do that.
I think you'd read it if it was
like,
Iwi, wouldn't you?
My dignity is worth a lot more than what you may think.
Kills trading either side. Azza still holding on to that main stair. The Flores drone this time comes up as a perfect opportunity to bait out Benja to be able to pick the kill, but it is short-lived.
We didn't even mention the Finka, the LMG as well.
Well, it only got one kill this time.
It's been nerfed, my friend. It's not good anymore. What are you doing?
Obviously felt like he needed to go back to something
Get him on the Ash.
familiar.
He was dropping 17 kills against G2 in the Ash. Where's that at today? Total life game from Benji against G2. Where is he?
Hopefully scrolling the cameras, or at least watching Uno's POV at the time being and flicking between.
Oh, he's watching Grizz. That's all he's doing.
He's watching Grizz now. He's trying to pick up some tips for hard support.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's where he's headed to, of course.
That's where everyone's headed, isn't it?
Remember Uno used to be an Ash main? Now look at him. He's carrying the diffuser. Oh dear, how the might you have fallen. Speaking of him, he's on another one of those little plays, Ollie. You can see he's kind of creeping in, looking for an opportunity.
Heroic have got time to be patient here. They've still got a whole minute left, and they've got access to sight if they want it. They don't have any hard breach, which is, of course, always going to be a little bit of a problem, especially when you've got players dug into the vault. You're going to need to try and get that dealt with. Lion scan to root these defenders in position. But none of them are going to be feeling the need to move. Yonka tucked in behind the bar. Wiseden inside of the vault. Great kill there from Wiseden from said vault. Jegs just playing outside of map's door as well. Yonka going to be picking up that one onto Mello, and it's down to Uno to have one of those flurries we've seen him do a couple of times. Grabs one onto Wiseden, a very important kill onto the smoke as well. Now he knows that either of these two players, he knows the positions, and he's going to actually try and single out Yonka right now behind that bar. Can look to maybe air jab him out, so if he moves, he is going to get catapulted. Does he have the heads up? Yes, he does. Look at him go. Now going to attempt the plant. Jegs, you have to time this fairly well, my friend. Going to have to peek himself around, picks himself up the headshot. Easy as you like. A close yet solid round from Tenstar, not letting it slip.
Yeah, they managed to pull back into an even split in half. Can't really go wrong with that, can you? Good stuff from Tenstar, but now obviously they have to attack. And this is where we've kind of questioned both teams today in terms of their attacks. Where I think on the slow side, I think for the majority of rounds that we see, I mean, look at that round there. Okay, close-up got down to the wire. That's kind of where we're at, but I mean, Uno gave it a good old go, didn't he?
He did.
But at the end of the day, he should not be the one who's sitting here trying to carry the kills.
He shouldn't have to be picking up 2 kills and planting the kit and doing, you know, there's a load to be shared. And so far, it isn't being shared. 4 kills for Doom, Grizz, and Benja. 2 for Mello, 9 for Uno. Now in the pinch, you've got to, you know, you need to do what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hold it against him for picking up a couple of kills, attempting to plant, and it not coming off like that. Good job from Tenstar to level things up, not letting anything slip too far, and exiting that first half at an equal 3-3. They've given themselves a reasonable chance here. Just going to see how these attacks play out. There's going to be some Cade claws to deal with. Only 2 have opted for the Lion. Lion, of course, bringing those EMP impacts, so you can assist your hard breacher somewhat, and the Cade just lose a little bit of value.
This really sets the tempo with how the next half's going to go. Because if Tenstar win this next round, then I think momentum's going to really start to take off for them. But if they lose the first attack, it can very swiftly lead into a bit of a hole, similar to what they actually did to Victus, isn't it?
Yeah, for Tenstar, I think nothing's really phased them too much so far in this series. Gonna see the Selma's shot off there by Uno. He's playing inside a wine cellar on that pulse.
Loving that pulse today, isn't he?
It's providing so much info.
It's really good for Villa. Really, really good for Villa. Generally, if you look at Villa as a map, you will be able to tell immediately what teams are going to go for, because you have to kind of commit to one side. You can't really spread out and try and have somebody rat over. If you're committing to something, everyone goes for it, and that's where Pulse could be so great.
That ability to early call whichever side the push is coming from, where defenders are stacking up, or just get a headshot through the wall. I've no idea how Medics does it, but he catches it.
My.
Azza picks himself up a second. 2 headshots, one of them being a wall bang. Can only think there's some good drone information knocking around there for him. Can now turn his attention toward Tarps. 2 kills and no response. Heroic. I mean, none of those were really kills that you would be able to get a trade off. Tenstar have just set themselves up incredibly well for it. Mainly Azza Grizzly can start to try and do something from above, but he too is going to feel the wrath. Those vertical angles are going to work both ways. Mello mooching around as well. Grizzly going to go for a bit of a repeat. He can just take damage. Not really dealing all too much out. Benja got himself at the middle of these red stairs. He's able to put a couple of bullets on as well, but as is like a cat, he must have 9 lives.
Just keeps swinging, keeps peeking everything that he can. What a standout player he's been right now for Tenstar. I've been very, very impressed with him specifically. Heroic, again, in the mud. Grizz is upstairs alongside Benja, but really nobody in a good position to stop a kitchen push, and that's exactly what Tenstar spotted, and they're going straight in for it. Look how many there is. Benja trying to swing around. He will eliminate 1, 2 nades being fired at him. Neither one connecting, tries to slip in through that rotate. Is he ready for the player on the table? No, he's not. It's got to be Zanoxo shutting him down. Grizzly will swing in, but he himself will meet the same fate as the rest of his team. A swift death. Tenstar really laying down the marker. A great first attack.
Tenstar did such a good job of realizing there were still 2 players upstairs, hitting the line scan, and then just hitting sight. They knew that they had an opportunity. They had a big man advantage. They'd already got themselves 2 kills. If there's 2 players off site, and they know that, and they can hit the line scan and start to hit the site, they know they've only got 1 player to deal with. That's what they did. Benja tried as he might. Him and Mello were able to fend off for a brief time, but it was really only ever going to end one way. Grizzly coming in as well. Did get it down to a 1v3, but I mean, it's not doable at that point. There's too many angles being watched. Tenstar successful on their first attacking round. Certainly bodes well for them. Now, it was maybe a bit of a strange choice at a first sight, going down to the kitchen for Heroic.
I mean, you're going to defend that anyway.
You're going to defend. You're hopefully going to defend it anyway. But they are going to switch things up and go to aviator games.
10 seconds to insertion.
The way Tenstar played that attack is the way I feel that Heroic should have played, I think, a lot more of the rounds, was seeing the opportunities and just hitting sight. Because that's what they did against G2. You know, and that's going to be a comparison that we're going to make because it was on Villa. You would say that, you know, our Heroic, I don't think they're going to drastically change things in 2 weeks, are they?
Not particularly.
So it should be the same, no? Same ideas?
It depends on how much of that EUL playstyle they want to bring into NPL.
I mean, is that been an issue for Heroic? Is that whole, oh, we need to be secret? We need to hide stuff.
I think they've always been one of the more secretive sides.
But the thing is, you can't use that because really, other than what, whenever it was the Navi team that won Japan before they were Navi, whenever they were M&M, they had beaten Team Secret time. You know, Leon, Meepy, Lackey, that team. They were not in professional league. But other than that moment, we have had then a pro team win this competition every single time.
I think that on the balance
of things, actually, we had that M&M side, and whenever the COVID season, that first COVID season we have.
On the balance of things, Heroic are one of the main tier 1 teams that always play with a sub during regular stage.
I mean, we had Chate playing, didn't we, during the season?
Yeah, and Officer will often come in and have a game or two. Like they you know, they do keep it interesting like that. Opening pick this time as well. I think it was Uno that got that one onto Azza. Jackal no more in this round, number 8. Not something that really gained any sort of response either. Bit of smoke to cut off some lines of sight for the time being, but I don't think Tenstar are going to try and circumnavigate it too much. Instead, we've got YZM working from below, seeing if there's anything that he can grab. No nades left for Jegs either, so you can count out any up nades coming in. Doesn't look to be the easiest of pushes, this. I don't think that Tenstar have got too much to work with utility-wise.
It seems to be the case.
They've got the lifeline, but it's not like they've got a Flores or anything like that.
Heroic, very healthy as well. Only a couple of players taking a bit of damage, but it's still, you'd expect to be enough, wouldn't you? Tenstar are trying to take control of 90, but 2 of them are going to spring out of nowhere. Good trades there, Grizzly. Almost using Benja as a bit of as live bait there in the end of the fishing rod, but as long as he got the kills, I'm sure Benja will not mind.
No, you've sometimes got to be the bait to let your friend catch fish.
You've been there plenty of times.
I mean, that's just my life in ranked, isn't it, really? But
God, poor old Tim. The amount of times I've cast him my way is unbelievable. Cast them out to sea. Anywho, we're still on. Even at the moment, 4-4. And we had Trophy Statuary. Do we think 5th map? No, 4th map. Sorry. Do we think?
I'll tell you in 3 rounds' time.
I'll tell you whenever the graphic hits.
What do the Tenstar? We see. What do we do for Tenstar? We did next up for Tenstar. We need to do one for Heroic.
What's what can we do? I'm trying to think of a good one. What's a good one for Heroic? I forget. I'm trying to think of something funny. I'm supposed to be the funny guy.
Well, you are. You're not being that funny at the minute.
No, I'm trying to think. This is the issue. I can't think and cast at the same time. It's like whenever he said, "Oh, how many walls are there in bank?"
I didn't ask that question. You offered it up.
It's difficult. It's difficult to realise.
If you want to do...
Why don't we let Medics? What should the hashtag be for Heroic?
No, we should just do
because Medics is great at stuff like this. He's the king of all the one-liners.
See, I've heard of king of one-liners before and it hasn't worked. Hashtag no.
Hashtag, is that it?
No, hashtag 5th map.
All right.
Hashtag 5th map if you want to shout in for Heroic.
Heroic fans, let us know.
Show that 52% of you out there in the chat that thought that it was going to be a Heroic win for the season. Azza finding himself taking out first blood again here. Certainly doesn't bode well, especially when Zenoxo falls soon after. Heroic are like a bank at the minute. They are entirely shut. And Tenstar breaking like water breaks upon rocks. They're just not getting anything out of these solo pushes that they are attempting. No one in position to trade. Benja could be getting singled out here by Jegs and co. YZN is holding on to Jegs' coattails. Oh, Uno. Can only think that that was from above. Is able to take Jegs out. It looks as though YZN is going to suffer the same fate. Surely. Surely not. Surely he doesn't approach as well. It's maybe a time for Tenstar to just take a minute and a half to have a bit of a discussion, because
I think you have a chat.
This is going to be a very tricky round to pull off.
Yeah, they're going to try their best, obviously, but Uno, what a game. What a game. 12-5 for himself. Great stuff. Yonka, honestly, take the time. Take the minute 10. He's taking the exit instead.
Yonka's taking the Oscar frags.
Bro, you can't, he's going to go skits at you. I think Heroic are happy enough just let him sit out there. They're not going to give him any more picks. They're well disciplined. I mean, Uno had the punt because obviously he's got that kind of momentum with him, isn't it?
And if Uno wants to go and, you know, have a do, let him, but there's more than enough players here alive for Heroic, and Doom is going to be the one to claim that final frag.
Not the C key.
It's the
dear,
C key as well.
It's the first one of the weekend. I thought there would have been more.
Time out. Probably about time, isn't it?
I think you losing those 2 rounds in a row, and very convincing fashion as well. You need to have a chat.
What's the contents of the chat then, Demo?
I'd love to know. What do we think they're saying? What is...
You know Kenny quite well.
What's he doing? Let's see.
Is it going to be as good as Jerry's, like, entry kills equal wins?
I would say it's a bit more well thought out than that. But at the end of the day, the main thing is about, you know, these kind of timeouts for Tenstar being such a young team is just keep the mental in check. That's where you need to be. Don't let the young ones spiral out of control. That's the one thing you should not be having.
Yeah. Because let's face it, they're not doing anything disastrously wrong. They won the first round on attack, and then since then, they were able. Since then, Azza was the one that got first picked 2 rounds in a row, and that was something that, you know, they're then going into these rounds 4 versus 5. Never great. Maybe a little bit of support on that drone game. I believe we are just rolling in from a tactical.
We've got a rehost.
We've got a little rehost going on. gives a little bit more time for Heroic to fall off the pace because they really hotted up. You know, their opening to Villa was fantastic. The best we've seen them play so far in the series. It's about time, given that this is potentially map point for Tenstar.
Oh, having a little walk away.
Bit of a leg stretch.
Little break.
Should we have a leg stretch?
I don't think the cable will reach that long.
Keep the blood flowing.
God, I'd love for us just to be able just to walk about the gaff with two microphones. That'd be us.
Well, like Ian with a handheld.
We like Chambers. We haven't mentioned Chambers, mostly because he's dead to us. But yeah, he's not dead, by the way. Just disclaimer: he's not like dead. He's just dead to us. That's why we view him.
I mean, speak for yourself.
What do you mean?
I still talk to Ian on the regular.
Yeah, I mean, so do I, but he's not here, is he?
I thought Benja was going to go for the full laid, flat, reclined look then. Who was it that was doing that in Berlin? I can't remember.
It feels as if you should know.
I feel like it was a rogue player.
A rogue?
Yeah, it was just like lead flat.
Sounds like a Giddens maneuver.
No. Potentially.
Sounds like something Giddens would do.
Could have been Deepak.
A Deepak. Little Dutch boy. Yeah, apologies everyone, but while we're here again, keep the hashtags going.
What was the hashtag? Hashtag was map 5, wasn't it?
Whatever you done.
I think it was map 5.
Any more production? Any more hashtags? Any tweeters out there? Let's have a look and we'll see. Go on, get talking, guys. Come on, talk about anything you want to. Give us a question. We'll do anything you want.
If you could give us an answer for how many soft walls are on bank, it's been nagging at me since we saw that
again,
map.
I've guessed them at 65.
65. I thought it was 64.
One of the two. Just guessed them at 65. How many paintings are there on Villa?
Ooh. We once did how many trees are on Consulate. I think it's like 36 or something. There's a lot of palm trees on Consulate.
Dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Casting this series is Demo and XR Toy Car.
Well, the next map's Theme Park, if we get there.
That's a Tenstar map.
It is a Tenstar map.
But it's also a map that Heroic then beat them on yesterday, isn't it?
Heroic can't bat on Theme Park at all.
Dangerous one. Good decider. Would it not be?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're seeing the players trickle back now.
Yep.
Hopefully we can get this one underway pretty soon. I assume the rehost is finished and we were just waiting for players to return back to the desk.
Yeah, get us back in. See where it sits. 5-4, of course. Heroic in the lead. Tenstar having to battle back.
Not by much. Only one round.
It's difficult to read the emotions sometimes, isn't it? The room just...
It is.
Having a look at them.
We may as well... We've actually seen Benja smile there. I think that's the first time I've seen him smile.
That's all I see him do is smile whenever he's not on the camera.
Oh, really cheery?
Yep.
But as soon as game face is on, that's it.
I mean, the thing is, Benja doesn't really talk to you. You talk to him and he just laughs and smiles.
Well, maybe he doesn't talk to you, but he was talking to me earlier. He did. He approached me. He was like, oh, how are you doing, Liz? Nice little chin wag.
We're ready. Waiting for medics to send us in.
We're waiting for the observer to press start.
Yep. Come on,
which is actually not a meme because it is the observer that presses start game.
Yep.
Everyone thinks it's the casters, but really, we have no control whatsoever.
We just have to sit here and fill time, which we've became accustomed to.
Well, smiles all around on Heroic, as I believe we're going to start to get back into this one very shortly. 5-4. Slight little break in momentum there for Heroic to work around. Obviously, before that rehost, we did have the tactical timeout from Tenstar.
A living room. Wowzer.
You don't get to see this one very often. June versus Azza.
Is that from just this map production? Because there's no way that's Jume's series stats. There's no way. Can't be. Just this map.
This map alone.
That makes sense. So, I mean, Jume's... We questioned Jume, didn't we? We said, We need to see more.
We had a nightmare on Bank.
Maybe he's had a nightmare on the other maps as well.
Cafe.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Turned it around here for Villa. And it's a good job, because his team need him to. Oh dear. It's happening, Demo.
Oh.
Panic, Monty pick.
I mean, obviously they've seen the bomb site, and this has been 6 picked into it.
Yes.
So they have an idea. What's that idea going to be? I assume take kitchen, open up those double reinforced walls towards the living room, and just try and plant. They're actually have soft both of those walls, so the butt can just get in straight away and open that up with no issues at all. The thing is, like, the way this is defended is it's all defended from above. See these holes right now that Medix is showing inside a vault? That looks straight down onto where you would plant. But you can't kill the planter if there's a big, massive shield in front of him. That's where we're at.
Well, there's 2 ways of going about it. You either take control of vault, which means you need to take control of top floor, or you try and get something through like a Monty and you try and cheese it a little bit. Let's see what Tenstar choose to go for here. We do have Jegs up above on the book.
This is them just setting up a flank protection pretty much.
Yep. Need to be able to cut off anyone wanting to rotate onto those Astro stairs.
I mean, straight away from Heroic, you can see that they know that Tenstar are going very minimalistic. They're not looking to hunt the roamers. They are solely looking to hit the bomb site. But they're just setting up their flank protection. And Heroic now are starting to shuffle into position and see what they can get up to. Who's outside?
Who is outside?
Oh, it's an
Oh,
elevator.
it's a little... That's a Giddens trick.
That's annoying. Yeah, that's constantly on your screen the whole time. That's so great.
That's a Leon Gidd special. I always think of him when that happens because he just does it and laughs. So, Grizzly has seen the Monty. Now they know what is afoot.
Should just be a simple plant, should it not be? So all the pressure is going to be on Heroic to see how they can stop this Monty plant going down. It is in position. I mean, also a lot of pressure. Oh, no. Ooh, and he's on very low HP. Plant is going to go down, but we need to see the cover. Uno will find 1 kill. Yonka pushes in alongside Zenox, so they find 2 kills, and another one falls. What's going on here for Heroic? They're getting picked off 1 by 1. There is going to be some pressure being applied from Benja on the flank, but a great call from Tenstar. They've rushed deep in towards Library now, Ollie.
That's what you've got to do. If you know that the holes have been prepped, you've got to move over, and that's exactly what we've seen Tenstar do. Grizzly can now look to try and challenge, but it's like shooting fish in a barrel. You know where you need to be aiming here. Benja could be a bit of a saving grace, but with the plank going down, it's going to be very difficult. Grizzly got a lot of work to do alongside Benja here. YZN left to hold on the Monty with a pistol. Not really where you want to be. Benja's had a blinder there, pulling himself in the right place at the right time, but falls to the pistol. Hello, YZN. You got to keep yourself alive, my friend. Draws for the pistol. Can he get the shots off? No, Grizzly takes the fight to him. Who better on Heroic than Grizzly to fight a Monty? Grizzly has played Monty enough to know just exactly how you rile him, how you better him. That's what he did there. Plenty of time to disable that diffuser. Heroic keep themselves in this one and put themselves onto map point.
I don't know what's happened there for Tenstar. I have no idea what's happened. They were looking pretty good. Was it a 2v4? I want to say a 2v4. Benji killed the flank watch. And then obviously Tenstar went for that really long push in deep in towards Library. But I don't know what happened after that. It was a bit of a mess.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Heroic had obviously done their due diligence in setting up a couple of holes for Library just in case. Had that not happened, it would have been an absolute nightmare. There would have been no chance that Grizzly could have done much about that plant, and he would have really had to make a quick rotation or try and work off pings if there were any available. Good to see Tenstar able to adapt to it, though. I don't think they were expecting to see Library. It's not a site that we often see or think about or, you know, really sees much gameplay.
10 seconds remaining.
Look as if we're going to go to the final map, Ollie.
5 seconds to insert.
Good lead now for Heroic, good healthy lead, and this was the worry that I had with Tenstar. Is that the attacks? A little bit too slow, struggling in that regards. They need 2 perfect rounds to take it to overtime, and even then it's not guaranteed.
Yep. One round from Heroic, though, would see us in essentially a best of one.
Straight shootout.
Oh, dear.
That's what you want to see if you're Heroic. I bend your spawn peak.
Time for Benja to shine.
This is quad kill territory, isn't it now?
Just doesn't feel the pressure, does he?
Every time he gets a spawn kill, he just goes on one.
Yeah.
Just on an adventure. Honestly, you put a heat map on this guy, and you see how much he's ran the pitch.
We need to get a Fitbit. Get a Fitbit on his operator.
Just check the input off his shift key.
Just perma on.
Exactly. So that has hit Tenstar where it hurts, and keep in mind to pick off the IQ. That means Doom and his Valcams are going to be very difficult to deal with now. And speaking of Doom, there he is. Pretty much, is that the exact same place? Pretty much the exact same place from where Benja got a kill. Oh dear, Ollie.
Surely not another. Zenoxo's going to go in and pick up the kit. No one from Heroic is going to be there. They've recognized, hey, guess what? We don't need to be there. We can just take ourselves back to site. The hard work's done. Heroic could almost have to try to lose this round now and really misplay things, given not only the time advantage, but also that man count advantage. No hard breach available. Up nade from Azza. May have looked like it was going to do something, but wasn't quite in the right spot. Grizzly just a little bit too high up on that table. Can now get himself out of harm's way inside a vault. Azza can try and cut that off as a rotation, but Tenstar haven't got the real manpower to commit somebody just to hold in that one angle on an off chance.
Tenstar need a pick. 50 seconds to go, doesn't give them a lot of room to work with. Very little pressure being applied from anywhere else beside really the main zombie door. You see Zenoxo and YZN stacking up there. I mean, Azer's trying to go for some nades from below. Will it give them any picks? No, it will not. I don't like this from Tenstar, Ollie. They're kind of headlocking themselves into just a one doorway swing, and look how many different angles that Heroic can hold on to that. You still have the man inside a study, all three of them stacked up to one doorway. This is going to end in tears.
They've only just got rid of the Valkyrie camera as well, so everyone on Heroic knows where they're going to be coming from. Zenoxo might try a rotation here. Down 90. Azza going to pick one up onto Benja, but this shotgun at close range is going to do a lot of the hard work for them. YZN, how is he getting away with planting this in the smoke? Uno gets taken down as well. Azza with the cover. What is going on here? How has this flipped into a 3 versus 1? Grizzly's probably sat thinking, what the heck has just happened? Caught in the spin cycle. Look at Azza go!
No. No. No.
That should not happen. That should not happen.
God,
What is this team?
See, watching it makes you angry, because whenever you play the game, you try and do that, you're dead immediately. And then they,
I mean, you got to feel bad for Un. I mean, how the plank goes down, it's kind of curious, because we spoke about this earlier as well. We were like, oh, smokes are tricky. You can't plant in the smoke. You can't. He planted in the smoke.
They have literally got 5 kills from one doorway. How? Like
3 versus 5, by the way.
When do you? I don't know.
I assume we're in a timeout for Heroic. I think they've got the timeout left. Yeah, we are.
God, we needed it. After losing that.
Such a tilter.
It's been the recurring theme for Heroic. He's froze.
And it's coming at a similar point as well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Surely this
I cannot believe that last round.
This cannot be the beginning of the end, is it? Say it ain't so.
It could be so.
They're going back.
One round away from an OT.
They're going back. So you have to also keep in mind, Tenstar lost 2 people immediately. Right off the rip. Gone.
Jegs and Jonkin.
Yeah.
10 seconds left before
They're hard breacher, by the way.
5 seconds left before
I just...
Sorry, it must have been a 4 versus 1.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Final bit. Where... sorry, it must have been 4 versus 3, not 5 versus 3.
Was not... Yeah, was it not first 2 kills for Heroic, 5v3?
But Jonker's got a kill. We had a rehost. Regardless, it was another man count advantage that Heroic
Or
lost.
was it Yonker that... What?
Yeah, Yonker died because they didn't have hard breach. It doesn't matter. It's still unforgivable. It's still another one in the tally of, you know, 5vx's or whatever that.
Yeah, it was 5v. No, it was definitely a 5v3.
Yeah.
It definitely was a 5v3.
It's got to get frustrating at a point as well, where you can have such a strong start to a round, but it just all falls apart at the end.
Tenstar has the door been opened for them? Is it enough? Or Heroic? Is it? They're teasing them almost. Who knows? But Heroic really, we should be sitting here preparing for the last map, but we're still in Villa somehow. Heroic, you need this. You need this, Heroic. You're the big dog. You need to win your own national circuit.
There's certainly an expectation that they will, or that they should.
Should.
Whether there is an expectation that they will at this point remains to be seen. Finally, someone spots that Valkyrie camera. I was getting a little bit concerned there. That was giving off a lot of information, especially given that there is going to be a player below Benja with a C4. Isn't going to have live information to work off, but still knows that there's a couple of players knocking about upstairs in Master. Will, however, save the C4 for the time being. Az has got himself into 90. Think about Azza before we had the timeout from Tenstar. He was really struggling, and since then he's skyrocketed. Big reason as to why they won the last round.
Minute to go. Nobody has died yet, which is, I think, the key thing right now for Tenstar is that they have everyone up, alive, and ready. They have somebody towards study. They have moved Yonka on the Habana roll towards that side of the map, and that just shuts down anyone who may be wanting to swing from those study holes. There is one guy in study, tucked in towards the corner. It's going to be Jum. YZN also going to be knocking at the window. Will find Grizzly. How that wasn't communicated, I do not know. Jum certainly could have heard that, but do they know Jum's there? Jegs will push in and find Mello, but Jum has went untouched. He finds one and finds another from Jum, a 2v2 now. Tenstar are still smoked out of the bomb site. They're going to have to rotate around. Jum with a third kill. All from one position because there was no drone work done. Tenstar had no idea it was there. It looks as if Jum has stepped up massively inside of Villa and seems to be the big reason why they've won that round. And oh boy, it was close, Ollie. But Heroic will get their first map in this Series 1, and that pushes us all the way to one more map.
We are going to need Theme Park now to decide a winner between Heroic and Tenstar. It came dangerously close if you are Heroic or a Heroic fan. Tenstar nearly cinched it out at the end. A well-called timeout from Anarchic there was enough to steady the ship. For a Villa that started quite well for Heroic. Certainly wasn't that throughout. It was a little bit up and down, pretty tumultuous. Finally, we did get it through, and Heroic can breathe a small sigh of relief, knowing that they are now level.
I tell you.
2 maps apiece.
I don't know, I really expected Heroic just to come in here today and just smash them out of the park.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did.
The thing is that they should. That I think the expectations from their side. But what does this say about this Tenstar team? You know? Like, think about this Tenstar team and what they've been able to do right now. We just, God, think of the confidence that they're going to be picking up, and think of the fear that they're setting in for their Challenger League opponents right now.
Oh, this is an advertisement to say don't mess with us in Challenger League.
This is how you set your stall up, isn't it, for the morning?
Or it's an advertisement to say how everyone needs to prep against us really hard because this is how good we are, and they almost get the sort of winning SI effect where it's like you all of a sudden become the target with a target painted on your back.
Pretty much.
We're going to throw this one back over to the desk. They're going to have a lot of fun breaking that one down and setting us up for our final map of Villa.
Whew, I am absolutely sweating. I don't know if it's the heat here. I don't know if it's the games that we've been watching, but what is going on? We're going to go all the distance to the 5th map. Technically, it's going to be the 4th map play. There was a weighted advantage. I know, yada, yada, yada. Twitch chat, you guys are very smart. Good. I'm picking up on that. What is going on, Jerry?
It's bonkers. This series has been insane. It's lived up to the expectation and then some. Honestly, there were expectations that Heroic might come here and sweep it, as Demo suggested. And then there was people hoping that it might be more. You said one map. I said one map as well. We've had
So
two
everybody
maps
was
from
wrong.
Tenstar.
Yep.
We should
And
find
now-
a new job, guys.
Well, now it's just one map. Now it really is just one map left. Theme Park.
Theme Park.
Yeah.
And I love Theme Park.
Oh, I love Theme Park.
And yesterday, it was a very close affair as well. It was an 8-7 to Heroic, if I remember correctly.
Very close.
There we go.
Very.
And Tenstar's going to be able to start on the attack, though.
You say gonna. I mean, they're gonna have to start on
Well,
the
yeah.
attack
It's
here.
not that they chose the attack, sorry, but it's just
Yeah,
like
kinda got
Heroic
forced
chose
into
the
it.
defense, and we've seen how difficult Theme Park can be. As a Theme Park can be to attack for attackers. There's so much ground to cover. I mean, we've seen some Dakebi bans in this series. I wouldn't be surprised to see it if on Theme Park as well, especially when Tenstar are going to be on the attack. But
Yeah.
there's just so much more to clear, and because like considering how Uno and Benja played on Villa as well, when they get so much room to play with and just get to be an absolute nuisance. Same thing on Theme Park, just like me and Grace discussed earlier. Villa and Theme Park, very similar maps in the way that you have to play them. But Theme Park can also those long angles with the soft walls and everything. Like this is something that could benefit people like Azar and Uno, who has been absolutely incredible the previous map in terms of kills. And I know you got something you want to talk about there.
Well, I mean, Uno and Benja as well on that map in terms of Heroic and the people that came to the fore. Doom at the very end as well with a key contribution. It's not always about getting, you know, the 4-in-1 opening KD.
No.
Sometimes you just need to be there for that one round to get the impact frags, and that's exactly what Doom did at the very end.
Yes, we're going.
Yeah, and I think Azar as well, even though his team lost that map, he is showing that he is probably the MVP for Tenstar over the course of these finals. He's been so consistently good.
Yeah, we're now, as we're going to be heading into Theme Park, we've seen how close it can be. We've seen Tenstar can take on Heroic. So this one is 50-50, would you say?
In some ways,
Well, it was always going to be a 50-50, let's be honest.
It was 8-7 yesterday.
Even more so,
Fair enough. But I mean, like, what concerns me is just how many of these rounds we saw in Villa go to one advantage for a team. And usually, both of these teams are so good at closing out their advantages.
Yeah.
But we saw it go back and forth so many times. We had some insane clutches. We had some, like, the 2 last rounds or something were, like, 3v5s that were completely swapped around. And it's starting to get nervous for people here. Even Heroic, gonna yell tomorrow, want to hide things, but starting to shake in their boots.
Start to quake in our boots. It's a tug of war indeed, and unfortunately we can only crown one winner here at the NPL finals, and we can only crown one more winner for the HyperX giveaway. So remember, the word to put in chat is going to be Winland. We kind of explained the history behind that, so if you missed that, you gotta go back and watch the VOD. Don't forget, Winland in chat. We'll be back with the final and 5th map. That's going to be Theme Park.
My name's Will. I'm a C4 tetraplegic following a cycling accident in July 2012. I got back into gaming in 2013 when I found out about Special Effect. The first time I came, I really didn't know what to expect. I've been playing a lot of games prior to my accident, and of that, FIFA was one of the main games I had played, and literally within half an hour we had the shoulder switches and had FIFA set up. I've got movement of the shoulders to limited hand movement, so I've got 2 shoulder switches. They can be set up for whichever trigger button you need them for. For example, you've got X on one shoulder, circle on the other. So for FIFA, that's 2 button modes and chin control, like the one I use for my chair, on the analog stick to control the ball. I was quite fortunate that after I'd been to visit Special Effect the first time, I took all the equipment home with me, and it gave me a couple of months to actually get to grips with, whether it's something that I was going to enjoy and something that was going to be suitable for my needs, and it certainly was. And then I got the links to purchasing the right equipment. Games are another aspect of the life that I had prior to my accident, and a real social occasion. Great to be competitive with friends or just to pass time myself. When I was in hospital, I was seeking advice as to what would still be possible, and I had been told that I wouldn't be able to play games like FIFA again. I'm just really grateful I managed to find out about Special Effect, that I've had this opportunity to get back into gaming, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without Special Effect. And I would recommend it to anyone else in a similar position.
'Cause I've been running this world without you. With no one at all, one way to fall. Living this nightmare all through. What's new? I'm making without you. Without you. With no one at all, one way to fall. Living this nightmare all through. What's new? I'm making without you.
heroic players as the Shoddy rings true. He's going to find yet another one. He's on the great escape with the Shoddy.
No, nade gets tossed in. Fraro not ready for it. Benja almost takes himself out with a nade and finds another.
Wow, with time running out, they absolutely have to stick this, and Zenoxa once again has to come up huge. He's going to get the kill for one and swing the whole way.
Tried to catch Curly by surprise, but he's ready for him, and a double from Jags with a DMR.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Northern Premier League Grand Finals. Heroic versus Tenstar. We are all leveled up here. 2 maps apiece in this weighted best-of-5 Grand Final. Heroic successful on our last map of Villa to keep themselves in the competition demo, keep themselves in with a chance at that top spot. Tenstar played fantastically well in the first 2 maps. Didn't play terribly on Villa, but have Heroic finally woken up?
Seems to be the case. It was a one-man team for a big period of those first 2 maps, but then we start to see Jim have a bit of an awakening, and you can see the difference immediately. Whenever it's not just one player on the team and you actually have more people who can step up to the plate, you will win games. You know, you can't sit there and rely on Uno being the carry whenever he's the hard support.
Uno had a cracking game on Villa, didn't he? Really stood head and shoulders above the rest, and I think only really in the end was, you know, comparable to Benja really in the contribution, and Benja's been consistent as ever throughout the 3 maps so far. So we'll have to see how Theme Park goes here. That's where we're going to be headed for all of the marbles. A somewhat familiar site demo. These 2 played Theme Park yesterday. It was, I mean, if there's any map that we want to go to a decider on, surely it's one that the 2 teams went 8-7 on only 24 hours ago. 8-7 scoreline for Heroic, that is, but that just paints a little bit of a picture as to how close a map it was.
Certainly is. See how both teams have maybe changed their play style. Obviously, they've both seen each other play the map yesterday. So it'll become a bit of an adaptation game. You could certainly say that. But here we go. Into our final map of the weekend. The final map of our first ever season Ollie of the Northern Premier League. My goodness, what a long journey it's been.
It really has. Started way back. And here we are now for our finals. Group stage started on the 19th of April, demo. 19th of April. Certainly a while ago. Let's get through this ban phase. See how these teams want to set up for Theme Park. Ying and Nook. I think the Nook ban is almost a given now from Tenstar, isn't it? We're going to see the same bans as yesterday. Heroic went Ying Azami yesterday. Tenstar, they went Nook Mirror. There it is. Just need the Azami for a carbon copy.
Oh, it's tense. What's it going to be?
What's it going to be? I don't know, Demo. I missed it.
You think you're a funny guy? Funny man, huh?
You think you're the funny man?
Yeah, sometimes.
Is it Valkyrie?
No! Azami's up. Wow.
No surprise seeing how much Valkyrie we've seen played throughout this series so far. So much Valkyrie. It's forced a lot of IQ as well. And it's forced some errors. It's forced a lot of time wasting.
Yeah, the thing about IQ is she doesn't really bring anything to the table that's useful. Because you think about her gadgets. Claymores and breaching charges. When are those going to be... When are those going to be, you know, better than bringing flashes, the EMP grenades, the nades? Put it in that context.
Absolutely. It's the secondary gadget as more than anything now that you want to look toward. I think we are just having to restart a PC on the Tenstar side. So hopefully we will get that done as soon as possible.
Hopefully. Just a couple of tech issues. That happens. But yeah, I think just see what happens. The bans are in. Not much else we can really talk about, Ollie.
Well, we've got the bans locked in for now. I think we will go to a very short break just while we get this resolved, just in case there is anything further than just needing a PC restart. But we will be back. We are not trying to tease you, I promise. We need to get this last map underway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks for bearing with us during that short break while we got everything set up. Heroic versus Tenstar map. This theme park demo. This is for all of the marbles. A best of 5 where we need all available maps to decide a winner. And who is going to lift the trophy for the Northern Premier League Season 1.
What kind of marbles? Pearlies? Steelies? Cat's eyes?
I think there was a photo of the trophy posted on social media.
That's not a marble.
It looks a little bit marbly.
10 seconds to go.
Marble, the building material you meant.
A
So
repeat.
yeah, so you get to win. If you win this competition, you get building supply for a year.
So you got to be careful with stuff like that. That's not actually the prize. The prize is €7,500 euros.
It's building supplies for a year. Does Murat want a new kitchen? Win the competition, Murat, you get a new kitchen.
Heroic so far haven't looked in the greatest of stead. You may see 2 dots up there on the screen just above their name. That doesn't mean they've won 2 maps. One of those was a default win. This is a weighted best of 5.
Technically, it's because they won 2 maps against Tenstar yesterday.
It is.
Think about it. They're actually sitting on 3-2.
Are we getting into aggregates here?
Oh dear, they're home and away, and
Villa Theme Park, of course, a map that Heroic beat Tenstar on yesterday, but it was by a very fine margin. It was an 8-7. Very well-timed timeout kept Heroic in it, but it very easily could have gone the other way.
certainly could have. I mean, right now for Heroic, there's a lot on the line. You know, they have to have that championship. They've been after it for so long. Ollie, as we know, never really getting that title to themselves as the best in their own national circuit. Surely this has to be it. Has to be it. No way it can't.
The question is, if not now, but when?
Never. Because you don't know who could come back in next year.
Well, that's
no idea.
That's it, isn't it? Much more timid start. Can you remember a round that we've seen, you know, the minute and 15 mark, minute and 10 mark, with 10 players alive?
It is the Armory throne. Keep that in mind. It is
granted.
very slow-paced in terms of what the attackers need to do. There is a bit of a roam presence that I think Tenstar have kind of been dealing with, and slowly but steadily, Heroic have just been forced back. But they've wasted 2 minutes. We're only starting to see a bit of destruction being done now with 50 seconds left. This is going to be quite tricky, I think, for Tenstar. It looks as if they're going to try and push in for the yellow stairs take, but I don't know how they're going to get through that whenever there's mute jammers still up. There's going to be Kide Claws as well that you have to get through. It's going to be tricky, and you cannot attack this bomb site unless walls are open.
2 Goyos stacked up on the Dragon Door as well. That's going to be quite timely to deal with, and with 30 seconds left, you can only think that that is just a no-go area for now. Still looking to pressure this vertical, but 25 on the clock says that you need to be pushing elsewhere. Going to see an attempt here. That's an Oxo. He knows there's likely going to be one left and right. Going to choose to smoke off a flash one and see if he can make a push elsewhere. Doom, first one to get himself into an engagement. Benja doubles down on it, picking himself up too. Yonker and Azza, they stem the flow, but not for long. Uno from Fire Pit is going to be able to pick up 2 inside of Split. A good round from Heroic to kick things off there. They weren't leaving anything to chance, Demo.
A bit too slow from Tenstar, wasn't it, realistically? You can see that they look as if they wanted to go for the yellow stairs wall. Nope, not happening. It's all shut up. You have the mute jammer, you have the Kide Claw. It's going to be difficult to get through that. Please keep in mind as well, Thatcher's open. When do we ever see that? This is the new meta. There's no point banning Thatcher anymore, so utilize if you're struggling on those armory attacks, and it's literally down to a mute jammer or Kide Claw, Thatcher's there, use him. At the end of the day, they just went for a very last-minute barrel push, and everyone flooded in from the same way. Do you see the way Heroic set themselves up? They weren't getting pinched from 2 sides, which is what you kind of have to do in this bomb site. They just pushed from one way, and it was so easy for Heroic just to look one direction and just kill, 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 kill.
We're probably going to reference the game that we saw yesterday between these 2 teams on this very map quite often because it happened so recently. But it was 4-2 splits for the defenders on both halves. That's kind of in and around where we're expecting this to be. It's not by any stretch of the imagination an attacker-sided map. So Tenstar aren't going to feel too down and out that they haven't been able to pick up round number 1 there. But there's some causes for concern, and one of those main causes is the time spent. I think that's something that does need to be sped up a little bit. See a Lion Scan come out there. Benja just gets forced back. He did have a C4 in his hand, was maybe going to go for something a little bit cheeky. Of course, he's got Uno on the pulse, willing to provide that information. Heartbeat scanner has been a staple. It's been glued to Uno's hand almost for the entirety of this series. That's exactly what you need when you've got promising young gunners that are very skilled, like Benja, and you can just say, look, I'll point them out, you just go and knock them down.
It is a form of active information. You know, Pulse is very unique in the fact that you constantly have information through walls. Nobody else can, you know, really see you through walls constantly like the way Pulse does. And I think the main thing that you have to keep in mind with why Pulse, we're seeing a lot of dominant gameplay from Uno on that operator is mostly whenever they go to these lesser pick bomb sites that, you know, typically you struggle with, it's because they're trying to give the roamers as much of a heads up as they can, and they can really play off that information.
Azra had a good idea where Benja was. He picked him off pretty easily there as he repelled himself in. Benja getting caught in the rotation. It didn't come without cost, though. Jegs has also fallen. Uno still in position to dish out this info, and with Melo having a C4 in his hand as well, could do something to assist. A little bit of a ping here or a ping there, pre-placed, and tell me when to press go.
That's wasted C4. No one's going to be back there again.
Could have missed the opportunity. Jonker has already made himself
from Jonker, just running straight through
it.
Just
push through it, yeah. Flash it out, push through it.
Still a roamer. They're still Jum upstairs. Will make a bit of a punch hole inside of the catwalk, but instead just backs away now. He's trying to catch Jonker. On the flip side, that door is going to be barricaded on waiting. Makes another hole. Anyone going to swing? Why, Zenoxo? He wants you to put your head in that hole.
Certainly an oversight. The fact that Jum's got away with that and he's likely going to get himself rotated back down onto site is a bit of a crime. Azza struggling to make his way down arcade stairs. Jonker still trying to do some of this vertical work, but not really very well equipped to do so. YZN gets caught with an aid in his hand from Grizzly. Tenstar dropping like flies.
Yeah, nowhere to go really. Losing players upstairs. Armory and Throne was still held. Just Grizzly all by himself. But it was enough of a distraction to put pressure onto Tenstar. Made them think, okay, now we have to try and go through all that malarkey and clear out another side. But once again, it's the recurring theme. Time for Tenstar, just not enough of it.
Well, they've got the same amount as everybody else. Everyone gets the same amount of time, Delo.
Look at me, I'm sitting here like a fool.
It is all about how you spend it. Tenstar, certainly not the most efficient on attack here on Villa just yet.
I mean, this was just that's a silly kill to give away, isn't it?
That was where it really fell apart for me. You know, as soon as Jum gets away with that, it's game over really on the round.
So 2 in a row. You said 4-2 splits is where we're at yesterday. We do now go to the bunks. I mean, Drug Lab being one is already an impressive feat from Heroic.
It didn't really matter where the site was. Site location didn't really matter there. You know, if you can't make your way through cafe and flush out a roamer in office and do these simple things, you're going to struggle.
There's that glass again. What's he up to? What's he thinking? Generally for theme park attacks, especially if we look at how bunks play out, very similar to what Villa does, Ollie, where you have basically one way you have to push. Don't really have a chance to go for these kind of split takes. You really have to commit all your eggs into one basket. Generally, you will see attackers sweep in from office, sweep in from cash, try and challenge in towards China, and then try and establish your breach, coming in from you know, that main double wall that leads into the bomb site.
Jum just going to pop a last-minute reinforcement there. Heroic do still have one in pocket if they require it, but I doubt it's going to get used now. Azra has often been a key player in this opening engagement, and his success often defines the round. Just going to give a little bit of a glance there into throne room as The drones are working pretty hard here for Tenstar. Grizzly knows someone's likely going to want to come through cash. Could be a well-timed nade here if Hazard does get fortunate, but
nobody home.
No one there to catch.
See Tenstar just a little bit more slow-paced again, which I'm not really a fan of, Ollie. It's been the biggest concern is just how slow they've been. And I think Heroic have been very good at just slowly backing away, just falling off whenever they get the opportunity. I think Jum now, I don't think he has the opportunity to go back. Maybe he does, I'm not sure, but okay, there we go, he will slip back. But Benja, wouldn't be surprised if he just wants to stay, but looks as if he's been told otherwise. Is there going to be a reinforcement?
They have used that last one.
They've used them all, actually, so they're going to have to try and play it. They said they will back away. Still, that hole is going to be open, so it does give Tenstar access into the bomb site. Ah, you see, they used the reinforcement on the other wall. They reinforced it onto top yellow.
Azza getting himself into a bit of a skirmish there, taking a little bit of damage. The Lion Scan coming out. Heroic have done a great job of just backing off here. ADS is now soaking up a lot of this utility. Doom going to go for a little bit of a sprint, and he will get taken on out. Yonka seeing some success as well. The aggression from Heroic after so much patience looks a little bit off. Benja finds one, but it's not going to be enough yet, as Yonka, he's on 3. He's just knocking him down for fun at this stage. Benja now. Got a lot to do inside of 35 seconds. Doesn't look like he's got the most information in the world to work with either. Still got a bit of utility kicking around, but the diffuser, Yonka's capable hands. And the trail has gone cold, I'm afraid, inside of Office. Benja now going to get sent into a world of white as the stuns start to fly through. Tenstar know where he is. He probably knows the plant's likely going down. He's able to achieve a down of his own, but it won't be converted into a kill.
Yeah, Benja. Too many angles of swing there, Ollie, isn't there? There's about 3 different ways they could have... Even 4, catwalk, the yellow stairs, jump in, you had the double door, and then obviously that main breach as well. So yeah, just couldn't really pick his moments there, could he? Just kept swinging, but nobody was there. But yeah, so Tenstar, a much more slower approach. Big kill there from YZM. I'm surprised Jum didn't get him.
That was criminal. Absolutely criminal. If you're going to go for something like that at that point in the round, where you've no real need to, you can wait for the attackers to come to you. You've got to be 100% confident that you're going to get it. It's got to be a freebie, hasn't it?
You do wonder if Heroic could have found an extra reinforcement somewhere to reinforce up that wall.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because they're going for that kind of fallback strategy where they're just slowly moving back, slowly retreating, still wasting time, wasting drones. But then still just reinforcing up everything and having then Tenstar to sit there and get the wall open, do all the process of doing that. Just wonder.
The thing is, Tenstar opened the wall that they reinforced anyway.
Yeah, the yellow one, yeah.
So it's 50-50 at that point, isn't it? As to what if you're gonna reinforce it, it's probably gonna get open anyway. It's more from a time perspective, and if you're able to pick the hard breacher off early, you get that advantage, don't you? But strange to see the patience and then the sort of almost the burst of that when that patience just got a little bit too much. Heroic just all started flying at Tenstar.
Different was Tenstar didn't give any picks away.
No, exactly.
Which I think that's the change, isn't it? You know, I think Heroic, you give them an inch, Ollie, and they'll take a mile off you.
Opening pick's been so important between these two teams. It's always important in Seed. We always talk about it. It's just been even more so, especially in their game yesterday on Theme Park.
So let's see what the plan is now for Tenstar. Wonder who that's for. Who could it be? Who likes running around the map?
It's going to be Benja, isn't it? Oh, he's done it again.
Tokabi. Gonna be annoying for him.
Yeah. Somebody's outside. Somebody's outside. I think at this point the players are just going to be used to it, aren't they? Well, Benja up to his old tricks.
You can see that they're ready for the aggression. That's what it feels like for Tenstar. That's maybe why it's a little bit more slow, is because they're making sure that they're not letting Heroic get away with anything. And that's kind of what happened to them on Villa, wasn't it? I think they were letting spawn peaks happen. They were letting people just run around the map. They're not letting that happen this time around.
Jegs has got some drones working ahead of him here. June's going to get found out. Jegs in position to really pounce on that. Almost gets baited out there by the clone. Can he land his shots? YZN comes to save him. Jegs nearly fluffed it all there. Azza picks up Benja from below.
Much better. See what I mean? Just Tenstar sitting ready to catch Benja and Doom. This is the duo at the moment that we see. Heroic just says, have fun. Let them loose. Let the guard dogs off and away they patrol the estate. So I think right now for Tenstar, they're reading into that game. They're reading it very, very well. 50 seconds to go. No Kide, no mute, no wall denial at the moment for Heroic, so there should be no issues for Tenstar with actually setting up an easy way into the bomb site, which is what they struggled with last time.
There are going to be 4 impacts available, which could be a little bit of a problem. Depending on where those impacts are and where they land, and if they do become a factor here, there might be a bit of potential for tricking. It just depends on how much space the defenders on site are given. Uno is going to send one out, but isn't going to be successful in picking it off. Looks as though that wall is going to get fully opened as Grizzly gets himself into a skirmish with Azza. We're now seeing the concrete barricade deployed to try and break up that hole, but it isn't going to happen. Jonker now looking to try and swing on. YZN's pushed in hella aggressively. Jonker gets a great headshot onto Uno. Fluffs his shots again, though. Grizzly, he's picking them off for fun. Eventually, he gets downed as well. Mello, he's got information. He's got the bulletproof. All he needs to do is pick his time to strike. What a mess from Tenstar. There's no way they should be losing that one.
3v5, yellow wall open. What happened? What went wrong?
How did YZN just teleport into the middle of the site? 1 minute he wasn't there, the next minute he was.
What is it with both of these teams and getting 3v5s and then just throwing it away? I don't know what it is. I mean, Jonker, misses shots there. Look at the HP of Grizzly. That's a rough one to take.
Even if he hadn't missed his shots, Mello was still just chilling.
And again, time. Time. That is the issue.
That's what it all comes down to.
There's us again.
Hey, look, it's you.
Mm-hmm.
That's me as well.
That is you.
Yeah.
Three-one. So you still said 4-2 splits. So it's not down and out for Tenstar just yet.
That was the round,
get back into it.
For me, that was the round.
You reckon?
That was the one that you should walk away with. The next one is the sort of, do you get lucky? Do you fluke it? Do you pull it off?
Now Drug's open again, which was defended probably the best bomb site.
Yeah.
I want to say that Heroic had. Well, maybe that first round on the Armory and Throne, because it was quite easy for them just to sit, hold angles. But I think that Drug was a lot more impressive, wasn't it?
The Drug was good, and you've got to find some way of working around Uno on the pulse. Because Uno's going to be calling out for Benja. There's going to be a couple of C4s knocking around. Mello had a C4 last time. I believe Benja had a C4 as well. He's going to be giving that and feeding that information across. Tenstar, they need something a little bit fresh to try and, combat that somewhat, because it just got a little bit stale.
Yeah.
It was a very, 1-by-1 almost, and it was the round that Zanoxo gave himself away, wasn't he? He got baited into peeking the barricade.
All right, then. Just waiting again, everyone. Apologies, but my goodness. Long old day. I thought Heroic were going to make it easy for us today. But nope, here we are.
Tenstar tried to get us back on schedule, didn't they, this morning, 7-0?
Tried to, yeah.
It's been a long day for Tenstar as well.
That's one thing we haven't mentioned as well. Tenstar had their on the Gauntlet. They've played 2 extra maps. Well, half a map if you consider the Villa game. 7-0's half a map. That's the warm-up, you mean?
Well, they didn't warm up as well, probably.
They made Victus look like a tier F scrim.
Tier F? What tier's Fresh and Friends?
I think we got F.
Attackers need to locate and
but probably G.
Back to Drug we go. Seen that class again demo.
I know. I don't know what it is, but it's an Oxo.
Nothing's final till it's final. He played the Lion last time, didn't he, this side? He's going to switch off.
Yeah. So we will see that Drug. No surprises. Uno on the Beloved Pulse again, just to give a bit of that information. We said last time for Tenstar, they gave away silly picks. Just gave away man advantage to Heroic like it was nothing.
And that's something that you really need to try and avoid. Comes down to that opener. Comes down to the effectiveness of the first one through the breach, as it were. Jegs is going to switch things up onto the Ash this time. Not having the best of games so far, 0-3. Maybe just looking to simplify somewhat. It's been a bit of a role shift around as well, given that Az is now going to be rocking on the ace. Is Jegs just going to go and try and backstab onto this? The problem is that with Uno on this pulse, it's so easy to call out, you know, look, this is where you need to be worried about.
And look, they're ready for it as well.
Yeah. Well, Benja lost this engagement last time, didn't he?
Yeah. Hopefully he shouldn't this time if you've got Uno below. One thing as well I think Tenstar have to be careful about is this side of the map, this wall specifically, this entire south side, there are 6 different windows that you can get jumped out
It's a nightmare.
You need to be careful with this, and it looks as if that realistically, I don't see anyone. Is anyone helping him? I mean, he's a sitting duck.
Yeah.
Is he not? I'm surprised that information isn't being fed by Uno to get somebody on the other side of the map and get out one of those windows.
Might be about to see that now. One of the windows is going to get opened up at the bottom. Was the whole thing just a massive bait?
This is what I
Finally,
mean.
we see the jump out in a little bit of coordination. The window being opened as well. Heroic hitting us with the teamwork, making things happen. Azza going to be the first to fall. I feel like Azza was almost trying to bait, given how much he was moving on that rappel. So much sound was going out.
I'm seeing free
Where's
air
the rest of
jabs.
his team?
There is free air jabs still in Yonka's back
Don't
pocket.
even start.
You know, you don't repel there unless A, someone is watching all of them for you, and even that's difficult because they have to pick the right one, or 2, everything is air jabbed and claymored. And they did none of that. Deserve to get killed.
What
who
a
did
weird
that.
way to spend a minute as well.
I know. And then just a random jump in.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
It is crumbling at the seams, Ollie. Look, the man in bathroom jumped into a sea of flames.
Welcome
What are they
to
doing?
Vectus Town. We are finally arrived. Jegs, you're going to have to pull out a bit of a shift here. Sanoxo, still got a logic bomb phone call. Jonker, still got a couple of air jabs as well, Demo. Believe it or not, even at this stage in the round. Heroic. Whilst the spread fairly thin, they're not going to be too concerned. They've got good crossfires, good control. The diffuser's going to be cold on the ground as well. And everyone from Tenstar split up. Not a lot of potential for trades. Logic bomb phone call rings through. Is that going to be the confidence Jegs needs to try and take this engagement? He knows that somebody's playing on Fire Pit. He's going to be able to find at least a couple of shots, but no, the trade was set up and the crossfire was all that was required. Uno in position to shut him down. Doom will fall. That's going to give a bit of information across, but caught in the blender. Final 2 players for Tenstar. Strange to see everything happen over in Throne, given that it was a drug attack. It was very similar to the last time we saw that, where it all happened in Cafe.
Just a lot of blunders from Tenstar. Just not a good round at all.
Difficult stuff to
good
watch.
at all.
Especially given how well we know that they're capable of playing. Where was the teamwork in that last round?
Looks as if we're going to be seeing a lock-in of the bomb site we haven't seen yet, Ollie.
Attackers need to locate
The 4th bomb site, so Heroic taking us on a tour of Theme Park. Do you think it's possible to see it defendable? Because generally this is the one that we don't see. This is kind of fallen out. Still playable, but I think even Drug's getting more play at the moment.
I mean, I think it's less a case of can Heroic defend it and more a case of can Tenstar attack it at the minute. Tenstar's attacks haven't been great.
Tenstar's lost to the 2 attacks onto Armory and then the 2 attacks on Drug.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Certainly need to pull the finger out if they're going to try and achieve this 2-4 split.
In, Ollie.
He has gone for the glass, hasn't he? Seen it also coming through as well.
What is he up to? He's by himself to begin with.
Never a good sign.
We'll see. We'll come back to him. No supportive smokes. You could have seen some smokes on the Ossa, for example, but instead they went for the EMP grenades. So he has to be really careful. And oh, there he is, up to his old tricks again, Benja. Jegs actually taking it to him. Jegs has switched on to the Ash now. He's off Sophia. Sophia wasn't working for him, and
I mean, the Ash hasn't been working for him. He played Ash last round. He didn't get any kills.
I did mention that I think somebody who needs to step up today is going to be Jegs, because he's going to be in the trenches with Benja. That's who he's up against. It's a big ask to take down someone like Benja, but you would expect Jegs can do that. You know, that's his job, it is to fight against these injuries and get those opening kills. He's not been doing that.
No. Benji did manage to sneak past him there as well. You notice how Benji just spent a little bit more time outside than usual because the attackers are used to seeing that defender outside location on the screen because they're so used to the alibi being played. Felt like he could just push his luck a little bit more on that opening. Doom surely gets put under a bit of pressure here, playing from behind the deployable shield. Will get downed. Azza finds that one. Down as well onto Grizzly as a drone works through. Benja knows that he can't pick him up. He knows that he's just been droned. He knows that he needs to watch out for this push that's most likely going to be coming. Grizzly does manage to crawl himself to relative safety and will be revived for the time being. But still, you give those angles away. A couple of Kebas to try and secure your route out of there and ensure that the office doesn't become a coffin.
They still have the other side of the map, the west side, available for Heroic if they want to try and rotate in and out. They have both of the walls behind them opened up. So they do create a bit of a maze-like effect. As Ossa being set up, that's going to be a good shield just to give them a bit of safety, and it's going to be good in the post plant. If they can get the plant down, naturally you'll expect to see them try and plant in behind the shrine. They will begin to open up that wall. A couple of nades also being tossed in. Jegs will eliminate Grizzly, and that's a good crossfire being established by Tenstar. Uno will try and battle back. Oh, the Ossa shield is almost like a walking blitz in that circumstance, or even a Monty. It just feeds that information over to the side to have those easy swings. So Tenstar, they will break that initiation defense. I mean, it was a bit of a weird one there from Heroic. Jum wasn't really switched on there in his position on the shield. It felt like he wasn't ready for somebody jumping in the window.
I don't know why June was playing that aggressive, given how much we've seen.
It wasn't even that aggressive.
Struggle.
He wasn't even playing the position. You have to be aggressive in that scenario. If you're playing that shield close
that's
on
what
Dragon,
I mean. The positioning of it, the position of the shield is aggressive, but that isn't akin to the playstyle that we've seen work for Heroic. They've been really good at holding ground, backing off, holding ground, backing off.
You can't really do that with the attack Tenstar went for, because you're on that side of the map. It's not like whenever we've seen the other top floor defense, where you can kind of have the layers to it and keep falling back. If you fall back from cash room and security, that's the bomb site you're falling back into. You don't have that extra layer.
He played an aggressive position in a passive manner. He needed to be much more aggro where he was. Tenstar broke it though. They've got that 2-4 split that they were after. A lot more coordination there as well. There was obviously, you know, it was very clear there was a good solid 3-2-1. This is where we go. You know, this is what's going to happen now. The Selma's coming in at the same time as the frag grenade, at the same time as people swinging and pushing, and then the kills start to follow, and you know everything starts to really fall into place quite nicely. So arguably they've done the hard work. Heroic 2 were only capable of a 2-4 split yesterday
an OT,
on this map, so could be looking toward an OT. Especially with the way that Heroic have attacked today as well. It, you know, it's been far from perfect, hasn't it?
Here we are. First attack, Heroic. What's their game plan? What's their idea that they want to lay down against this Tenstar side? See the Monty. We're not a fan of the Monty, Ollie. We don't like it. We want nothing to do with it.
How are you panicking? It can't be a panic pit Monty if we've not seen him play around, though.
It is good. Like we've mentioned about the roam game that you can set up for Theme Park. Monty's very good at taking ground against the defenders, and it does make defenders panic. You see a Monty coming, you know you can't do anything against him. He's just going to stand there and look at you. It's more the threat that there could be somebody right behind him ready to gun you, almost using that Monty like a mirror window. See what I mean? It's good at taking ground. Yeah. You've already got control of office. You've scared them out of that. They've had to reinforce the top yellow wall.
Mello?
He's going to shift over.
It's very similar to the way we saw the Ops played in the previous round. Mello can now turn his attention elsewhere. A little bit of barbed wire to deal with, but it's not going to slow him down too much. Can now look to try and work at gaining more information. There's going to be a little bit more to deal with here. We've got the Keeper Barricade, the reinforced wall, but realistically, he should still be able to make his way through without too much obstacle. All the while, Tenstar are being pushed further and further back.
This is where that shield's going to be good just to gain out information, isn't it? You can swing this breach with ease and call out who is where. Interesting to see how they're going to deal with getting that yellow wall open whenever their Thatcher is in pretty much the other side of the map, away from the teammates. So that is a bit of a worry. But it looks as maybe they're trying to shift some focus on towards Break Room. That is where Grizzly has ended up. But with this Monty still being here, it's going to be good information as always for Heroic. But they still need to get the picks. Ollie, nobody's died yet. 30 seconds to go. Juma's flopped on his belly, but Jegs wins that engagement. Maybe on for the second. No, Benja. There's that fight again between two of them. And maybe just a plant right behind the Monty, Ollie. Is this going to work out?
It looks like it might do, especially with Grizzly picking up Azza on that repel.
Oh, brilliant!
Little bit of a change there from the Monty just to keep the planter alive, and there is not a great deal that Yonka can do in that one. Benja picking up that final kill. Lovely little adaptation from Mello there.
Mr. President.
Just a slight move. Little bit of a shift over to his right, and he kept the planter alive.
Sometimes I hate watching competitive Siege. Because I know if I'm playing ranked and I'm sitting there playing behind the Monty, I am dead.
Oh, he's moving the other way.
I'm sold out.
Yeah, he's moving the other way.
Never! Look at that. Just bullied.
It's so simple as well.
Simple.
Planting behind the Monty.
It's impressive. It's impressive. You know, for something that small. And
yeah.
In theory, it is simple. But we see a lot more Monties mess up than what we'd see a success rate. That's a fact.
Well, that's what I mean. It's a simple thing to do on paper. Just plant. How many times do you load into a round and you go, oh yeah, we'll just plant behind the shield? and it never happens.
Never works.
It has never worked, ever.
Yep, and then you start getting called, oh, you're
that's why.
You're griefing, you're trolling, every word under the sun gets thrown at me.
Looks like we're hitting a pause.
Another rehost. There's us again.
We should have come up with some. I wasn't anticipating this. We could have done like rehost riddles, or we could have come up with some little rehost game.
Game show.
Game show would have gone well, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You must have a game show up your sleeve.
What, in the old noggin?
Yeah.
Maybe.
You got short sleeves on today though, so I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't.
Funny guy. Funny guy.
It's got to feel bad for Tenstar there. They probably just want to really get the teeth into this one, you know, and see if they can start to try and build something.
Yeah, just a little rehost kind of takes the wind out of it, doesn't it?
Really takes the wind out for both sides.
Even for us.
Yeah.
We have to sit here and podcast it.
Absolutely. Certainly there's a lot on the line here. Looks as though we're going to be maybe losing a couple of players as well to leg stretches and stuff.
2 rounds for Heroic, that's all they need. And do you know what the bad thing is? Like, if Heroic go on to win this, which they're looking likely as if they're going to, like, is it impressive? You know what I mean? They should be.
They didn't stomp.
We're not surprised.
Yeah.
They should be winning.
No one's come out here and stomped, have they?
No.
But that's good. We
Yeah.
didn't want a stomp.
Yeah.
I think, if anything,
this is best case scenario. The EUL team has won, so that, you know, we have that narrative, which should be happening. But also, it's made our other teams look better.
It has.
You know?
Yeah, there's also the argument that Heroic haven't had it all their way. It hasn't been easy. They've been pushed. They've been tested.
Mm-hmm.
You can't look at this scoreline and say that they haven't been.
Yeah.
Sure, they've, you know, started to turn it on a little bit, but it took them a while to get warm.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully shouldn't be too long. We've been quite used to this so far today, haven't we, Ollie?
Yeah, it must be frustrating from the player perspective as well, because just trying to get, you know, everything underway, build a little bit of momentum, start to chain some rounds together. It's been a long time for Tenstar. I mentioned it earlier. Played 2 maps this morning, straight into a best of 5, hour and a half break, straight into a best of 5.
Stamina set them now? Do you think the fatigue?
You've got to start looking at that. Whether it's, you know, it's going to be mental fatigue, isn't it? These guys are going to be used to scrimming. You know, by no stretch of the imagination of the.
I mean, what they've been playing Siege for
8 maps a day
since 11. They've been playing Siege since 11. So, what time is it now?
7:30. Oh, it's 8. In fact, it's 8:30 because we're actually. I'm not sure if anyone's in York. Just a quick FYI. York's changed to CEST for this weekend and this weekend only. It's actually 8:30. We are running off CEST time for the show. But I mean, still, it's a long time to be playing Siege. It's a long time to be playing for, you know, at this sort of a level, concentrating this hard. You can see a few jumping jacks just to keep the energy going.
What's he doing?
It's, you know, don't make fun of it. It's what you need to do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta keep that blood flow, keep the brain working.
Just watching him now. Look at him.
Looks like he's warming up to go on for a 5-a-side game. Super sub.
Get the board up. Get the sub board up.
What number is he?
What number is he? I don't know.
No number.
He screams a 31 for me.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
31s can't be a great number though, can it?
No, it's not.
No,
Good
it's
number.
not. You want to be number 11 or 7 or something like that.
No, 7's always the key, isn't it? 7 and 10 is what you're at.
It's 10.
7 and 10.
10.
7 and 10.
What number 9?
Number 9 is usually quite a cursed shirt.
Is it?
Uh-huh. If you're a Chelsea fan, that is.
Maybe we won't give him number 9. Oh, a sprint back to the PC tells me all I need to know.
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
That is that Medics is itching to get this game started.
Come on, Medics, get it going!
We'll be hopping back in momentarily. As you can see, the players are putting on those white noise headsets. Making sure that everything is nice and drowned out.
Here we go.
Benja, it's like when you get into the taxi that's been waiting for you for a while and he just brings his seat back up to fully upright.
That man has burgled more rank points than I've ever known. Rank burglar, that's him in a nutshell.
I haven't heard the word burgle for a lot. Like, it's not something you hear very often, is it?
He's the rank burglar.
You just hear like thief or robber, but burglar.
It's very formal.
I don't think it is. I think of burglar as like someone climbing up a drain pipe.
Sees an open window at the bathroom and then he
Yeah.
slips.
He's like sneaking up the drain pipe.
Yep, he's pulled the tree back and he's slingshot him up
Well, no,
through.
because that's what it used to be, cat burglar, didn't it? Because they used to be like as nimble as a cat or whatever.
I wouldn't know. Get the glass cutter out and they pop.
Oh, it's far too technical, that. It's far too advanced.
I don't know where I come up with these names like the
You've been
rank
watching
burglar.
too many action films.
Watched too many cartoons, you mean? Growing up.
5-2. It's the most dominant scoreline Heroic have seen so far this series. Is it going to be enough to close it out? They are on the attack, so there is that to bear in mind.
They do have the armory and throne, which we know Tenstar, they struggled massively with this.
Yep.
In 2 different occasions as well. One kind of playing behind a man advantage and one in front and still couldn't do it. Just wasn't for them. See Grizzly using the Quana skin. Loyal to the old org.
I wonder if the players must be playing with their online accounts because I've seen...
No land build.
We haven't seen any, what is it, glacial black eye that everyone always likes to put on when they get access to all the skins.
So there's an Oxo on the room game. He is supported by quite a few players in and around that area. You can see the man inside the bathroom, even towards yellow you have another. It just comes down to, oh, that C4 almost catches 2 of them, Ollie! But he loses his life for Azur. So unfortunate. Should have had 2, but ends up with a death.
You've got to feel robbed, haven't you? You certainly will whenever you go and watch it back.
You feel burgled.
Mellow.
Oh, bad to worse, Ollie.
Further disadvantage. I mean, Benja's one shot, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's one shot in Siege, but Benja is legitimately one shot to the entire body.
Blue on him.
You ain't gonna land much. Bit more splash damage from a C4 would see him gone.
Nobody's really in the sight at the moment for Heroic. There's actually a 3-man push. It seems to be to try and kill Mellow, which is quite genius if you think about it, because nobody's going to be rushing into the bomb site if you're Heroic. But what a double kill for YZN, Ollie, and they're back in.
Keeping his team in it with the C4 as well in pocket. Minute 15 left to go. 3 versus 3. And any advantage that Heroic saw has now been whisked away from them. And if anything, Tenstar have the edge. Benja not sitting at full HP. Heroic, sure, they've got a lot of hard breach available to them. 2 exothermic charges they can try and make use of. Plenty of vertical to go at, nades as well. So they've got tools in their kit. They've only got a minute. And they're a little bit spread out at the moment. They can start to work on this floor. All YZN's waiting for here is the cue to call, and that C4 is going to go flying.
See, bandit charges should be getting picked off. It looks as if they will be. Both of them gone, so looks as if maybe Uno actually worried about maybe somebody flanking in from Drug. He knows that there was quite a lot of players towards that side of the map whenever they killed off Melu, but nobody's there. Everyone back in the bomb site for Tenstar. That C4 Ollie that you mentioned has to play a big part in this round. So Heroic, 15 seconds to go. They have to find a pick and they have to make a move and get this diffuser down.
Not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but with a little bit of cover from above, it could be possible. Uno is smoked out. I'm not sure if he knows where Jegs is, though. And Jegs is playing. Spoiler grabs one. Can he pick the second? No, misses his shots. 3 seconds left to go. Uno, you've got to press F, my friend. You have to try and plant that bomb. YZN appears out of nowhere. No C4 required. Tenstar. Could this be the start of a comeback?
Blimey, YZN. Great work from him in that round. I must say, I love the play that they went for, trying to gang up against Melo right here. None of them in the bomb site. One of them in the double door to Drug, as we've seen YZN in the corridor, and the other one inside a bathroom. Obviously, Heroic haven't got a Scooby-Doo that nobody's in the bomb site, but my goodness, it was a risk, obviously, that Tenstar went for, but one that's paid off massively to get them back in that round. My goodness.
Sometimes you've got to take those risks. You know, calculated. You've got to calculate the risk and see if it's worthwhile. You have to take the risk sometimes.
You either make the play, or the play makes you.
It happens so often, though.
I mean, whenever you're chasing the game, especially losing 2 players the way that they did, you need to do something. You just can't sit. You can't sit and do nothing. You have to get out and about. Sure, you lose the round, but at least you tried something. You know? Same way whenever you may be in like an unwinnable clutch. You never know. You never know.
But if it's actually unwinnable, then you can't win it. So it must be winnable.
What's the probability of winnables if you're talking about an impossible round? What percentage are you after?
No, but impossible would be like your mouse has run out of battery. Like, that's impossible.
Yeah, because that's happened in an esport before.
No, but that would be like, there is no, because even if you run out of bullets, you've still got a knife. The odds are astronomical, but you've still got a chance.
Well, yeah. The only time the round becomes impossible is if the round's under 7 seconds.
Yeah.
That's literally that becomes impossible at that moment.
Unless you can get all the kills.
No, even then you still have to defuse.
Oh, right, if you're going from the other side.
That's what I'm saying. It's the only time a round is impossible. Oof, what a pickup.
Great C4.
Monty gone. That's what they needed to kill. And this is what we mentioned with Tenstar. Adaptability. They knew that that's where Melo came from last time. Straight into Cash. Clearing that side of the map first before he rotated over and try and take control of China.
The key thing now is to not give yourself away. Because the only reason that so much ground was gained so quickly from Heroic last time was because of the Monty.
Oh, look at Banja. He's sniffing for Ollie, but nope. The Crossfire's going to come in, and Jags, 2 kills. And that's where Heroic, I think, have fought. Okay, let's just go for it. You know, we've lost the Monty.
Move quick.
Go on, let's try and catch them quickly. Hasn't worked.
Not at all. Uno left in one of his clutch situations that he regularly finds himself in, and even more so now as Grizzly falls. Yonka ready and waiting in the bathroom to oblige. Nice little combination, that, the Navi Charm and the W7M skin.
Timeout.
Timeout for Heroic.
I mean, that was a throwaway round for Heroic. As soon as that Monty went down, it was just a rush in.
Yeah.
So.
I think that you know, it really was the case of, oh, well, Melo was the only reason we got anything happen last time. We haven't really got what we need to make this happen. Let's see if we can catch them off guard. And Tenstar, quite rightly, didn't give themselves up, didn't overpeak, held their angles.
So, 1 round away from being level now for Tenstar. Certainly back in it, Ollie. Can they do it? Timeout for Heroic. What's it going to be like? Maybe just fearing the comeback? Is that where they're at?
Almost feels like a game of American football, this, where there's so many timeouts. It's like, you know, they run 10 yards, timeout.
Just gets the ball, takes a knee.
Yeah, run 10 yards, timeout.
Every time a referee checks the VAR.
How the players are coping, not too sure.
I mean, they went with the Monty again, Ollie.
They have.
It is going to be a different bomb site, because obviously that's 2 in a row for Tenstar.
Is the Monty the right pick? it's done well for them before, but we've seen how damaging it can be when you lose it. Now, you can't guarantee that you're going to pick the Monty every time as Tenstar.
I mean, there's no C4s from Tenstar this time around.
But even still, you can't guarantee that you pick it, you know, whether you're able to get a cheeky little spawn peek or catch them off guard or whatever.
I mean, to be fair, look at the lineup. There is actually nothing that stops Monty.
That's maybe the more alarming thing of the two, isn't it?
There's literally nothing. There's Junker. There he is.
Overperformer.
He's been around for a long time. Winner of this competition.
He is.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
A lot of teams he's been through.
Certainly overperforming in the final as well, given the regular season stats. Strange that you wouldn't see something, you know, more dedicated to dealing with that Monty. I'm not suggesting you bring a Legion, but just, you know, be mindful of it. Bring something. Smoke canisters, C4. C4 is probably easier to squeeze into the lineup, especially when you know that Heroic have got previous for picking it.
A lot of this kind of hold again that we've seen. I think it was Jim, wasn't it, at the top of Dragon Ollie trying to hold on to that position. Tenstar doing a similar thing. Don't have a deployable shield. Instead, they're using the Izami barriers as a makeshift cover. Let's see if Zenoxo can do better than what Jim was doing on his defenses. So, Heroic looking to take control of that cache and top Dragon, which is really no surprise, and goes a nade, gets rid of that concrete barrier, and just means that Zenoxo has to use another one now. Will reset himself. Does have an ADS beside him. ADS didn't catch it though.
Tenstar doing a great job of fending off this attacking push so far. We're at the halfway point in the round. And for all that Heroic have got the Monty to work with, it isn't certain that they can just push in and gain that ground. There's tons of utility kicking around. We're still dealing with Banshees and Keeper barricades. No real pressure coming in from that other side, although Tenstar are mindful of it. Yonk actually playing in below at the minute. Might have a nice little chance here if someone gets a little bit careless at the top of those Dragon stairs, although double Claymore says otherwise. The wall in control room, though, is now going to be the target, and that can start to get opened up.
So Monty again just taking all that ground, Ollie. The information as well, you know, being able to swing and see who may be close, who may not be close. Benja draws first blood. Big important kill. Jags is done. Yonka, and he comes from a flank. Surely there's something for Heroic. No, a double flank. Him and Zenoxo both pushing at the same time. Claymore does get shot. Yonka gets spotted out. Jum is not able to finish him off. Mello is still, he looks as if he's by himself, Ollie. What's going on here from Heroic? Very separated right now.
Very well timed and coordinated from Tenstar. Jonker hitting that flank at the right time alongside Zenoxo.
What's going on here?
Jonker now allowed to rotate down to the bottom of Dragon. Look at how much time he's wasting here. Eventually gets himself taken out. Mello, not sure how he's been allowed to cross there. Another engagement going to kick off now as well. Pistols all around. 3 kills on the round for Zenoxo. YZN eventually steals one away from him. Mello shuts Zenoxo down, but it's not going to be enough. 4 seconds left. Diffuser called on the ground and a Monty in a 1 versus 2. Never anywhere that you want to be. Tenstar starting to chain them together now, Demo. This is looking like we could be headed into an OT.
Comeback is on. Tenstar. They're doing it. They're doing it. I mean, Zenoxo, look at how he played that position. Did you not notice that this was the issue that I've just seen immediately from Heroic? They've done really well of getting him out of that initial position. Zenoxo was pushed back very early on. We've seen the Monty walk down long. It was able to be called all clear. How have they allowed him to retake that position? How's that happened? How has that been allowed? It just looked as if Heroic were just by themselves. It was 5 players playing around there rather than a team.
The night and day difference considering how June played that position as well. Only a couple of rounds ago when Heroic were on the defense. You know, no deployable shield that time, but still the Keeper barricades are much more aggressive, much more aggro.
Heroic, we worry.
Are there any timeouts left?
10 seconds remaining.
Tenstar still got one. I think they used it, didn't they?
Do not know.
We know that Heroic have used that.
Yeah.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Here we go. Basement. Tenstar. Did defend it well. YZN had a great round down here. but it was more that early pressure that was immediately lost. Tenstar got picked off in the roam game. Heroic bringing out the Dokkaebi perhaps to help with those roamers a bit more.
Oh! I love moments like that.
He's almost slipped in the banana peel, isn't it?
Nah, you got to trust in Benji that he's able to shoot those out of the air. It is one of those where you're mashing the key to detonate that C4 for as soon as it will go, but fortunately not quite. Azza almost gives himself up there.
I think June very unlucky actually not to get the kill there. It looks as if he took a lot of body shots, Azzer, but still alive and kicking. Jags will find the first pick. Uno goes down. Ace gone, Ollie. One of the hard breachers. Keep in mind there is still hard breach gadgets from Buck, but you would still like to have that Ace up if you could. So Heroic, they've lost that first kill. They have an idea where some of these players are, but Jags is just in a hell in a cell. Will jump out the window. What? It will eliminate Grizzly on the way back. They're chasing him out through the window. But Jags is happy with that. 2 kills for 1. He's hit them where it hurts. Both hard breachers, Ollie, gone.
How does he do it? You're not responsible for who is playing where. He almost ran out of bullets in the first engagement, then hops out the window, has like, what, 8 bullets left in the magazine, still manages to get the headshot, and just kind of gave up because he was like, right, I'm out of ammo, someone's going to jump out on me, but the damage is done here. We've wasted tons of time, we've removed any potential for hard breach, and now we can just let the site players worry about this vertical. They've still got a C4 going on. That's unfortunately for Tenstar going to miss and allow Benji to keep ripping open this floor. We've already seen Heroic struggle with this side, but Doom gets given a freebie there, just keeping himself quiet at that Dragon door, and is able to take one down. Levels things out here, but Zanoxo and Jonker, they've got other ideas. Benja, last alive upstairs, not looking good.
No, and whenever you pick off both hard breachers on this bomb site, you are literally limited to 2 doorways. That's all you have, and Benja has to walk through one of them, which is never going to be favorable. Yonka is lurking, waiting for him to drop down in this position. The others are holding crossfires, being established. Never say never as Benja, but I really doubt he'll win this one. There's no way. The shield and all still up as well. Benja's going to try and take his pick against Yonka. Misses a few shots, will pre-fire in, but nope, Yonka has him sold, and ho-ho, 1 round away for Tenstar to take the championship. Ollie, they were down, and that was 5-2. And it's 6-5.
It's incredible to see. There's going to be a lot of happy people here cheering for Tenstar. I'm sure a lot of you are at home. I'm sure that 48% has grown over the course of this evening. You know what the best thing is, Demo? This is the Tenstar that we can expect to see in CL. And better. This isn't even their limit. This isn't even their ceiling.
Yep.
There's still more to show. But the job isn't done yet. And Heroic know that. Heroic, an experienced team, they aren't going to let the threat of a match point get too far in their own heads. But they are on the attack.
It's not over.
2-4 splits is what we saw yesterday. We could go to an overtime. We could see a 2-4 split here for Heroic. And if we get sent into an overtime, then who knows what goes on.
10 seconds left.
Bunks is where we go to. No Monty. Heroic going with pretty much the same lineup as what they had last time, more or less. Tenstar, Warden makes an appearance. Maybe wanting a shield into the lineup, perhaps. It's tough on the call now. Tough on the call. It really comes down to how Uno wants to orchestrate his attacks. Or does he want everyone to go? Are they going to try and push in and clear out security in towards cash? Will it be a bit more of a cafe-oriented take with that break room addition that we see in the window repels? I wouldn't like to see them on the window repels, Ollie, whenever they don't have the Nomad and only 2 Claymores to their name, but they're going for it. 3 of them are going to be there. It is a tricky one. It just depends if anyone from Tenstar want to risk going for a jump out.
Well, that's what it is. How much bottle have you got? How much swag's in your swag? Are you going to let the fact that this is for NPL affect the way that you play the round, or are you going to go, well, if I was faced with this the other game, I would just jump out a window here and try and get something happening? Obviously, you've got to temper that based on whether they know that everyone's out there or not, but 4 people on Repel, it's going to be hell of an audio cue, and there's only so many angles that can be watched. Still, Tenstar don't need to do anything. They can always hang themselves back a little bit and just recognize that the round is slowly but surely ticking away. There's an Ace Selma charge there that's getting caught up by a Mute Jammer. No EMP impact there to deal with it either, and the first kill coming in from Uno. He's going to trade places with Doom, as he's picked himself up a great little opener and decided to get himself back out of dodge, pick up that diffuser. But Zenoxo is there with the trade.
Yeah, I just see that Heroic, they've got their control of break room, but the only issue with having break room control is you're walking into a very open engagement. There's a lot of different angles. If you walk through that break room door, you can get shot from a multitude of different places. So Heroic now maybe looking for a rotate more towards the cafe side of things. You have your break room established. Jim's actually getting picked off from the drone hole. Oh my goodness, he is flustered all. He doesn't know which way to go. 50 seconds on the clock. Heroic are at a bit of a wall now, and they are struggling to get through. Cafe is where they're headed to now, and we need some big performances here from Grizzly. He needs to find some kills and alleviate the pressure and try and help his brethren inside of break room with some kills inside of that cafe.
Jeg's going to get himself down. Zenoxo picks one up onto Benja. Level at 3 men apiece. Doom just making his way up these arcade stairs. They're going to finish off the kill from earlier, but someone needs to stop Zenoxo. He's on an absolute tear. He kicked off this series with an ace. He's not going to grab an ace here as Jonka's secured himself one, but it's all down to Doom. Picks himself at one onto Zenoxo. 11 seconds. 1 versus 2. Who expects them to be prone? Jonka finishes things off here. Tenstar. They sign their names on the Northern Premier League Season 1.
Tenstar! My oh my! What a run! From UK Rumble all the way back in February, where there was mumbles of this side and what they could achieve, to what they have done, Ollie, in the past season. Unbelievable. I mean, yeah, also, the first split that we had of this season, this Tenstar team didn't look that good. Do you remember? They didn't look that good. Was it a 5th place finish in the first split?
Yeah.
And then they made the changes. Then we seen the new pickups come in. We've seen them go on a great run. They finished so well in the second split. Then leader leaves, a big, massive player out. They have to make changes. They get a Victus player in, for goodness sake. That was the answer. Oh yeah, let's go to Victus.
That was the answer all along.
To be fair, fair play to them. They've made it work, and this has just set them up. What do we say? You set your stall out, and you make a statement to every team in Challenge League. You send the French a message, you send the Spaniards, you send the Italians, you send them, do not mess with us.
That's exactly what they've done here. They've given themselves a name. Now they have to live up to it. They made Challenge League yesterday. Today, they win Northern Premier League, beating out Heroic, one of our top teams inside of Europe, no less. You've got to be pleased for Kangri Kenny and the lads.
It's never going to happen, it seems to be, for Grizzly and Anna.
Yeah.
Never going to be.
Well, it was the question of, you know, if not now, then when, but I'm just so glad we got to see all the maps.
Yeah.
You know, and even with a weighted final, Tenstar still come away with it, and that isn't something that you see all the time. We're going to throw this one back over to the desk. They're going to break this one down for you. Enjoy.
Tenstar has done it! They're the winners of the NPL Season 1. They walk away with an incredible win versus Heroic, one of the best teams at the moment, and they're competing in the EUL. Coming into this today, not a singular person has predicted that this could happen, but it happened nonetheless. Jerry, next up, what is next up?
Tenstar. Tenstar are next up. That's the simple answer.
You were supposed to be a Heroic fanboy for today, but I
Jerry
think,
can never be a Heroic fanboy when Tenstar is in the
contract-
the pilling here. I was gonna come on, okay. I have to congratulate Jerry and Grace and the UK guys, because I have to be honest.
Why are you congratulating us? Tenstar done the hard work.
Fine, of course, Tenstar. I mean, we literally just did this flip over thing with next up here. They know that we appreciate them, but. Again, we keep coming back to it. Demo was touching on it when we were sitting here casting. It was not the best first flip with Tenstar. So many people were praising Tenstar, talking to me about Tenstar's going to be the next big thing. And I was just like, Ambush is just beating them. Ambush is doing so many good things. And then there's one small break, one small transfer window, and Tenstar never looks back. They won 5 rounds in a row on their defense.
I mean, if it's on the iPad, then it must be true.
It's not an iPad, but other devices
If
are
it's on the
available.
thing, then it
It's
must
a
be true.
blank pad. Sorry, I didn't mean to put production into trouble there. But anyway, my point is 5 defensive rounds in a row after a little bit of a shaky start to their theme park. Kenny, you have every reason to be so proud of your boys because that was phenomenal play.
They truly held their nerve in that as well.
Yeah.
I got confirmation because there were a few technical pauses throughout that.
Yep.
Not a single not a single tactical timeout used there by Tenstar in that final map.
So they would have had one for the overtime.
They would have had one for the overtime.
Yep.
But more to the point, they were behind in a lot, like pretty much the whole game.
Yep.
But they knew the way that theme park plays out. You know, they had faith that they would win their tertiary site attacks. They did. They didn't expend that tactical timeout beforehand. They knew that as soon as it got onto the defense, they would have that upper hand. And boy, oh boy, did they deliver. Some incredible rounds coming out. And they get revenge over Heroic for the loss on theme park they incurred yesterday. A 3-2 series.
I hate to be
incredible.
I can bring it up because I didn't really talk about this earlier, but even with Na'Vi and Eminem not in here, Heroic has still not won.
Oh, no,
I'm waiting for the Doki tweet. Doki,
you're
come on.
just like,
come on.
You're
I'm
kicking them
sorry,
while
I'm
they're
sorry,
down.
Murat. I had to do it. I had to say it. It's true, though. This is the closest you had a map advantage. You have to give it to Tenstar. It's fully deserved in terms of maps. 3-1 on the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Deserved champions, hands down.
Yeah, not just 3-1 versus Heroic. They also beat Victus early on 2-0. So they had quite a lot of siege
They won
games.
5 maps today.
They played
only
lost one. They played a total of 6
Watch
maps
out,
today.
CL. That's all I'm saying.
That's
Watch out.
absolutely incredible. They have it in them. And we have confirmation that we have Grace. She's the one that's going to be conducting the interview. So let's head over to where the players are at and let's see what they have to say after this incredible win.
Hello, 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 and oh my goodness, what a grand finals we have just been treated to. I'm obviously here with the legend himself, Kangaroo Kenny. Was there any doubt in your mind at any point during this that you were going to lose this?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, it's a hard opponent to go against. It's Heroic of all people, but it must feel amazing right now that you've just beat out a T1 team and you've just won NPL.
It's surreal. After what happened in stage 1, like, to think this would have been the outcome after the season is just... I generally don't know what to think. Starting off with Cafe, like, a map we literally haven't played in 6 months, and it's their best map. I don't know how we've done it. And a map disadvantage, like, everything was just against us, and we came through. We even played 2 maps earlier, and they were fresh, so... that's all.
I mean, this is the thing, right? With that cafe, I think we were all thinking at home, what on earth is this? We haven't seen Tenstar bring this during the entire season, pretty much. So what was your kind of game plan going into that? What were you telling the boys?
Well, so you know we picked up YZM from Victus. Cafe is a very good Victus map. We don't have strats for it. So in the 30 minutes before the game, Joe got the old Victus Cafe strats, and everyone memorized the strats in 30 minutes. So we beat Victus, but you kind of helped us to the win. So thank you very much, Victus.
Thank you, Victus. I mean, again, it's just this amazing idea that you got those 2 maps under your belt. Then it got a little bit rocky. Do you want to talk through a little bit of how Villa was going for you guys? Like, what was going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, Villa's been our best map throughout the finals so far. We 7-2'd 86 on it and 7-0'd Victus on it. So it was... we knew it's a strong map for them. We went 3-1 down on our defenses, brought it back to 3-3, but I think just the time on our 6-5 round, we had the 5v2, but then we just stalled out on time and just got unlucky gunfights. But I mean, every map was close. It was what, 8-6, 7-4, 7-5, 7-5. So, well, 5-7, 7-5. So like it was no easy feat, of course. But I mean, it just shows that we can really go toe to toe with EUL teams. So it's a good sign.
Amazing stuff. Well, thank you very much, Kenny. And now, let's get to the good old important stuff, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? After 5 months of grueling battling it out, starting with 10 teams, we witnessed domination in Split 1 from Heroic, going unbeaten in all 7 of those games, only once being taken to overtime. We also witnessed Ambush have outstanding form, finishing the split in 2nd place, with Nick leading the way for his old team. Split 2 saw a fair amount of roster changes and a lot of moves, and it really paved the way for a new league dominator of course, Tenstar, not dropping a singular of their 9 games. We also saw the surprising rise of Coalesce after a disappointing first half, a few little roster changes, but they just about scraped by, knocking out M&M Academy out of playoffs contention. Moving on to playoffs, Viperia 86 being the surprise victor of the weekend, beating out Victus in the final. With Victus then themselves, of course, going on to qualify for finals after beating out Coalesce. Now let's get to the good stuff, shall we? We finally have our NPL Northern Premier League 2022 champions, Tenstar!
That was absolutely lovely. They get to lift the trophy. You guys get to clap, even though you're like in a completely different building, so they probably can't hear you guys.
They can clap loud enough. We're clapping in spirit.
Okay, that's fair
They
enough.
can sense
we all
it.
clapped in
If
spirit.
they're sensible people, they will sense it.
No, we can clap loud enough. They can hear us from here.
I mean, do you guys really want to give it a try? I'm just going to take my headset off so I don't have to hear it. Yeah, bad idea. That's what I thought. But for Tenstar to get here, it was quite a journey. Started off Saturday specifically. They had their first game against Viperia 86, and they managed to knock Viperia 86 into that lower bracket. They then played against Heroic, and unfortunately, that did not end up in their favor. They went completely clean sweep by Heroic, 2-0. Heroic on absolute tip-top form, if I do say so myself. Or maybe Tenstar was hiding strategies. I guess we'll never know. Yeah, I guess we're gonna.
Are we gonna go through this again?
Are we
with
gonna do
hiding
this?
strategy?
Yeah.
I think they were hiding Zanoxo, right? Because yesterday Zanoxo had a very quiet day,
Yeah.
and he knew it. And then today he comes out with massive rounds.
Yeah.
The ace in the very first round of the series, absolutely mental. And then in that final round as well, coming out with the goods with a 3K to secure things, and the rest of the team closing it out. So I've done a lot of praising of a lot of the players on Tenstar, and it's been difficult to avoid talking about Zanoxo having that slump. And now I can finally properly say every single player on this team has truly contributed to this victory, and
100%.
it was a team victory, and it was a fantastic one.
It was a fantastic one indeed. And today against Heroic, as we mentioned, they just showed us exactly what they're made of. Yes, they dropped one map, but the fact that they can play 6 games of Siege in one day, tip-top form, and try it to just the absolute best of their ability and just their performance today, incredible. So the summary here is, guys, watch out CL.
Yep.
Because the NPL is coming for you.
Look at that. Look at that. Azza. Opening KD is not correct there. It's 10 and what was the other stat there? Sorry, production, didn't quite hear you. 10 and I'm being left on red, unfortunately.
It's
But
fine.
he was incredible. As
Well, that's all we need to know.
You're not talking back to them, are you?
Highlight through the... fair enough. We did highlight throughout this whole weekend, 10 and 8, that he had been the MVP for Tenstar. Just so consistent. There wasn't a single game where he wasn't showing up.
No.
And consistency at the end of the day is how you
Well-deserved
win.
MVP.
So it's how you win tournaments like this. And, you know, it was a little bit of a lower bracket, not a run, but a lower bracket stint as well. So they played a lot of maps to get here. And that marathon, surprisingly, they've come out on top of it.
I mean, I would admit that it's a little bit surprising after what we saw from Tenstar Heroic yesterday. I did think that Heroic would be a bit stronger, but you could definitely argue that Tenstar was just trying to, okay, you know what? We don't have to give it all. We have a lower bracket that we can play into and play over. And it's just a completely different Tenstar showing up today. 3-1 in maps over Heroic. And like you've said, like you mentioned earlier, it has been such a team effort. Even though it's been individual players, it's been different individual players that have been punching and kicking. And everyone has contributed from the team to really make that work for one another. Again, me and Grace mentioned it before, communication, the way that they act on that communication, the way they act on that information. Tenstar, when you give them a little teensy bit of control, they seem to take it and they thrive. And again, like we've said before now, CL, this is what you have to deal with to get to that EUL spot, hopefully.
9 weeks has led up to this specific moment. The finals started yesterday, and it was an absolute bloodbath, if we do say so ourselves. Heroic and Tenstar in the finals, and everyone favoring Heroic, but Tenstar, the dark horse, the underdog, the team that, you know, creeped up a little on every single one of their opponents, they are the ones that walk away with the win.
I think the two big things to look at with this bracket as well. First of all, the big story, of course, Heroic, surprising to see them fall at the final hurdle like that, considering, you know, this is a team that are literally top of EUL right now. So it's incredible what Tenstar have managed to achieve, and maybe Heroic will be bitterly disappointed with themselves, quite honestly. They will be kicking themselves. Also, you look back further in the bracket and you see that Victus getting that third place spot, securing Challenger League, a huge deal for them, a huge deal for NPL and the UK and Nordic scene in general.
It's been such a great weekend for so many of these NPL teams. Again, like Victus, they said it themselves. I mean, we got what we came for. Yes, we wanted to give it a go for the championship, but even when they lost, we saw it between the teams. There was banter, there were smiles. You didn't see the same pressure on Victus. And I think they're genuinely happy on behalf of Tenstar because they get along so well. Of course, they would rather win it themselves, but sometimes you have to deal with what you get, right?
Yeah.
And again,
should we mention Viperio 86 perhaps? You know,
I was hoping not to. But because
do you think they would want us to?
I am bitterly disappointed about Viperio 86, but also you have to keep in mind that they were also hard done by, just like Tenstar, but Tenstar coped well, but they did lose 2 of their primary players throughout the NPL season. And I mean, Jerry, you can keep going on about that as well if you want. I mean,
well, we didn't expect them to be, you know, doing incredibly this weekend because of that hit that they had. And
we're expecting more.
Yeah, we were expecting more perhaps, but it was difficult when you're up against Victus, who were almost at their full capacity. They have SkyT.
I was going to say they play with a sub as well, and again, no disrespect to Eco, but it's never an optimal situation for a team when you have to play with a substitute. So yes, we can say that Viperio was Victus were good, but they still had to play with a substitute.
Yeah,
and of course though, shout out. I mean, again, wanted more from Viper 86, but it was a really tense weekend, and just like we want to see.
But I mean, Victus made it to Challenger League even with a sub, right? Like that's
that's
think of what they could do
when
they're at their final form, when they're at their full strength.
Their final form, indeed. Well, that was it from us for now, because I know you guys would love some more content, and we do have some more content coming your way. So thank you, HyperX. I made sure I wrote that on there, you know. Thank you, Assistant, for pointing it out. But thank you, HyperX, for the giveaway. That one is still going. Remember, the word is Winland. That's what you have to write in the chat. We're going to be heading to a break, and we'll be back with the debrief, which potentially could be a banger.
My name's Nikki. I am Chase's mum, and we first met Special Effect at EGX some years ago when both me and my husband went up for the day, and we found a stand called Special Effect. Never heard of it before. Didn't realise there was such a thing as a gaming charity for the disabled. So before we visited Special Effect, I mean, we've always been a huge gaming family, and gaming is something I wanted all my children to be able to have the opportunity to do. Chase has got a severe form of cerebral palsy, and he has dystonia, which means he can't fully control his body very well. Even trying to get Chase to push a button is really difficult to do because he just doesn't have the fine motor skills to do it. But he really loved gaming, and you could see that he wanted to do more. So we went up to the gaming room in Oxford, and so throughout the day we trialled lots of different pieces of equipment, lots of different games, until we found out what worked best for Chase. As a parent, it's made so much difference to Chase being able to access video games. You know, I was really sad that I thought that he was never really going to be able to join in and do those things on his own. Particularly to disabled people, I think games are really important because, you know, someone who's able-bodied can go out, they can play golf, they can go and drive a car, they can do almost anything in real life. Chase isn't going to have those same opportunities. So being able to sit down and put on a game means that it creates a level playing field. He can do an activity that he probably wouldn't be able to do in normal day-to-day life. But even better, with gaming, he can play alongside someone who's able-bodied, and it gives a real boost to his self-confidence, I think.
That was good, wasn't it? Pretty fixable.
he gets this will be his third ace in the competition. It looks to be it, and there it is.
5-4, the little peek through the top, the little kill, and Gorgona is just better. Is for clutch, little tap around the corner, they do the dance, and there you have it.
Leader, you talked about the clutches there. Device gonna run after him. Is he gonna get him? No! Swing with the SMG-11, he gets it again! Can you stop this man? The clutch king from Germany, Mr. Blimey himself!
He should
no idea.
probably pick up one. I think maybe a double kill could be on for him. He finds another and a quad for Grubby.
To pick himself up an ace here. Could he be the second ace of the day?
Finally, Adam sprints in and nets the headshot. A flank out CC. What is going on?
Welcome to the debrief. This is going to be the final debrief of NPL Season 1. So you guys better buckle up because it's going to be a while before you see some of our faces. Next time, Janiro joined by Jerry and Snurrup. You looked a little sad there.
It's the end of the first season. I've been having fun. Having tons of fun.
Well,
Not
all
gonna see you
good
guys for a
things
while. I
must
mean,
come to an
sorry.
end.
Sorry. I mean, well,
we've got to give it a good send-off.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, so stop crying. Put on a
I'm
smile.
not crying.
Be
I'm
happy.
allergic.
Oh.
I'm allergic to sappy endings.
Aw.
Yeah.
I'm allergic to you.
You're so cute.
I am.
We went for different.
So she's allergic
Anyway.
to cuteness. Confirmed.
We went for
yeah,
very different angles there.
Yeah. Whoops.
That's why I joined by you two, because you can even out.
Yeah, because he's a nice person.
Yeah.
He's a smart one.
He can relate to me. You see? So, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like you guys okay? You want me to like step away from the desk? You know,
I wouldn't mind. I mean,
some of your personal
there's
space.
still a camera on us, which is probably the main problem there. But we thought, what are we going to do on this debrief?
We're gonna do some replays.
job. Yeah.
We're gonna talk about the season so far. We're gonna talk about what an incredible run it has been for every single one of these teams. They all had an opportunity to learn, but we're gonna start it off with a cherry on top, and that's going to be some replays from the finals. And we're gonna start it off with that first map that everybody was a little worried about, and that's gonna be Cafe.
Yeah, so we thought we'd just take a look at some of the best moments of the finals. And
Yep.
this is, I mean, what a way to kick things off. Here is a play on Cafe that we got to see. This isn't the one I was expecting, but there we go.
It's the one we got.
It's the one we got. I think we're trying to get hold of a very particular play, which you'll all remember because it was the very first round of the whole finals.
Yeah.
And
What happened there? Refresh my memory.
should we just act it out? Would that be
Yeah,
easier?
I think if you guys
Alright,
act it
so
out,
you
like-
be
okay,
heroic. You
okay,
be heroic.
you're heroic.
Okay. You're walking in from piano, and then I'm Zenoxo. And I get all of them.
Well, I have to get all.
Yeah.
That was Zenoxo.
No,
yeah.
sorry,
I think there was like 3
Oh,
shots.
and
You
then-
need 2 more.
There was a window.
was window?
You know what's
Can I-
even
can I
better,
climb
Jerry?
through?
Jerry,
Can we
I know
go
you're a
through
music
that?
teacher instead of a drama teacher. I think we might actually have the replays now. Can we get?
Oh, fantastic.
Oh,
Okay, good.
perfect. Yeah, this acting was pretty horrible.
See, this is where Jerry was acting like Zenoxo. It's
Yeah.
exactly the same thing. See,
No, no,
just hang on.
there
That
you
was
go.
me. Yeah, that's me going down. That's Jerry going in. See that? Perfect.
I gotta say, you actually played several people at once very
impressively,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, just by standing still.
I know I do a good Zenoxo, but
Yeah.
I don't think I have the same breadth that you do to play an entire team of heroic players.
I feel like the falling out of the window was like the dramatic effect that I lacked in this, in acting. So I'm gonna give you guys an 8 out of 10. Are you happy with that?
Do
I'll
I
take
get,
it, yeah.
Do I get
Yeah?
an Oscar for it?
No,
'cause he's on
but
Victus.
I will clap for you.
Oh, right.
That's all you get. That's all you're gonna get.
I'll take what I get.
Sorry about that.
I
Well,
was gonna say,
I don't
do
know
I
what
get?
the
it- Do I
next one
was gonna
is.
say, do I get an Emmy? But she is currently casting, so I can't.
True.
yeah.
Why
I get
are
nothing.
all the awards taken?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ask
Oh,
them.
anyway,
Golden
we
Globe.
have some more
That's your head.
replays.
Head to the
Okay.
Golden Globe.
True.
We have map number 2, and that was Bank specifically, where again Tenstar were able to walk away with the win.
Yeah. Should we act this one out, or should we just let it play out?
Let it play out.
Let
Yeah,
it play
yeah,
out.
yeah.
All right. So this was the
I'm tired of
third
dying.
round on Bank with Benja's 4K. Now, this is a map that Heroic eventually lost, but just a massive, massive round from Benja.
Yeah.
And that was the point where we thought, okay, they're actually turning up. They're actually starting to fight here because it was it was a scary Cafe. Of course, it went the whole distance, but we really did think going into Cafe that it was going to be a complete whitewash, a complete Heroic walkover, especially with that map advantage and the band. And
We thought this one might be a bit close because we said it ourselves. That the last time they played, it was an incredibly close affair, and Benja was sort of like when the tip it in favor.
Also an
and then again we get to see a replay and we see just how good Benja were on some of those rounds on that map.
I feel like I really wanted to see YZN's 1v3 in that one. Definitely.
Well,
that'll be up on socials.
Can't be choosers. But what you can
Definitely
see, is going to be the third map, and that was Villa, which is where Heroic managed to reel it back in. And this is kind of where some of us are like, okay, has Heroic woken up? Have they remembered to switch on their monitors?
Yep. That was, I mean, particularly Mello, because he was quite quiet throughout most of the game, and then finally he started doing some really serious stuff inside of Villa, and we thought, okay, all right, now that all the cogs are turning, they do come out with that 7-5 in the end, and that put us on to a final one-map shootout, which is exciting.
The two
we didn't expect that.
The two final rounds on Villa were very shaky, though. Very shaky. Could have gone either way. Plants going down in the middle of a smoke. 3v5 is becoming advantage to the players. No, sorry, the team that only had 3 players left. So you could start telling then by those mistakes that nerves were starting to creep into both teams and wanting to get that map advantage.
Was a little bit of a clown fiesta, but eventually both teams had a chance to reel it back in. But Tenstar specifically on that final map on Theme Park, they said this is our show and we're running away with it.
Yep, and what a way to do it, right?
Pew pew pew.
Pew pew pew. Indeed, this is round number 11 with Tenstar finally taking it onto match point, and this is the jump out from Jegs. Look at this. I mean, he'd got one prior as well. Let's not forget that. He'd also got the first kill in the round, if I'm not mistaken, and then almost smart enough to 180 and get the Grizzlies jumping after him. But, you know, there's only so much you can get away with. But that really was just... It just goes to show how confident they were. Right at the end, they were still going for these
And that's what I really liked about the jump out from Jegs. Like, again... 18-year-old Finnish wonder kid right there. When you have a confidence to pull out something like that, you know you got all the marbles to play for. You're in the final map in a grand final in a tier 3 level.
Against Heroic.
Against Heroic. And you show no respect and you just play the way that you like to play. And
that's how we like it.
That is the mental that you want to see from a player that young. So I'm terrified for what Jegs can do in the CL.
Well, you said you're terrified or what they're going to do in the CL.
I'm actually excited, but, you know.
I want to ask Snurra, you know, as we're coming to an end, your final thoughts, your emotions, your feelings, the sadness, but also the happiness that's currently, you know, going on in that beautiful head of yours.
Jakey, how much time do I have? No, I'm just kidding.
You have 20 seconds. Countdown starts now.
Okay, real quick. It's been the merger. I really enjoyed coming over here to the UK with my Nordic teams, I was going to say, and join a terrific cast and producers and really participate in what is undoubtedly the most competitive regional in the EU. Like, I'm just saying it. You know, we're sticking together now. You get both of us. You get both of the Golden Globes right here. So... I'm really happy, and I like the fact that it wasn't Heroic that won because it makes for it just is such a strong showing of how good the teams in this league actually are. So to sum it up, I'm really happy about this season, and I can't wait for season number 2.
Same here. Same here. I think.
No, you're gonna have to give a speech. You can't be like, yo, say.
I'm gonna be quick with mine. I think that on the similar note, the merger of these two regions, it's shown how strong they can be when united. You only need to look at EUL and see there are 6 teams now in EUL that could theoretically be eligible for NPL, and it just goes to show the strength of that region, the camaraderie between the Nordic countries and the UK and Ireland, and that teamwork that is fostered because of the competition that we have in the more grassroots direction.
Very quickly, because even if we have no Nordic teams in the CL, you still have Nordic players who have benefited from this. Nick is now in the CL. Yes, it was with Ambush. Jags, I mean... It will be a nice sort of hierarchy for the Nordic teams and players to benefit. And so it will take a while for the teams to benefit from it, courtesy of Fresh and his analysis on that one. But the individual players are already reaping the benefits.
Well, for my words, is going to be pretty similar. It has been absolutely incredible to see every single one of these teams grow. It has been lovely to work with my colleagues here on the desk. Production in the back, I feel like you guys really deserve that shout out. I know you've been here since 6 a.m. in the morning. Like, wow. Putting in them hours. It has been wonderful. It has been incredible. So thank you to every single person who tuned in. Thank you to the R6 community for having me. And CL, watch out because the NPL, we're coming.
gets this, this will be his third ace in the competition. It looks to be it, and there it is.
5-4, the little peek through the top, the little kill, and Gorgona is just better. It's for clutch, little tap around the corner, into the dance, and there you have it.
Leader, you talked about the clutches there. Device gonna run after him. Is he gonna get him? No! Swing with the SMG-11, he gets it again! Can you stop this man? The clutch king from Germany, Mr. Blimey himself!
He
They have
should
no idea.
probably pick up one. I think maybe a double kill could be on for him. He finds another and a quad for Grubby.
To pick himself up an ace here. Could he be the second ace of the day?
Finally, Adam sprints in and nets the headshot. A flank out CC. What is going on?